Close your eyes for a moment and picture a night in the Middle Ages, the cold biting at your skin, the smoke of torches thick in the air, and, at the end of the road, an inn where the only option for rest is to share a bed with strangers. Before we dive into this story, make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and tell us in the comments, would you dare to face a night like that? Imagine stepping into a medieval inn after a day of travel, your boots heavy with mud, your body aching from hours on horseback or walking rough, uneven roads. You push open the crooked wooden door and immediately the smell of smoke, damp straw, and sweat hits you like a wall. The innkeeper greets you, not with a smile of comfort, but with the sly grin of someone who knows you have no choice. There are no luxury suites, no warm beds waiting for you alone. Instead, what you get is a corner in a drafty room, a bed that has already hosted countless strangers, and the unspoken understanding that tonight you will be pressed shoulder to shoulder with people whose names you may never learn. For many modern listeners, the thought is revolting. We complain today when the hotel Wi-Fi drops for a few minutes, but imagine lying awake while a stranger's snoring rattles in your ear and their toes brush against your leg in the darkness. That was the normal price of survival on the road. Inns were not designed for privacy. They were built for necessity. A bed was not a personal refuge, but a shared commodity, a place where merchants, pilgrims, and sometimes thieves all came together in a strange, forced intimacy. The mattress, often just a sack of straw, carried the imprints and odors of dozens of bodies. Sheets were a luxury almost no one saw, and if they did, they hadn't been washed in months. Imagine slipping into a bed still warm from the previous occupant. The idea alone is enough to make you shiver, but for the weary traveler of the 14th or 15th century, it was better than freezing outside or risking a knife in the night from sleeping unprotected on the roadside. There's a strange kind of humanity in that, though. You, a merchant hauling wool to market, might end up sleeping face to face with a pilgrim on their way to Santiago de Compostela. You might share a blanket with a soldier carrying half-rusted armor, or with a wandering minstrel who hasn't bathed in weeks. The bed forced people of all walks of life into an equality they rarely knew in daylight. You might be a lord's son, but when the lights were dim and the straw was scratchy, you were just another body among many, fighting for space and warmth. It is comical to think about how quickly the layers of social hierarchy crumbled once the snores began. Nobility or peasantry, everyone sounded equally ridiculous when they choked mid-snore or mumbled in their sleep. And yet, there was danger in this arrangement. To lie beside someone you didn't know was to take a gamble. You had no idea whether the person pressed against your shoulder was a harmless pilgrim or a desperate thief waiting for you to close your eyes. Many travelers would clutch their belts as they drifted off, keeping their money pouch pressed tight against their bodies. Others would tuck small daggers beneath the straw, just in case. The inn-bed became both a resting place and a battlefield of nerves, a stage where suspicion and fatigue wrestled all night long. Picture yourself trying to fall asleep while keeping one eye half open, listening to the breathing patterns of the man beside you. Was he shifting because he was uncomfortable or because he was reaching for your bag? Humor sneaks in here, because if you think about it, the absurdity of the situation is almost theatrical. Imagine 4 or 5 strangers all piled into a single bed, each trying to claim their sliver of mattress. Someone inevitably rolls over and steals the blanket. Someone else snores so loudly that even the fleas pause in disbelief. Someone talks in their sleep, confessing sins to an imaginary priest. And in the middle of the night, when someone breaks wind, you can be sure that every single head lifts off the pillow to see who the guilty culprit is, though no one ever admits it. These were the small comedies of survival, the strange humor that broke through the filth and discomfort. But not everyone found it funny. There are recorded complaints from the period, travelers who wrote bitterly about their nights in inns. One chronicler compared the experience to lying in a stable, except that at least animals didn't talk in their sleep. Another noted that the insects bit harder than the prices the innkeepers charged. And still, people came, night after night, because the alternative was worse. The cold road carried dangers of wolves, bandits, and exposure. A lumpy bed with strangers was better than no bed at all. It was a calculation of misery, where sharing discomfort felt safer than facing death. What's fascinating is how people adapted to this. They developed rituals, sleeping in clothes to avoid touching too much of the mattress, keeping boots on to discourage theft, or even using a traveling cloak as a makeshift barrier between themselves and others. Some would pray before sleep, not only for safe travels, but for peaceful dreams despite the constant interruptions. There was an entire culture of strategies and coping mechanisms around the shared bed, passed on like folk wisdom among travelers. Always pick the side near the wall, lest someone push you off in the night. Keep your purse beneath your head, even if it makes for an uncomfortable pillow. If the bed smells too much of ale, prepare for someone to vomit before dawn. Advice that seems absurd today, but in the Middle Ages, it could make the difference between waking up safe or not waking up at all. And yet, beneath all this filth and discomfort, there was an unexpected intimacy. For a brief night, lives intersected. Stories were exchanged in whispers before exhaustion pulled everyone into shallow, restless sleep. Secrets sometimes spilled out in the half-light of the room, confessions made to strangers who would vanish by morning. For a few hours, people were forced to exist without barriers, without titles, without the armor of daily life. There's something almost tender about that, even if it came wrapped in straw, fleas, and the smell of unwashed bodies. We may laugh at it now, but perhaps the shared bed was a lesson in humility. Today we shut doors, turn on air conditioning, and demand memory foam mattresses. Yet, in those cramped wooden inns, humanity slept tangled together, vulnerable, suspicious, and oddly united. And while the discomfort was real and the risks were many, the shared bed was also a mirror of the world outside, unpredictable, crowded, dangerous, but filled with strange encounters that could never happen anywhere else. The bed was not just a place to rest, it was a stage for comedy, for fear, for survival, and for the fleeting possibility of connection with a stranger who would disappear with the morning light. Picture yourself as a weary traveler once more, but this time focus not on the straw bed itself, but on the daily rhythm of those who had no choice but to share it. The act of lying down beside a stranger was not just an inconvenience, it was an entire routine, part ritual, part survival strategy, that defined life on the road. To step into a medieval inn was to enter a world where personal boundaries dissolved the moment the innkeeper handed you a place to sleep. You didn't pay for privacy, you paid for the privilege of closing your eyes without worrying about wolves scratching at your boots or bandits dragging you into the woods. That trade-off shaped everything about how a traveler lived from dusk until dawn. The day of such a traveler was long and punishing. Hours spent trudging along rutted paths or riding horses that often smelled worse than the road itself meant that by the time they arrived at the inn, exhaustion hung on their shoulders like a wet cloak. Yet rest was not immediate. First came the negotiations. How much for a space? Could you afford even a corner of a mattress? Or were you doomed to curl up by the fireplace with dogs and chickens? The innkeeper's word was law, and their smirk often revealed they knew your desperation. Few dared argue, for an inn was sometimes the only safe roof for miles. Once a price was agreed upon, the routine of surrender began. Clothes stayed on, sometimes armor too, because stripping down was both unsafe and unhygienic. Imagine the smell in a room where 20 men kept their boots on overnight, and you begin to understand why medieval inns rarely smelled of roasted meat and warm bread. Despite what romantic novels suggest, sharing a bed became an act of silent negotiation. Who gets the warmer side? Who lies nearest to the drafty window? Who takes the edge, risking being shoved off by the restless bodies beside them? These questions were never written down, yet they formed an unspoken code of conduct among travelers, and when that code broke down, chaos followed. There are accounts of quarrels erupting in the middle of the night, fists flying over blanket rights, or someone being thrown onto the floor because they rolled over one too many times. In these moments, the inn transformed from a resting place into a theater of absurd comedy mixed with genuine menace. You can almost hear the muttered curses, the groans of the injured, and the innkeeper yelling from downstairs for everyone to keep it down, though he himself had crammed too many paying bodies into too few beds. The social dynamic of these beds was fascinating. Imagine a nobleman forced to share his sleeping space with a peasant. By day, they might never have exchanged words, but by night, pressed shoulder to shoulder in itchy straw, their status mattered little. The noble might grumble at the stench of the peasant's clothes, while the peasant quietly cursed the noble's endless complaints. And yet, in the vulnerability of night, both men relied on each other's presence. Should thieves break in, at least they would not face them alone. In a strange way, these beds leveled the playing field, stripping away the illusions of hierarchy. Of course, not everyone accepted this humbling lesson gracefully. Some nobles carried extra coin to bribe innkeepers for a slightly less crowded bed, though even that often meant only 3 strangers instead of 6. The comedy of these arrangements can't be ignored. Imagine lying there, eyes closed, when the man beside you begins whispering a prayer so loudly it feels like he's trying to wake the saints themselves, or another who talks in his sleep, confessing secrets that no one should hear. The poor soul at the edge of the bed rolls over only to find himself falling face first into a pile of boots and chamber pots. Even in the worst discomfort, the human tendency to create moments of absurd laughter remained. And yet, behind that humor, there was always the shadow of fear. Every cough reminded you of plague. Every rustle might have been a hand reaching for your pouch. Sleep was precious, but never guaranteed. Curiously, travelers found ways to adapt, turning this bizarre nightly ordeal into a routine of resilience. Some brought small sachets of herbs to mask the stench, a medieval version of scented candles. Others sang or told stories before lying down, filling the room with noise to distract from its discomfort. And sometimes, bonds were formed. A merchant might trade tales of distant markets with a pilgrim recounting miracles seen on the road. A soldier might offer to watch over his bedfellows in exchange for a sip of ale. In those dimly lit rooms, humanity clung to small gestures of solidarity, even when lice crawled through the straw and snores shook the rafters. Still, the vulnerability was impossible to ignore. To surrender to sleep beside strangers was an act of faith that many never fully embraced. Some feigned sleep while keeping their hand firmly on their belongings. Others slept lightly, waking at the slightest sound. There was no such thing as trust when every man was fighting for survival. And yet, paradoxically, the shared bed forced a kind of trust, simply because there was no alternative. To lie down was to admit you could not remain vigilant forever, that at some point your body demanded rest, no matter the risks. Reflecting on this makes you realize how soft modern travel has become. Today, we complain about a noisy hotel neighbor, but in the past, that neighbor might have been lying 3 inches away, drooling on the same blanket. Privacy was a luxury, and sleep was a gamble. And yet, those gambles built stories, connections, and memories that shaped the culture of travel itself. For better or worse, the shared bed was the heartbeat of the medieval road. It was where exhaustion, fear, laughter, and survival all came together under a single tattered blanket, a nightly ritual that defined what it meant to be human in an unforgiving world. And as you picture that routine, muddy boots by the straw, bodies pressed together in reluctant unity, you begin to wonder what it truly felt like when the lights dimmed, when the murmurs quieted, and the long, unpredictable night began. Imagine stepping into a dim, smoky common room after hours on the road, thinking only of rest, but soon realizing that rest in a medieval inn came with a unique price: intimacy with total strangers. The shared bed was not just a mattress stuffed with straw, it was a social crucible, a place where personalities, smells, tempers, and secrets collided in ways both unsettling and unforgettable. For the modern mind, trained to see a bed as a personal sanctuary, it is hard to fathom how natural it once felt to press your body beside someone whose name you barely knew. But for travelers in the Middle Ages, this was routine, even if it was never truly comfortable. The first thing to understand is that beds were not meant for 1 or 2 people. They were designed to maximize space, often stretching wide enough to hold 4, 5, sometimes even 6 bodies at once. The straw inside was rarely replaced, flattened and itchy, alive with fleas that had dined on dozens before you. The blankets were not personal either, but shared, pulled back and forth in a tug-of-war through the night. Imagine waking shivering in the cold because the stranger beside you had wrapped himself in the entire blanket, ignoring your kicks and grumbles. Suddenly, you realize why medieval travelers often carried cloaks or capes. They weren't for the road alone, but for reclaiming a scrap of warmth from selfish bedfellows. The social awkwardness of these arrangements was palpable. Picture yourself lying next to a man who has clearly not bathed in months, his breath reeking of stale ale, his beard shedding crumbs from the meal he ate hours ago. On the other side, perhaps, is a woman on pilgrimage, clutching a rosary and muttering prayers with every exhale. Across from you lies a soldier, his hand resting dangerously close to the dagger he refuses to put away, and beneath it all, the quiet scratching of vermin that remind you of your true companions that night. This was not the kind of company anyone desired, but it was the company fate delivered. And it forced travelers to develop strange codes of etiquette. Turn your back to give the illusion of privacy. Keep your arms folded to avoid accidental touches. Pretend to be asleep even if you are not, because opening your eyes might invite conversation you don't want. Still, those conversations happened. In fact, some travelers saw the bed as a place of unexpected confession. There are stories of pilgrims revealing their sins to strangers they would never see again, the darkness providing a kind of anonymity that daylight denied. A merchant might whisper his fears of losing everything in a bad season, while beside him, a vagabond recounted wild adventures that may or may not have been true. One man might admit to crimes, another to loves he could not speak of at home. And though no one intended it, the bed became a confessional, where vulnerability seeped out alongside exhaustion. Some woke in the morning horrified at what they had revealed. Others felt oddly lighter, as though the stranger beside them had absorbed their burdens like a sponge. Of course, not every revelation was spiritual or poetic. Sometimes the conversation came in the form of snores so loud they made the rafters shake, or muttered nonsense that left bedmates chuckling in the dark. Imagine someone sleep-talking, insisting they had hidden treasure under the floorboards, only for the entire room to take note. More than one traveler likely woke to find themselves robbed because of a careless midnight confession. That possibility lingered in every bed, and it explains why many slept lightly, half listening to every sound, half expecting betrayal. It was a place where humor and suspicion coexisted, where laughter at a stranger's bizarre dream could quickly shift into paranoia about what he might do once you drifted off. And then there was the question of safety, not only from theft, but from violence. Inns attracted every kind of traveler, including those who preferred knives to prayer beads. To lie beside someone was to gamble with your life. Fights erupted often. A bump in the dark mistaken for aggression, a stolen blanket interpreted as insult, a drunken hand wandering too far. Any of these could end in bloodshed. There are accounts of men waking to find their bedmate gone, along with their purse. Others awoke to far worse: bruises, cuts, or the chilling realization that their bedfellow had vanished into the night, leaving behind only a mess. And yet, people returned to these beds again and again because the alternative, the cold, the beasts, the thieves on the open road, was worse still. The intimacy forced upon strangers could also blur into scandal. For women especially, the shared bed was a fraught experience. A lone female traveler was vulnerable not only to theft, but to harassment, her body viewed by some as just another commodity. Chroniclers describe instances where women were deliberately placed in beds with men they did not know, a practice sometimes defended as normal by innkeepers who valued coin over propriety. For pilgrims and devout women, it was a trial of endurance, one that tested both faith and courage. And yet, some of these same arrangements gave rise to unlikely companionships, moments when men and women, forced together by circumstance, treated each other with rare kindness. A sip of wine offered, a cloak shared, a word of reassurance whispered in the dark, gestures that stood out precisely because the setting was so unforgiving. If all of this sounds absurd to the modern listener, perhaps it should. Today we buy blackout curtains and white noise machines to shield us from the smallest disruption. Yet medieval travelers had no choice but to surrender to the unpredictable theater of the shared bed. They endured snoring symphonies, midnight arguments, and the occasional slap from a restless hand. They woke to aching backs, itchy bites, and sometimes missing belongings. And through it all, they carried on, because travel demanded sacrifice. The shared bed was simply the toll you paid for moving through a dangerous, uncertain world, and maybe that is why the memory of these beds lingers so vividly in the writings of those who lived them. They were not just places of rest, but crucibles of human interaction, where class barriers collapsed, where secrets spilled, where laughter and menace intertwined. They were miserable, yes, but also unforgettable, and in their misery lay a strange reflection of life itself, crowded, uncomfortable, sometimes frightening, but always pushing you to discover how much of yourself you could endure in the company of strangers. And as the candlelight flickered low, as the rustle of straw and the murmur of restless bodies filled the room, the question always remained, would this night bring safety, confession, humor, or danger? That uncertainty was what made every shared bed both a torment and a story waiting to be told. Darkness always magnified the worst fears, and in a medieval inn, the night was long, thick with smells and sounds that turned the shared bed into something far more sinister than a place of rest. Once the last candle burned low and the embers in the hearth crackled faintly, the room transformed into a realm of unease. What daylight had softened with chatter and the bustle of arrivals was replaced by silence, broken only by snores, coughs, and the occasional creak of shifting straw. It was in these hours, when the human mind drifts uneasily between wakefulness and sleep, that the horror of such beds revealed itself most vividly. The first enemy was the body itself. Lice, fleas, and bedbugs were not just inconveniences, but nightly tormentors. A man might lie down exhausted, only to find himself scratching until his skin bled. A traveler once wrote that the insects in his inn-bed were so bold they seemed to march in formation, unafraid of torchlight or angry swats. Imagine trying to rest while feeling dozens of tiny legs crawling across your neck, burrowing into your hair, biting in the most tender places. And because the beds were shared, infestations spread quickly. You didn't just inherit straw and warmth from your bedmate, you inherited whatever colonies of parasites they carried. It was a grotesque lottery no one wanted to win. But the physical torment was only part of it. The real dread came from lying down beside strangers whose intentions you could not read in the dark. To close your eyes was to surrender your life into the unknown. Would the man pressed against your side merely shift in his sleep, or was he reaching for your pouch? Would the sudden whisper you heard be a prayer, or a signal to an accomplice lurking in the hallway? Many travelers fell asleep clutching their belongings to their chest, daggers tucked beneath their cloaks, hearts pounding with suspicion. In such moments, the bed felt less like a place of rest and more like a trap, a confined space where escape was impossible if things turned violent. And violence was no abstraction. There are records of murders committed in inns, victims discovered in the morning with throats slit while their bedfellows claimed ignorance. Imagine waking in the gray light of dawn to find the man beside you motionless, his coin purse missing, his body cold. To share a bed was to accept that possibility, even if no one spoke of it openly. Inns were crossroads of humanity. Merchants flush with earnings, soldiers carrying weapons, vagabonds desperate for survival. That mixture of desperation and opportunity made the shared bed a fertile ground for crime. And yet, each night, travelers laid themselves down, knowing full well the risks, because the road outside promised dangers even greater. There was another form of horror, one more subtle but no less haunting, the loss of privacy. To sleep is to reveal yourself at your most vulnerable. People talked in their sleep, moaned, wept, or muttered confessions. Bedmates became involuntary witnesses to the deepest recesses of strangers' minds. Imagine lying awake, listening to the man beside you cry out a woman's name with a mix of longing and despair, or the unsettling laugh of someone lost in a dream. The darkness turned every sound into a secret unveiled, and those secrets often lingered with listeners far longer than the night itself. The bed became a theater of subconscious betrayals, and everyone was forced to attend. Women in particular bore the heaviest weight of these arrangements. A lone woman, traveling for pilgrimage or work, often had no choice but to share a bed with men she did not know. The risk of harassment or assault was real, and the anxiety must have been suffocating. Chroniclers speak of women lying rigid through the night, whispering prayers, clutching their cloaks tightly around them. Some were lucky enough to find protective companions or sympathetic bedfellows. Others became victims, their voices drowned out by the acceptance that such dangers were part of the road. The bed, then, was not only a stage for comedy and discomfort, but also for the darkest abuses of power, a reminder that survival often meant enduring indignities in silence. What is striking is how this daily terror became normalized. People laughed about it, shrugged it off, even incorporated it into folk wisdom. "Trust not the snorer beside you, for he dreams of your purse," one saying went. Humor was a shield, a way of disguising fear beneath laughter, but no amount of jokes could erase the unease of lying helpless in the dark, knowing that the stranger breathing inches away might become your enemy before morning. In those moments, sleep itself felt like betrayal, a surrender to forces you could not control. And yet, woven into all this dread was an odd, almost comical resilience. People adapted. They slept lightly, trained themselves to wake at the smallest movement, or devised clever tricks. Some tied their belongings to their wrists, so that if stolen, the tug would wake them. Others placed shoes or weapons under the straw, hoping the discomfort of lying on hard objects would be worth the safety. Some even made pacts with bedmates, agreeing to watch over each other, a fragile trust built on mutual need. In these desperate strategies, you see both the ingenuity and the desperation of humanity, clinging to survival in the most precarious circumstances. The bed thus became more than furniture. It was a stage where the fragility of life was put on display each night. It revealed human fears, human greed, human longing, and sometimes human kindness in its rawest form. To sleep beside a stranger was to gamble with not only your comfort, but your dignity, your safety, even your soul. And as the candle burned low, as the air grew heavier with sweat and unease, the question hung in every restless mind. Would this night pass quietly, or would it leave a scar that never truly faded? Imagine the first sliver of dawn cutting through the cracks of the wooden shutters. The night has passed somehow, and in the cramped room of the inn, the shared bed begins to stir with life. What follows is its own ritual, one that revealed just as much about medieval travel as the restless hours that came before. The waking moment in a bed of strangers was not quiet, nor gentle, nor filled with the lazy stretching we might imagine today. It was chaotic, awkward, and often absurd, a blend of relief, discomfort, and the odd comedy of human survival. The first to rise were usually the merchants or pilgrims, anxious to reclaim their belongings before someone else's hand found them. There was a scramble, a rustling of straw, the thud of boots being pulled on, the groans of stiff backs unbending after a night pressed against strangers. The smell, intensified by the heat of bodies through the night, became unbearable as blankets were tossed aside. Sweat, ale, damp wool, and the faint sweetness of spilled wine clung to the air like a ghost. One can almost imagine the collective sigh of relief when the shutters opened and fresh morning light poured in, exposing every crease, every vermin, every reality of what had been endured in the dark. And yet, mornings also revealed the strange intimacy that came with such nights. Bedfellows who had spoken little before sleep sometimes exchanged knowing glances, a silent acknowledgement of having endured the ordeal together. A merchant might joke about his neighbor's thunderous snoring, prompting reluctant laughter that softened the memory of the night's tension. There were even tales of friendships struck in these beds, alliances formed between men who might never have crossed paths otherwise. Imagine two strangers, one suspicious of one another, now sharing bread and wine in the morning light because the night had forced them into such close company. In an odd way, the bed was not just a place of suspicion, but of reluctant bonds forged by necessity. But the morning could also reveal betrayals. Many a traveler woke to discover that their pouch was lighter, or their dagger missing, or that the boots they had placed by the bed were gone entirely. In some cases, the thief had vanished before dawn, leaving only the faint impression of their body in the straw. There are stories of men waking to find a bedmate's side cold and empty, his departure unnoticed in the night, along with whatever valuables he had managed to snatch. The innkeeper, when confronted, often shrugged. What could he do? He provided a roof, not protection. Justice was a rare luxury in such places, and the lesson for the unlucky was clear. Guard your possessions, or lose them. Humor crept into these mornings too, though often unintentionally. Imagine 6 men rising at once, bumping into each other, pulling on the wrong boots, or arguing over whose cloak belonged to whom. There are accounts of travelers storming into the yard, only to discover they had swapped garments in the dark. One nobleman horrified to find himself wearing the patched hose of a peasant. These absurdities, though frustrating in the moment, became part of the lore of travel. They were stories told on the road, anecdotes that softened the misery of cramped beds into something bearable. The comedy of human error was, in some sense, the only balm for the indignities endured. For women, mornings were a test of dignity. After surviving the night with strangers, they often faced stares or whispers over what might have occurred in the darkness. Even if nothing had happened, the mere fact of sharing a bed could spark rumors that followed them for miles. Female pilgrims, in particular, wrote of the shame they felt, though they had no choice if they wished to reach holy sites safely. And yet, some turned this vulnerability into strength. A woman who could endure such conditions without complaint earned respect, sometimes grudging, from her companions. Her resilience became proof of her faith and determination, even as the whispers continued. Curiously, mornings also revealed the layered economics of these inns. Not everyone rose from the same kind of bed. The wealthier guests might have paid for a spot with fewer bodies, perhaps only 2 or 3 to a mattress, while the poorer were crammed in like firewood. Observers noted that the quality of one's bedmates often reflected the size of one's purse. This created a kind of hierarchy even within the misery, a reminder that money could soften discomfort, even if it could not erase it. Yet, as dawn broke, all guests descended to the same common room, ate the same stale bread, drank the same thin ale, and prepared to face the same dangers on the road ahead. The bed might separate them by coin at night, but the morning brought them back to the same starting line. What lingered most from these mornings, however, was not the discomfort or the thefts, but the memory of having survived. For many, to wake at all was a small triumph. You had gambled with sleep, entrusted yourself to strangers, and emerged into the daylight with your life intact. That alone was worth the aches, the scratches, the indignities. And perhaps it explains why so many travelers spoke of these beds with a mixture of horror and nostalgia. They despised the conditions, yet they remembered them vividly, retelling the stories long after the journey ended. In that sense, the bed was not just a physical object, but a crucible of experience, shaping the traveler as much as the road itself did. And so the cycle repeated, night after night, bed after bed, each one a reminder that survival on the road was never guaranteed, and that rest, when found, was always tainted by unease. To live in that world was to accept that comfort was fleeting, that danger was constant, and that the bed, a symbol of safety in modern times, was in those days just another battlefield where trust and fear lay tangled together in the straw. And as travelers tightened their belts, adjusted their cloaks, and stepped back onto the muddy roads, they carried with them not only the fatigue of poor sleep, but the uneasy anticipation of where and with whom they would next be forced to lay their heads. The shared bed was not only a physical ordeal or a test of patience, it was also a cultural stage, a mirror reflecting the deeper values and contradictions of the medieval world. To understand these beds is to understand how people in the Middle Ages navigated community, survival, and even morality. For us, the bed is an intimate, private place, reserved for rest or closeness with loved ones. But for them, it was something entirely different, a symbol of vulnerability, of communal life forced by necessity, and of the way society blurred the lines between public and private. To sleep with strangers was, in many ways, to live out the paradoxes of the age itself. Consider first the religious dimension. Pilgrimage was one of the great engines of travel in the Middle Ages, and inns along holy routes were filled with bodies pressed together under thin blankets. Priests and chroniclers sometimes wrote about the dangers of temptation in these beds, fearing that close proximity between men and women, or even between men themselves, could lead to sin. It is almost ironic. The pilgrims seeking holiness could, in the course of their journey, find themselves accused of impropriety simply because there was no choice but to share a mattress with strangers. The church often thundered against such arrangements, but it offered no real alternatives. Even monasteries, when they housed travelers, sometimes placed multiple guests in the same chamber, separated only by thin curtains at best. Morality clashed with reality, and reality usually won. There were also cultural differences in how beds were perceived. In some parts of Europe, communal sleeping was seen as natural, even outside of travel. Families slept together in single beds, with children, parents, and sometimes servants all packed into one frame. To these people, sharing a bed with strangers was strange, yes, but not entirely alien. Yet to others, particularly the wealthier classes who valued privacy and personal honor, the idea was degrading. For a nobleman used to silken sheets, lying shoulder to shoulder with a flea-ridden merchant felt like an assault on his dignity. This cultural friction often created tension within inns, as the poor mocked the rich for their fussiness, while the rich despised the poor for their lack of refinement. The bed, then, was a stage for class conflict played out in whispers and grumbles through the night. One of the strangest aspects of this communal sleeping was the way it forced people into conversations they might never otherwise have had. Imagine lying in darkness, the straw crackling under your back, while the man beside you tells a story about the plague that took his village, or a pilgrim muttering about a vision they had on the road. Some might laugh, others might pray, and some might pull their blankets tighter, disturbed by what they heard. But whether they wanted it or not, these travelers shared not only a bed, but pieces of their inner world. The discomfort created a raw honesty, and in some cases, those moments changed the way people saw each other. Think of it. Two strangers who would never speak in the daylight confessing fears, regrets, or desires into the darkness, with the unspoken knowledge that by morning they might never meet again. The comedic side of these interactions was just as memorable. Inns were notorious for what one traveler called the orchestra of the night. Snores of every pitch and volume blended together into a bizarre symphony. Add to that the coughs, the muttered dreams, the occasional squeak of a mouse, and the unceremonious breaking of wind, and you had a performance that no one asked for but everyone endured. People would joke the next day about who had provided the bass or the soprano, as though the night had been a concert rather than a torment. Humor was survival. It allowed travelers to laugh at what otherwise might have driven them mad, and perhaps it also built a kind of camaraderie, however fleeting, between bedfellows who had endured the same absurd chorus. Yet beneath the laughter and grumbling was always fear. Disease spread easily in such close quarters, and people knew it. Fleas and lice carried not just itching, but death. When the Black Death swept through Europe in the 14th century, inns and their shared beds became infamous as places of contagion. Rumors spread of travelers who carried death with them, of beds that became coffins in disguise. Some inns closed entirely. Others charged exorbitant prices for private chambers, though few could afford them. Even after the plague waned, the memory of sickness haunted these places. To lie down beside a stranger was to gamble not only with theft or violence, but with unseen enemies that could kill without warning. And still, people came. They endured the indignities and dangers because travel demanded it. Roads were long, and the distances between towns too great, and there was no other infrastructure, no alternative. The bed, foul and crowded as it was, became a symbol of resilience. Travelers endured its horrors, laughed at its absurdities, and survived its dangers because the road offered no mercy. To share a bed was, in essence, to admit that life itself was precarious, and that survival required compromise, humility, and sometimes an uncomfortable intimacy with strangers. Looking back, there is something almost poetic in how these beds encapsulated the contradictions of medieval life. They were places of laughter and fear, of confession and betrayal, of survival and humiliation. They revealed the fragility of the human body and the stubbornness of the human spirit. They forced strangers into contact, sometimes violently, sometimes tenderly, and in doing so reminded everyone that life was lived not in isolation, but in constant negotiation with others. And so, as dawn broke over the thatched roof of the inn, as travelers rose stiff and scratching, adjusting their belts and gathering their packs, the memory of the night lingered. Each person carried it forward, a story, a lesson, a scar, or perhaps just an itch that would take weeks to fade. The shared bed was never just a place to rest. It was a crucible, a stage, and a mirror. And as travelers stepped once again onto muddy roads, they carried with them the uneasy knowledge that the next inn, the next bed, would test them all over again in ways both familiar and unpredictable. Imagine the door of the inn slamming shut behind you as the night deepens, and you find yourself guided upstairs to the sleeping quarters. The innkeeper's lantern swings with each step, casting long shadows on the crooked walls. You reach the room, and there it is, the infamous shared bed, wide but sagging, stuffed with straw, its blankets patched from years of use. You notice at once that the space is already crowded. Travelers of every kind are pressed together, forming a strange tapestry of humanity, stitched by necessity. At first glance, it feels like chaos, but within that chaos, something fascinating happens. Hierarchies, unspoken rules, and unexpected bonds emerge in the most unlikely ways. Take the example of the merchant. He arrives with his satchel of goods, his purse jingling faintly at his belt. He is cautious, always scanning the room for threats. He lies stiffly, back to the wall, clutching his belongings close. Beside him, a peasant collapses into the straw without hesitation, too exhausted to care about danger. His snores begin almost instantly, shaking the patience of those around him. Across the bed lies a soldier, armor clinking faintly even in rest, his hand never far from the hilt of his sword. These three men, who in daylight would barely acknowledge one another, now share not only space but vulnerability. And in that moment, their differences collapse into a single truth. All of them must trust the night enough to sleep. Yet trust was rarely simple. Fear lingered like a shadow over the bed. Every shuffle of movement was suspicious, every rustle of straw a possible theft. Some tried to sleep lightly, trained to wake at the smallest sound. Others made small bargains before lying down. "Watch my pouch and I'll guard your boots," one might whisper. These fragile alliances rarely lasted beyond dawn, but in the dark they felt like lifelines. And yet, just as often, betrayal followed. A man who promised to keep watch might vanish with your coin before the first rooster crowed. To sleep beside strangers was always to gamble, and each night carried its own risks. But not every night ended in fear or loss. Sometimes the shared bed became the stage for unlikely companionship. Consider the pilgrim, clutching his rosary, whispering prayers before sleep. The man beside him, a weary minstrel, listens and then offers a song, quiet enough not to disturb, soft enough to soothe. A merchant, who at first grumbled at the noise, finds himself comforted by the melody. In such moments, the bed transformed into more than straw and fabric. It became a place of shared humanity, where stories and songs filled the silence, where the burdens of the road grew lighter simply because they were carried together. Of course, humor was never far behind. The absurdity of the situation often broke through the tension. Imagine a room of 6 or 7 travelers, each fighting for their share of the blanket. One man, too greedy, pulls it entirely his way. By dawn, the others conspire to roll him off the bed altogether, his indignant protests drowned by laughter. Or picture a nobleman, horrified to discover that the man pressed against him has lice, frantically scratching through the night while the others tease him mercilessly. These moments of comedy, while humiliating for some, offered relief for others. They turned misery into memory, the kind of story retold later on the road with both groans and laughter. The danger of disease, however, could not be ignored. In a time when medical knowledge was scarce, the bed became a breeding ground for sickness. Fleas carried more than itch, they carried death. The memory of the plague haunted every crowded inn, a silent reminder that what you brought home from a night's sleep could be far worse than fatigue. There are chilling accounts of travelers falling ill soon after such nights, their companions muttering that it was the bed's fault. Whether superstition or truth, the belief lingered that to share a bed was to share fates for better or worse. And in many cases, that belief proved tragically accurate. Women faced their own particular trials in these spaces. Alone or traveling with children, they were often the most vulnerable in shared quarters. Some innkeepers made efforts to place them separately, but coin often decided everything. A poor woman might find herself wedged between men she did not know, her body stiff with fear through the long hours. And yet, there are stories of solidarity too. Other travelers, sensing her discomfort, would position themselves protectively around her, forming a kind of human shield. These small acts of kindness shine like faint candles in a dark and ruthless world, reminding us that not every story of shared beds was one of cruelty. The morning after often revealed the consequences of the night. Some awoke to missing belongings, others to sore ribs from being elbowed in sleep. But occasionally, mornings brought strange bonds. 2 men who had quarreled the night before over space might laugh about it in the daylight, their anger softened by the absurdity of it all. A minstrel might share breakfast with a soldier, a merchant with a peasant. These connections rarely lasted long, but for a brief time, the shared bed broke down walls that daylight would soon rebuild. It was a fleeting democracy of the night, fragile yet powerful, binding together lives that would otherwise never have touched. What fascinates most about these beds is how they mirrored the medieval world itself, crowded, dangerous, unequal, but also filled with moments of resilience and connection. The shared bed was both torment and teacher. It stripped people down to their most vulnerable state, forced them into uneasy alliances, and revealed truths about human nature that comfort and privacy often hide. In laughter, fear, and whispered confession, the bed became a crucible of survival. And so, as the rooster crowed and travelers prepared to set off once more, the memory of the bed lingered. Some carried bites that itched for days, others carried lighter purses, and a few carried new stories or friendships. But all carried the same unspoken thought. Tonight, the ordeal would begin again, in another inn with another bed, beside another stranger whose breath and presence would once again test the limits of endurance. As the medieval night wore on, the shared bed revealed more than the discomfort of straw and the nuisance of lice. It exposed the fragile psychology of travelers, forcing them to confront fears and instincts that daylight usually kept hidden. To lie down beside a stranger in darkness was not just a physical act, but a mental test, one that brought out suspicion, longing, humor, and sometimes even madness. The bed was more than a piece of furniture. It was a crucible where the human mind wrestled with its own vulnerability. One of the first battles was against paranoia. Imagine lying on your back, eyes wide open, listening to every sound in the room. The man beside you shifts, and instantly your mind runs wild. Is he reaching for his purse or simply turning to get comfortable? A cough in the corner. Was that sickness? Or just dust in the air? The soft scrape of leather on wood. Did someone just move toward the door? These tiny noises, amplified in the silence of night, could feel like threats. Many travelers trained themselves to sleep in short bursts, never fully surrendering to slumber, their minds constantly half alert. Sleep became less a refuge and more a calculated risk, one that demanded vigilance even in dreams. Dreams themselves could be treacherous. In the shared bed, there was no hiding the mutterings of the subconscious. People talked in their sleep, sometimes revealing secrets that should have remained buried. There are stories of merchants blurting out the location of hidden coins, only to wake poorer by morning. Others cried out names, lovers or enemies, prompting whispers and speculation among their bedfellows. One pilgrim reportedly shouted during a nightmare that he had stolen a relic. By dawn, the entire inn knew his secret. In this way, the bed became a stage where private guilt and desire spilled out into the open, with no walls to contain them. And then there was the strange intimacy that developed between strangers. In the cold of the night, bodies pressed closer for warmth. Cloaks and blankets tangled until it was hard to know where one person ended and another began. For some, this was simply survival. For others, it stirred feelings they did not expect. Chroniclers hint at bonds that formed in these beds, fleeting connections that blurred the lines between necessity and affection. A shared laugh at midnight, a whispered story, or even the accidental brush of a hand could create a sense of closeness that daylight would later dissolve. These moments remind us that even in the filth and fear, humanity's need for connection found its way through. But intimacy could also bring danger. Women, in particular, bore the brunt of unwanted advances. In the close quarters of an inn-bed, there was little room to escape wandering hands or leering whispers. Some travelers defended them, forming protective circles within the bed, but others turned a blind eye. This dynamic reflected the harsh realities of a world where power often outweighed decency, and where survival sometimes meant enduring indignities in silence. Yet, there are also accounts of surprising chivalry, men who kept watch over female companions, treating the bed not as an opportunity, but as a responsibility. These contradictions made the shared bed a place of both threat and protection, a paradox that lingered in every restless night. The physical toll of such nights cannot be overstated. Without proper rest, travelers faced their journeys the next day already exhausted, their tempers short, their bodies aching. A merchant might stumble through negotiations because he had barely slept. A soldier might falter on the road, his vigilance dulled by fatigue. Sleep deprivation became an invisible tax, one that every traveler paid. And yet, they accepted it, because the alternative, exposure to the elements, wolves, or bandits, was far worse. This constant trade-off between discomfort and danger defined the psychology of medieval travel. To endure misery indoors was preferable to gambling with death outside. There is something almost comical in how people tried to cope with this reality. Some carried small charms or amulets, convinced they could ward off bad dreams or malicious bedfellows. Others invented elaborate sleeping positions to protect their belongings, lying on their purses, wrapping belts around their wrists, even hiding coins inside boots they kept on through the night. One account tells of a man who stuffed his gold into a loaf of bread, only to have his bedmate eat it while half asleep. These absurd strategies reveal the constant tension between fear and practicality, as well as the strange creativity that survival demanded. At its core, the shared bed forced people to confront the rawest aspects of being human. It stripped away privacy, dignity, and the illusion of control, leaving only the reality of bodies and minds thrown together in the dark. It was a nightly reminder that life itself was precarious, that safety was never guaranteed, and that trust was always fragile. Yet, in that crucible, people also discovered resilience. They laughed at the absurdities, whispered confessions they could not share by day, and forged brief bonds that carried them through the road ahead. And so, as dawn crept back into the room, the travelers rose once more, scratching at bites, fumbling for missing belongings, or exchanging awkward glances with those they had unknowingly leaned against all night. The bed was left behind, but its imprint lingered, in the body, in the mind, in the stories retold at the next stop. Each night carried its own set of fears and follies, but together they formed the fabric of what it meant to journey through the medieval world. And with the road stretching endlessly before them, one question haunted every traveler as the inn faded behind them. What new trials would the next bed bring? If the shared bed by night was a stage for suspicion, intimacy, and absurdity, then by morning it became a court of revelation. The first light creeping into the inn's chamber did not just expose the dust in the corners and the lice on the straw, it also revealed the truth about what had happened in the dark. Faces that had been only faint outlines in flickering candlelight were now illuminated, every wrinkle, scar, and expression on full display. Strangers who had spent hours breathing the same stale air, pressed together in restless half-sleep, suddenly had to meet each other's eyes. And that moment of morning recognition carried its own peculiar blend of comedy, discomfort, and social tension. The awakening itself was rarely graceful. There was no soft yawn followed by a stretch beneath crisp sheets. Instead, travelers rose stiff, scratching at bites, their hair tangled, their clothes still damp from sweat. The smell that had been tolerable in the darkness became unbearable when revealed by daylight. Old ale, garlic, damp wool, unwashed bodies, it all mingled into a perfume that could make even the strongest stomach churn. And yet, people bore it. They shook out their cloaks, patted themselves down to ensure nothing had been stolen, and began the daily ritual of pretending the night hadn't been as miserable as it truly was. The social dance that followed was fascinating. Bedfellows who had exchanged whispered confessions or awkwardly bumped into each other in the night now faced the task of behaving as though nothing unusual had occurred. Some laughed, making light of the absurdity. "You snore like a church bell," one might joke, prompting uneasy chuckles. Others avoided eye contact entirely, gathering their belongings quickly and slipping away before any conversation could occur. The silence of avoidance was often louder than words, and it reflected the delicate balance of intimacy and distance that the bed had created. In a single night, you might have shared more physical closeness with a stranger than with your own family, but come morning, you parted ways without even exchanging names. Yet mornings also brought moments of surprise. It was not uncommon for travelers to wake with fewer possessions than they had carried to bed. A missing purse, a stolen cloak, a dagger gone without a trace. Thieves in inns had perfected the art of moving silently in the dark, slipping coins from a belt or boots from the floor without waking a soul. The unlucky victims often found themselves mocked rather than pitied. You should have slept with one eye open, others would say, as though the theft was their own fault. This harshness reflected the brutal pragmatism of the time. Weakness was not pitied, it was punished, and survival demanded constant vigilance. And yet, for every betrayal, there were stories of unlikely bonds formed in the straw. Two merchants, forced into the same bed by chance, might discover they traveled the same route and decide to journey together for safety. A soldier, moved by the prayers of a pilgrim beside him, might offer protection along the road. A minstrel might trade a song for a piece of bread at breakfast, deepening a connection that began in whispered conversation under the blanket. These brief alliances rarely lasted beyond the road, but they were real enough in the moment, forged in the furnace of discomfort and necessity. There is something almost theatrical about the way mornings played out. The bed was the stage, the night the performance, and dawn the curtain call. Everyone rose to play their roles again, the cautious merchant checking his pouch, the weary peasant scratching at lice, the nobleman complaining loudly about the indignity of it all. And yet, beneath the grumbling, there was an odd sense of shared experience. No one enjoyed it, but everyone endured it, and that endurance created its own strange form of solidarity. Even the complaints became part of the ritual, repeated in inn after inn, town after town, as though voicing misery made it easier to bear. The morning routine also revealed the economy of the inn itself. The innkeeper, often waiting at the door, reminded guests of unpaid fees or hinted at the cost of bread and ale before departure. Some even charged extra for the very fleas that tormented the guests, claiming the straw had been freshened. Travelers grumbled, but paid, because they knew the road ahead was long and uncertain, and angering an innkeeper could mean being turned away on the next journey. Inns were not places of hospitality as we imagine today. They were businesses first, and often ruthless ones. Still, humor colored many of these departures. Imagine two men arguing over a cloak, only to discover it belonged to neither of them but to a third who had left at dawn, or a nobleman who discovered to his horror that he had slept in the boots of a farmhand, now caked with manure. Such mix-ups, while frustrating, became part of the lore of travel. They were stories retold on the road, anecdotes that made the misery seem almost worth it. Laughter was, after all, the only way to soften the sharp edges of discomfort. And as travelers packed their belongings, tightened their belts, and stepped back into the muddy streets, one thought lingered in every mind. Tonight, the ordeal would repeat itself. Another inn, another bed, another night of suspicion, discomfort, and uneasy intimacy with strangers. The cycle seemed endless, each morning blending into the next, each bed carrying its own stories, fears, and fleeting connections. And so the shared bed, miserable though it was, became one of the defining experiences of life on the road. A reminder that survival in the medieval world was always negotiated in the company of others, even when that company was the very thing you feared the most. It leaves you to wonder how these endless nights shaped not just individuals, but entire cultures of travel. What lessons did people carry from those beds into their dealings by day? What suspicions hardened into permanent mistrust? What fleeting kindnesses inspired hope in a world otherwise ruled by hardship? The answers, like the nights themselves, were never simple, and they left travelers with much to reflect upon as the road stretched endlessly ahead. By the time the weary traveler had left behind a dozen different inns, each with its own sagging straw mattress and unpredictable cast of strangers, the shared bed no longer felt like a novelty, but an unshakable reality of life on the road. It became part of the rhythm of travel, as certain as muddy boots, cold bread, and aching muscles. Yet, in its very repetition, the shared bed revealed deeper truths about how medieval society understood space, intimacy, and the fragility of trust. What began as a practical arrangement, simply fitting as many paying bodies as possible into one bed, grew into a cultural phenomenon that shaped the way people experienced journeys. To study these beds is not merely to peek into discomfort, but to glimpse the human condition itself. One of the strangest realizations is how normalized it all became. For us, the thought of climbing into bed with strangers is horrifying, but for the medieval traveler, it was expected, even mundane. Chroniclers rarely described it with shock, only with irritation. They wrote about the fleas, the smells, the snoring, as if ticking off a checklist of inconveniences, rather than describing something unusual. In some regions, children grew up watching entire families sleep together, servants included, so the idea of communal sleep seemed less scandalous than we imagine today. And yet, when strangers entered the equation, it always carried tension. Familiarity softened some of the horror, but it never erased the unease of lying in the dark, your body tangled with those you did not know. It also revealed something about the economics of survival. An innkeeper's goal was simple: profit. A bed that could hold two could, with a little persuasion, hold four. A mattress, meant for four, could be stretched to fit six. Some inns were notorious for their greed. stuffing travelers into such tight quarters that no one could roll over without disturbing the entire bed. Complaints were common, but choices were few. Unless you were wealthy enough to demand a private chamber, you endured what was given. The bed thus became a microcosm of the marketplace. Your comfort was negotiable, your dignity expendable, your coin the only thing that determined how much misery you were expected to tolerate. Yet, even within this system of exploitation, there were unexpected advantages. For the lonely traveler, the bed offered a kind of companionship. It is one thing to walk the road alone by day, but to lie down in the dark, surrounded by others, was, at least, a reminder that you were not entirely alone in the world. Some found comfort in the murmur of nearby breathing, in the warmth radiating from bodies pressed against theirs. It was not affection, but it was proximity, and for many, proximity was enough. In a world where death and danger lurked on every road, even the unwanted closeness of strangers could become a fragile balm against despair. Of course, not every encounter was so benign. The bed had its share of whispered conspiracies, of thieves who used the intimacy of the night to scout their victims, of violent quarrels that erupted when suspicion boiled over. And yet, remarkably, most nights ended without bloodshed. This speaks to the quiet resilience of people who, despite their fears, chose endurance over conflict. The shared bed forced them into a kind of truce, an unspoken agreement that survival demanded tolerance. It was not harmony, but it was something close to coexistence, born not of kindness, but of necessity. Perhaps most fascinating is how the shared bed blurred the lines between public and private life. In modern times, the bed is the ultimate private space, but in the Middle Ages, it was semi-public. To sleep was to expose yourself, your body, your breath, your habits, to the scrutiny of others. Every snore, every muttered dream, every twitch became part of a collective experience. Privacy, as we know it today, barely existed. And yet, within this lack of privacy, travelers sometimes found an unexpected freedom. To confess a secret to a bedfellow who would vanish by morning carried little risk. To cry softly in the night among strangers might feel safer than doing so in the eyes of family. The anonymity of the shared bed created a paradox. No privacy, yet strange opportunities for intimacy. And here lies the lasting legacy of these beds. They were uncomfortable, dangerous, even degrading, but they were also places where humanity revealed itself in unguarded ways. They showed how people adapted to hardship, how they found humor in misery, how they forged fragile bonds even when fear pressed against them as heavily as the bodies on either side. They also taught harsh lessons. Never trust too easily, never leave your purse unwatched, never expect dignity when coin is scarce. These lessons shaped not only individual travelers, but the very culture of medieval movement. The irony is that what seems most barbaric to us now was, in some ways, a reflection of values we still hold. We too accept discomfort when the alternative is worse. We too laugh at our miseries to make them bearable. We too rely on strangers in ways we would rather not admit. The shared bed may have been uniquely medieval in its filth and closeness, but the truths it revealed about human nature are timeless. And this is why the memory of those beds lingers so vividly in chronicles, songs, and stories. They were not just furniture. They were experiences, etched into the very fabric of travel. As travelers left the inn behind and set out once more on muddy paths, they carried with them more than just their belongings. They carried the imprint of the night, the snoring chorus, the itch of straw, the fleeting trust given and sometimes betrayed. And with every new inn, every new bed, that imprint deepened until the shared bed was no longer simply endured but expected. It became part of the rhythm of the road, as inevitable as the sunrise. And yet, each morning, as they adjusted their cloaks and tightened their belts, one thought always lingered: what new stories would the next night and the next bed bring? By now, the shared bed has already revealed itself as a place of discomfort, danger, and reluctant intimacy. But there was another layer, one that made the experience even more complex. The vast differences between inns themselves. Not all establishments were alike, and not every bed carried the same weight of straw, the same number of bodies, or the same degree of risk. Just as the roads varied from muddy tracks to cobbled paths, so too did the inns shift from ramshackle hovels to surprisingly refined establishments. And it was in this contrast that travelers discovered the full spectrum of medieval hospitality, from the barely tolerable to the unexpectedly luxurious. The poor, of course, bore the brunt of the misery. In rural villages, far from wealthy towns, inns were little more than barns converted into resting places. A single smoky room might serve as tavern, kitchen, and dormitory all at once. Travelers would be shown to straw pallets spread across the floor, often shared with animals. Chickens pecked near the hearth, dogs curled at the foot of the bedding, and pigs occasionally wandered through, their grunts adding to the cacophony of snores. In these settings, the concept of a bed was almost symbolic. It was not about comfort, but about shelter from the cold. People lay down wherever there was space, pressed together not only with strangers, but with livestock. For those who had grown up in rural poverty, this was familiar. For wealthier travelers forced into such quarters, it was an unforgettable humiliation. Urban inns, on the other hand, could be grand by comparison. In busy cities like Paris or Florence, some inns boasted carved wooden frames, mattresses stuffed with fresh straw, and even curtains that offered a hint of privacy. These were not beds for everyone, only those with coin could afford them. The wealthy could sometimes purchase exclusive use of a chamber, avoiding the indignity of lying beside strangers. But even here, privacy was fragile. Servants slept at the foot of their masters' beds, and the walls between chambers were often thin enough that every word could be overheard. Luxury dulled some of the sharper edges of discomfort, but it never erased them completely. The real divide lay in the expectations created by these spaces. In the countryside, travelers accepted discomfort as part of survival. In cities, however, people grumbled more loudly when inns failed to meet their promises. One chronicler wrote bitterly of paying double for what was described as a fine bed, only to discover it crawling with vermin. Another mocked an innkeeper who insisted his straw had been changed recently when in truth it stank of ale and sweat. Complaints rarely led to refunds, but they tell us much about the psychology of travelers. Even in a world accustomed to hardship, people still longed for dignity, and the bed became the place where they measured whether that dignity was granted or denied. Class differences played out vividly within these spaces. A nobleman might secure a chamber with fewer companions, while his servants were crammed into communal beds downstairs. Merchants, if successful, could sometimes afford to travel in relative comfort, but a poor pilgrim often had no choice but to accept the dirtiest corner of the inn. The irony is that the wealthy, despite paying more, still faced many of the same indignities: snoring bedfellows, the risk of theft, the ever-present bite of lice. Money softened the experience, but it did not erase it. The bed remained a great equalizer, a reminder that no matter one's rank, sleep made everyone vulnerable. And then there were the rare inns that earned reputations for hospitality, where travelers spoke of clean straw, hearty meals, and safe nights. Such places became famous along pilgrimage routes. Their names passed from mouth to mouth. A reliable inn was a treasure, its reputation often more valuable than gold. Pilgrims prayed they might find such havens, though most never did. The fact that people spoke so glowingly of these rare exceptions only highlights how grim the norm must have been. When clean sheets became a legendary quality, it tells us just how low the bar of expectation had fallen. It is tempting to think of medieval travel as uniformly bleak, but these contrasts remind us that it was not a single story. For every tale of filth and theft, there were accounts of generosity and care. Some innkeepers took pride in offering warmth and safety, even to the poorest guest. Others saw only opportunity for profit, cramming as many bodies as possible into a room regardless of consequence. This duality shaped not only how people remembered their journeys, but how they told stories about them later. The worst inns became lessons in caution. The best became cherished memories. And yet, no matter how grand or miserable the establishment, the shared bed remained at its core. Even in better inns, people rarely slept entirely alone. Privacy was rare, solitude even rare. The bed was always a reminder that travel in the Middle Ages was not a solitary affair, but a communal ordeal. Rich or poor, saint or sinner, all found themselves tested in the same nightly crucible of straw, sweat, and suspicion. This contrast between wealth and poverty, between misery and comfort, only deepens the fascination of the shared bed. It was not merely a place to rest, but a reflection of the inequalities and contradictions of medieval society itself. And, as travelers stepped from one inn to another, they carried with them not just the aches of poor sleep, but a sharpened sense of how fragile the line between fortune and misery truly was. What lingers most is the knowledge that every inn, every bed, held a new story waiting to unfold, whether of betrayal, kindness, laughter, or danger. And with each stop on the road, travelers wondered which story they would inherit next, as the cycle of endurance continued. The shared bed, by its very nature, was not only a place of sleep, but also a crossroads of human behavior. It forced people into situations where instinct, culture, and necessity collided in ways that revealed the most raw aspects of the medieval world. To lie down with strangers was to test the boundaries of civility, to confront the awkwardness of proximity, and to discover just how flexible human nature could be when comfort was stripped away. In this sense, the shared bed was less a piece of furniture and more a nightly experiment in psychology, etiquette, and survival. Etiquette, if it could be called that, was a fragile and unspoken code. For example, travelers quickly learned to respect the wall rule. Whoever was lucky enough to secure the place nearest to the wall had the privilege of extra security, but the burden of being trapped. The person in the middle bore the worst of it, pressed between bodies, drenched in heat and breath, with no escape if things turned sour. And then there was the edge, dangerous in its own way, as restless sleepers sometimes rolled off entirely, landing with a thud on the floorboards. Stories tell of travelers who woke bruised, indignant, and determined never again to take the edge position. This silent negotiation of space turned each bed into a battlefield of elbows, knees, and whispered curses, all disguised as accidental movements in the dark. The comedy of these arrangements cannot be ignored. Chroniclers often describe the chaos of night with a kind of reluctant humor. One merchant recalled that the man beside him talked endlessly in his sleep, bargaining with imaginary customers and announcing prices for wool until dawn. Another complained that his bedmate sang psalms in the middle of the night, loudly enough to wake the entire room. And then there were the accidents of bodily functions: snoring, coughing, sneezing, or worse. Imagine lying rigid under the covers, silently cursing your companions, but unable to move without waking them. It was absurd, humiliating, and yet, in the retelling, often hilarious. Humor became the balm for indignity, transforming nights of misery into stories worth sharing on the road. But the shared bed also amplified conflict. A stolen blanket, an elbow thrown too hard, a muttered insult. Any of these could erupt into violence. Inns were notorious for midnight fights, some escalating into full brawls that involved every sleeper in the room. One traveler wrote of being jolted awake when two men began dueling with daggers over a disputed pillow. Others described shouting matches that ended only when the innkeeper stormed in, waving a club, demanding silence. These outbreaks were more than inconveniences. They highlighted the fragile trust upon which the entire practice rested. To sleep with strangers required restraint, but not everyone had the patience to maintain it. Women, once again, occupied the most precarious place within this fragile order. Alone or accompanied, they carried the weight of suspicion. A woman traveling with men was often judged harshly, regardless of whether she had chosen her bedfellows. Even innocent arrangements became fodder for gossip, and in a world obsessed with honor and reputation, such whispers could stain a woman's name forever. Some women disguised themselves as men to avoid this scrutiny, wrapping themselves in cloaks and adopting male names for the road. Others sought out female-only inns, rare sanctuaries that offered relief from the constant risk of harassment. These few safe spaces became legendary, their reputations spread by word of mouth, though they were far too few to meet the needs of all who traveled. Still, amid the risks and discomforts, the shared bed had its moments of unexpected grace. A weary traveler might wake in the night to find a stranger adjusting the blanket to cover him. A pilgrim might whisper a prayer that soothed the fears of those around him. A minstrel, unable to sleep, might hum a tune that transformed the restless silence into something almost beautiful. These fleeting gestures remind us that even in the filth and suspicion, kindness could bloom. The bed, then, was not just a place of suspicion and discomfort. It was also a space where humanity revealed itself in surprising ways. One of the most remarkable aspects of this experience was how it shaped the rhythm of the journey itself. Days on the road were filled with labor, danger, and uncertainty. Nights in the shared bed were their own kind of trial, a second gauntlet that tested endurance in a different way. And yet, together, these ordeals created the stories that defined travel in the medieval imagination. People did not only remember the landscapes or the destinations, they remembered the beds, the nights spent pressed against strangers, the laughter, the quarrels, and the fear. The bed became as much a part of the journey as the road itself. If we pause to reflect, we might see in the shared bed a kind of metaphor for the medieval world at large. Life itself was crowded, precarious, and lacking in privacy. People lived, worked, and worshipped together in ways that blurred the boundaries between public and private life. Just as in the bed, individuals were forced to negotiate space, endure discomfort, and find moments of humor or connection amid chaos. To sleep with strangers was to rehearse the very conditions of daily survival: suspicion, compromise, resilience, and the constant search for dignity in undignified circumstances. And yet, as every traveler rose at dawn, stretching stiff limbs and gathering scattered belongings, one thought lingered. Tonight, the ordeal would come again. Another inn, another bed, another cast of strangers whose habits, secrets, and tempers would shape the night ahead. The shared bed was never predictable, and that unpredictability was its most enduring legacy. Each night was a gamble, a test, and a story waiting to be told. And with each sunrise, the question remained, what unexpected drama, laughter, or danger would the next bed bring into their restless lives? When we imagine the shared beds of medieval inns, it is easy to picture the immediate discomfort, the fleas, the snores, the fear of theft. But what often goes unnoticed is the way these beds shaped the deeper social and cultural fabric of the time. They were not just resting places, they were spaces where identities collided, where hierarchies were questioned, and where society itself was acted out in miniature. In every straw-stuffed mattress and every cramped room, the shared bed became a stage where the larger dramas of the medieval world played themselves out in quiet, intimate ways. Consider the question of class. A nobleman who commanded respect on the open road could find himself lying shoulder to shoulder with a peasant in the dim light of an inn. Status melted quickly when all were wrapped in the same foul blanket, breathing the same fetid air. This forced proximity unsettled many of the elite, who resented the indignity. Chronicles record nobles complaining bitterly of smelling the sweat of laborers or enduring the noise of peasants who knew not how to lie still. Yet for the poor, such arrangements offered rare glimpses into the lives of the rich. observing their manners, hearing their stories, even noting their weaknesses in sleep. In that darkness, at least for a few hours, everyone became simply human, stripped of the symbols that separated them by day. Religious travelers added another layer of complexity. Pilgrims journeying to holy sites often viewed the shared bed as a trial of humility. To lie beside thieves, beggars, or vagabonds was seen as a kind of penance, a test of patience and faith. Some even believed that enduring the discomfort without complaint brought spiritual merit, as if the fleas themselves were tiny instruments of purification. Others, however, struggled with the moral implications. Priests warned of temptation, arguing that such close proximity might lead to sin, especially when men and women were forced to share a bed. The tension between spiritual ideals and practical necessity was never fully resolved, and it played out every night under the weight of rough blankets and whispered prayers. Travelers from distant lands faced their own shocks. Imagine an Italian merchant, accustomed to the warmth of Mediterranean nights, forced to huddle with strangers in a damp English inn where the straw reeked of mold. Or a German pilgrim, raised in a culture where family sleeping was common, astonished at the scandalized reaction of others when he treated communal beds casually. These cultural clashes were part of the tapestry of medieval travel. Inns were melting pots where languages, customs, and habits collided, sometimes harmoniously, often awkwardly. A Frenchman might mutter about the barbaric table manners of an Englishman during supper, only to find himself sleeping beside him a few hours later, the shared bed making mockery of his disdain. The gender dynamic of these beds was especially fraught. Women on the road had to navigate suspicion, vulnerability, and constant judgment. Sharing a bed with men was not only uncomfortable, but dangerous to reputation. A woman could be accused of impropriety simply for lying down in the wrong place. This led some women to travel in groups for protection, or to disguise themselves in men's clothing, a practice surprisingly common on long pilgrimages. Records even tell of innkeepers who reserved certain corners or chambers for women, though such courtesies were often reserved for those who could pay more. Despite these challenges, women traveled nonetheless, their resilience shining through the oppressive expectations of the age. The shared bed also became a place where secrets slipped out under the cover of darkness. A soldier might confess the horrors of war to a stranger he would never see again. A pilgrim might admit doubts about his faith. A merchant might whisper of debts he could not repay. These midnight revelations, spoken into the void of a crowded bed, carried less risk because they were fleeting. By morning, the confidant would be gone, and the secret scattered like smoke in the wind. This peculiar form of intimacy, revealing one's soul to a stranger, was one of the paradoxes of communal sleeping. It turned the bed into a confessional booth, where vulnerability was both dangerous and strangely liberating. Even more curious are the ways humor softened the edges of this ordeal. Satirical poems from the period describe the concert of snores and the flea banquets with a kind of grim amusement. Travelers laughed at the absurdities, the nobleman scratching like a dog, the pilgrim snoring like a trumpet, the innkeeper's promises of fresh straw that turned out to be recycled from last week. These jokes were not just entertainment, they were survival strategies. To laugh at the misery was to reclaim some power over it, to transform indignity into story. And once told, those stories traveled farther than the roads themselves, shaping how entire generations remembered the experience of the medieval inn. Yet behind the laughter and confession, fear always lurked. Violence could erupt without warning. A hand reaching in the dark could belong to a thief or something far worse. Disease spread with terrifying ease, and every cough in the night was a reminder of how fragile life could be. The shared bed carried with it the shadow of mortality, and this knowledge weighed heavily on those who endured it. Still, people continued to travel, to sleep, to endure, because life demanded it. And perhaps that is the greatest revelation, that the shared bed was not only a trial, but a testament to resilience. It showed how far people would go to survive, to connect, and to continue moving forward despite every hardship. So, when the dawn broke and travelers gathered their belongings, they carried more than aching bodies and weary eyes. They carried stories, stories of laughter, of humiliation, of whispered truths and stolen purses. Each bed was a chapter, each night a lesson, and together they formed the narrative of what it meant to move through a world where privacy was rare and survival was always communal. And, with every new road ahead, one question returned again and again. What would the next bed reveal? And how would it test the fragile bonds of trust, dignity, and endurance that defined the medieval traveler's life? By the 14th and 15th centuries, the practice of shared beds in inns was no longer simply an improvisation of necessity. It had become an institution, woven into the very expectations of medieval travel. Yet with this normalization came deeper layers of meaning. What appeared to be a crude arrangement of straw and blankets was, in truth, a microcosm of society's fears, hopes, and contradictions. To understand these beds is to peer into the very psychology of the age, where survival balanced precariously on the edge of trust and suspicion, and where every night revealed something about the human spirit. One striking reality was how the bed transformed into a theater of vulnerability. Sleep is, by nature, an act of surrender, and to surrender among strangers tested the limits of courage. A man who might swagger confidently in the tavern below was reduced to an anxious figure once he lay down, dagger hidden beneath his cloak, eyes darting toward every shift in the darkness. Imagine the silence broken only by the uneven chorus of snores, the smell of damp wool heavy in the air, and the uneasy awareness that at any moment someone might slip a hand toward your purse. Every traveler lived with this paradox. Exhaustion demanded rest, but fear forbade it. The shared bed became a nightly gamble, where survival required both vigilance and resignation. This tension often bled into ritual. Travelers developed elaborate strategies before lying down, almost like soldiers preparing for battle. Some tied their belts around their waists, even in sleep, securing pouches directly to their bodies. Others placed boots or daggers under their heads, turning possessions into pillows. A few devised stranger tricks, hiding coins in loaves of bread or sewing them into the lining of their cloaks. Yet these measures were never foolproof. A skilled thief could cut a purse from beneath a sleeping man without waking him. And sometimes, the very bedfellow you trusted most was the one who disappeared at dawn, leaving you poorer and wiser. These betrayals gave rise to proverbs still whispered centuries later. Trust your bedmate, and you'll wake with empty hands. But there was also the matter of disease, which hovered like a specter over every crowded bed. Fleas and lice were constant companions, their bites dismissed as nuisances until plague swept across Europe in the mid-14th century. Suddenly, every cough in the night, every fevered breath from a bedfellow, carried the threat of death. Inns became feared as much as they were needed. Travelers who once joked about lice began to shudder at the thought of unseen contagion spreading through shared bedding. Some innkeepers tried to reassure guests by claiming their straw had been renewed, but such promises were hollow. The truth was inescapable. To sleep in a shared bed was not only to risk theft, but to risk your very life. Even so, humanity found ways to adapt, and often through humor. Chroniclers wrote wryly of the concerts performed nightly in inns, where snores formed the bass line, coughs and sneezes added percussion, and muttered dreams provided a surreal melody. Travelers laughed at the absurdity, mocking each other in the morning over who had played the loudest part in the nocturnal symphony. This laughter did not erase the misery, but it transformed it, turning endurance into shared memory. What was humiliating in the moment became bearable once it could be told as a story, and those stories traveled farther than any road. Women's experiences in these spaces added yet another dimension. For them, the bed was not only uncomfortable, but fraught with danger. A lone woman could be judged, gossiped about, or even assaulted simply because of where she lay. To protect themselves, some women disguised their identities, traveling as men to avoid scrutiny. Others relied on the solidarity of companions or sympathetic strangers, who sometimes formed protective circles around them during the night. Yet even these acts of kindness underscored the precariousness of their situation. Dignity and safety were never guaranteed, only negotiated in the fragile hours before dawn. The bed also became a curious space of confession. Darkness and fatigue loosened tongues, and travelers often revealed more to strangers in the night than they ever would to family. A soldier might whisper of nightmares from the battlefield. A pilgrim might admit doubts about his faith. A merchant might confess fears of financial ruin. These whispered truths evaporated with the morning light, yet they left their mark. The anonymity of the shared bed made it a kind of confessional booth without priests or judgment. Vulnerability created fleeting intimacy, even among people who would never meet again. Yet not all revelations were harmless. Some travelers spoke in their sleep, betraying secrets unintentionally. There are accounts of men blurting out the location of hidden wealth, only to wake with their purses gone. Others muttered names, sparking suspicions of infidelity or betrayal. In this way, the bed became not only a place of rest, but a dangerous stage where even dreams could condemn you. To share a bed was to risk not only theft of your belongings, but theft of your very secrets. What fascinates most is how these beds reflected the world beyond the inn's walls. The medieval world was crowded, hierarchical, suspicious, and often merciless, yet also bound together by necessity, faith, and fleeting moments of connection. The bed compressed all of this into a single night. It forced nobles and peasants into proximity, men and women into uneasy coexistence, sinners and pilgrims into reluctant communion. Each dawn, travelers awoke stiff and weary, but also changed in subtle ways. They had endured something together, however reluctantly, and that endurance mirrored the larger struggle of life itself. And so, as the traveler tightened his cloak, stepped into his boots, and prepared once more to face the muddy road, he carried more than sore muscles and flea bites. He carried the memory of whispers overheard in the dark, the suspicion of a vanished coin, the sting of humiliation, or perhaps the warmth of a stranger's unexpected kindness. The bed lingered, long after the journey continued, a reminder that survival was not only about braving wolves and bandits, but about navigating the fragile, unpredictable theater of human closeness. The question that haunted every traveler was not only whether the road ahead would be safe, but whether the next bed, waiting in some smoky inn down the line, would bring comfort, betrayal, laughter, or death. And that question kept the medieval world forever balanced between dread and resilience, one restless night at a time. By the 15th part of this story, the shared bed is no longer just an uncomfortable image of medieval travel. It has become a symbol of an entire way of life. To step into a crowded inn and climb into that bed was to step into a world where all the contradictions of the age met at once. Poverty and wealth, fear and trust, humor and humiliation, all were tangled together like the straw beneath a weary traveler's back. The bed was not only a place of sleep, but a crucible, and each night tested the limits of endurance, reshaping the mind as much as it bruised the body. One of the most striking aspects of this crucible was the way it forced travelers to confront the loss of individuality. Today, a bed is our most private possession, a space no one else can claim. In the Middle Ages, that privacy did not exist. To share a bed was to surrender control of one's body, to lie tangled with strangers, whose breath mingled with yours, whose movements pressed against your skin. This was not intimacy born of choice, but of necessity, and it stripped people of the protective armor they wore during the day. It was humiliating for some, liberating for others, but it was always a reminder that survival left little room for pride. This surrender to circumstance gave birth to a strange etiquette, an unspoken set of rules that everyone understood, yet no one ever wrote down. Don't take more blanket than your share. Don't push a bedfellow too far toward the edge. Don't snore loudly, though of course no one could control such things. When these rules were broken, tempers flared. Fights erupted over elbows, knees, and stolen warmth. There are accounts of men waking in the night to wrestle over nothing more than the space of a pillow. And yet, more often than not, people endured in silence, swallowing their frustration because tomorrow's road demanded energy they could not afford to waste on quarrels. It was compromise in its rawest form, the kind that civilization itself depends on, played out nightly in straw and sweat. The shared bed also reshaped relationships between men and women, often in ways that revealed the deeper anxieties of the time. For men, the presence of women in the same bed could be both temptation and threat. For women, the arrangement was almost always dangerous. Even the most innocent of nights could give rise to rumors, and rumors could destroy reputations. Yet there were also stories of women who navigated this danger with extraordinary skill, disguising themselves, negotiating directly with innkeepers, or forming alliances with other travelers to secure their safety. These strategies reveal not only the risks, but the resilience of women who traveled in a world that rarely welcomed them. The bed was both a trap and a test, and many passed it with quiet courage. Beyond the personal, there were cultural clashes that played out in these beds. A traveler from one region might find the habits of another intolerable, whether it was the way they prayed, the way they snored, or even the way they smelled. In this way, the bed became a miniature form for the prejudices and stereotypes that colored the medieval imagination. The German mocked the Frenchman's garlic breath. The Englishman complained about the Italian's constant muttering of prayers. These tensions could escalate into quarrels, but sometimes they produced laughter instead. The absurdity of lying shoulder to shoulder with someone you had insulted only hours before forced people to see their own pettiness, and occasionally it even softened it. And then there was the question of disease, which hung over every bed like a shadow. The plague had left deep scars on the medieval psyche, and every cough in the night carried with it the memory of mass graves in deserted villages. Some travelers refused to sleep indoors at all, preferring the risk of wolves to the risk of contagion. Others carried charms and relics, convinced they could ward off sickness. The irony, of course, is that these charms were powerless against fleas and lice, which paid no respect to wealth, faith, or superstition. The shared bed was an equalizer in the cruelest sense. It reminded everyone that disease cared little for class or piety. Yet, for all its misery, the bed also offered moments of grace. A hand pulling the blanket back over you when you shivered. A whispered story that carried you into sleep. A song hummed softly in the darkness, reminding everyone of home. These moments of kindness were fleeting, but they mattered. They revealed the stubborn humanity that survived even in the worst conditions. They showed that, even in straw and filth, people could choose generosity over selfishness. And perhaps that is why so many travelers remembered these beds not only with disgust, but with a strange kind of nostalgia. The irony is that these beds, despised in their own time, have left a legacy that outlived the inns themselves. They appear in chronicles and satirical poems and letters written home by weary travelers. They survive in proverbs and in warnings passed down through generations. They have become, in their own way, symbols of endurance, uncomfortable, humiliating, but unforgettable, and each story about them carried its own lesson, about trust, about resilience, about the fragile line between survival and surrender. As dawn broke over another smoky inn, as travelers stretched their stiff limbs and gathered their belongings, The bed was left behind, but never forgotten. Its memory clung like the itch of fleas, following them down the road to the next village, the next inn, the next night of uneasy surrender. And with every new stop, the same unspoken question returned: would the bed be a place of safety, of danger, of laughter, or of loss? That uncertainty was what gave the shared bed its enduring power, turning every night into a story, and every traveler into a witness of humanity stripped to its most basic form. In this way, the shared bed of the medieval inn was more than just a piece of straw-filled furniture. It was a mirror of the age itself. It reflected fear, longing, cruelty, and kindness, all pressed together beneath a single blanket. And as travelers set out again on muddy roads, they carried not only their belongings, but the imprint of those nights, etched into memory as indelibly as the scars of the journey itself. And always, as the sun rose on another uncertain day, one thought lingered. Tonight, it would all begin again. By the 16th layer of this unfolding story, the shared bed is no longer just an oddity of medieval travel. It has become a symbol of how deeply the human condition can bend under pressure and necessity. Every time a traveler laid down in the straw, they were not only resting, but also entering into an unspoken contract with fate, to endure what could not be controlled, to accept the company of strangers, and to face whatever revelations the night might bring. It was in these beds that the medieval traveler confronted not only the flaws of others, but also the fragile truths of themselves. One of the most profound realities of the shared bed was the collapse of boundaries. In modern life, we guard our physical and emotional spaces fiercely. But in the medieval inn, there was no such luxury. To lie down in the dark was to give up the illusion of distance. Bodies pressed against each other, breaths mingled, blankets tugged back and forth in a silent war of elbows and knees. Privacy vanished. And yet, this very collapse of barriers forced people to see one another differently. Stripped of the masks of daylight, everyone became just another exhausted human, vulnerable in the same way. That leveling effect, uncomfortable as it was, carried its own kind of brutal honesty. Still, this honesty often produced tension. In the darkness, every flaw was magnified. Snores became thunderous accusations. A restless sleeper's shifting felt like deliberate provocation. And the smells, sweat, ale, unwashed wool, were inescapable. Travelers joked that the true test of endurance was not the miles walked during the day, but the hours endured in bed at night. Many adopted small coping mechanisms, like stuffing bits of cloth into their ears or wrapping cloaks tightly around their faces. Others surrendered to laughter, mocking the absurdity of trying to sleep while a stranger muttered nonsense beside them. These strategies did not eliminate the discomfort, but they transformed it into something survivable. The danger of theft added another layer of tension. It was one thing to lose sleep because of snores. It was another to wake with your purse missing. Skilled thieves could slip through the night like shadows, their fingers trained to lift coins from belts or boots without waking a soul. More unsettling still was the possibility that the thief lay beside you, sharing the same blanket, feigning the same exhaustion. Trust became a fragile currency, exchanged cautiously and often betrayed. Some travelers formed makeshift alliances, promising to watch each other's belongings, but such promises were often broken. And yet, people kept making them because the alternative, facing the night entirely alone, was far worse. Disease, too, lurked in every corner of these beds. Fleas and lice were ever present, their bites more than a nuisance in an age when contagion spread rapidly and without mercy. A simple cough in the night could ripple through the room like a curse, each sleeper silently praying it was nothing more than dust in the lungs. The Black Death had scarred Europe so deeply that its memory haunted every crowded space. Inns were whispered about as breeding grounds of pestilence, places where one night's sleep might carry consequences that lasted a lifetime. Yet travelers returned to them again and again, because the road outside offered wolves, bandits, and the cold indifference of nature. Between certain discomfort indoors and potential death outdoors, most chose the bed. Amid this constant strain, moments of humanity still surfaced. A soldier might cover a shivering bedfellow with part of his cloak. A pilgrim might share a whispered prayer that calmed anxious hearts. A minstrel might hum a tune that softened the edges of the night. These gestures, small but profound, became sparks of light in the darkness. They reminded travelers that, even in the worst conditions, kindness could survive. For many, these moments became the memories they carried long after the journey ended, not the itching bites or the missing coins, but the fleeting reassurance that someone, if only for a night, had chosen compassion over cruelty. Women's experiences in these beds were particularly revealing of the contradictions of medieval life. Vulnerable to suspicion and harassment, they bore the weight of both physical danger and social judgment. Yet they also displayed remarkable resilience. Some disguised themselves as men to avoid attention, while others traveled in groups, relying on solidarity for protection. There are stories of women who, through wit or courage, managed to turn the bed from a place of vulnerability into one of survival, even shaping alliances that carried them safely through the road ahead. Their presence in the shared bed, though fraught, highlights how much strength was required simply to endure the realities of medieval travel. The shared bed also became a breeding ground for stories, both literal and figurative. In the hush of the night, when exhaustion loosened tongues, people spoke more freely. Confessions slipped out. Secrets were whispered. A merchant admitted his debts. A soldier revealed his nightmares. A pilgrim confessed his doubts about God. These revelations, given to strangers who would vanish at dawn, carried little risk, and that anonymity created a peculiar intimacy. By morning, those words dissolved like smoke, but they left their mark. The bed became a confessional booth without walls, where humanity revealed itself in ways daylight rarely permitted. And yet, for every tender moment, there was always the possibility of horror. Violence could erupt suddenly, sparked by jealousy, greed, or paranoia. Some mornings, travelers awoke to find blood on the straw, the night's conflict ending in silence rather than laughter. These stories circulated widely, warnings etched into memory. Never trust too easily, never close your eyes without protection, never assume the night will pass quietly. The bed was not only a place of rest, but a stage for every human emotion, fear, cruelty, generosity, and longing, all playing out beneath a single blanket. By the time dawn crept in through the cracks of the shutters, the shared bed had already left its mark. Travelers rose, stiff and weary, scratching at bites, clutching at their belongings, exchanging awkward glances with those they had pressed against all night. Some carried away laughter, others humiliation, and a few carried only the bitter knowledge that they had survived another ordeal. Yet all of them carried something, because no one left the shared bed unchanged. And as they stepped back onto the road, cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill, the same unspoken question lingered in every mind. What would the next night bring? Another bed, another cast of strangers, another test of endurance. The cycle was endless, each in a reminder that survival was not only about conquering the road ahead, but about surviving the long, restless nights spent tangled in straw, suspicion, and the unpredictable company of others. By the 17th stage of this unfolding journey, the shared bed in medieval inns had become more than just an inconvenience, more than just a nightly ordeal. It had grown into a symbol of how people learned to negotiate their lives in the tightest and most fragile of spaces. The bed was not just about straw and blankets, not just about snores and fleas. It was about trust and betrayal, about fleeting bonds and quiet animosities, about the strange ways in which humans adapt when pushed together in conditions they cannot escape. Every night in that straw-filled crucible was like pressing society into a mold, and what emerged was often as revealing as it was unsettling. One of the most fascinating dynamics of these beds was how they forced travelers to share silence. In daylight, words filled the air, bargaining in the market, gossiping in taverns, confessing in churches. But in the darkness of the inn, silence became the language. Strangers lay side by side, hearing only each other's breathing, the occasional cough or the rustle of straw. That silence was heavy, sometimes comforting, sometimes suffocating. It magnified every small sound, turning a muttered dream into a revelation, a shift of weight into a threat. Silence was not empty. It was a stage where imaginations ran wild and fears whispered louder than voices ever could. Yet, when the silence broke, it often did so in unexpected ways. A restless traveler might begin telling a story, half to himself, half to the bed. Others listened, some annoyed, some intrigued. In this way, beds became places where tales traveled. Legends, gossip, and rumors spread from one road to another, not in markets or halls, but in whispered conversations beneath tattered blankets. One man might speak of bandits haunting a certain pass, while another recounted a miracle witnessed at a shrine. These stories, carried from bed to bed, shaped the very way travelers perceived the world. The medieval inn, in this sense, was less a resting place and more a living network of shared voices. The shared bed also forced the negotiation of power in the most intimate ways. Imagine a nobleman used to commanding servants, suddenly having to argue with a peasant about who gets more of the blanket, or a merchant forced to listen as a soldier insists on sleeping with his sword unsheathed for protection. These moments were humiliating for some and empowering for others. The poor, often voiceless in daily life, could assert themselves in the dark, simply by refusing to give ground. The nobleman's title meant little when elbows and knees decided territory. The bed leveled hierarchies in a way the daylight never could, and that leveling left its mark on everyone who endured it. And then there was the matter of superstition. The medieval mind was steeped in fear of the unseen, and beds were no exception. Some travelers carried charms or holy relics to protect against demons thought to haunt the night. Others whispered prayers before sleep, invoking saints to guard them against evil dreams. A sudden chill in the room might be taken as a sign of a wandering spirit, and the creak of wood could be interpreted as more than just shifting beams. Stories of beds, cursed by deaths, of travelers waking to visions, circulated widely. Whether one believed in them or not, the presence of such tales added an invisible weight to every night's rest. To sleep with strangers was unsettling enough, but to imagine sharing that bed with unseen forces was almost unbearable. The psychological toll of all this was immense. Nights of poor sleep left travelers irritable, short-tempered, and reckless by day. A merchant who had endured 3 nights of restless snoring might make costly mistakes in bargaining. A soldier might misjudge a threat on the road because his mind was dulled by exhaustion. Chronic lack of rest was not just uncomfortable, it was dangerous. It weakened the body, clouded judgment, and heightened suspicion. And in a world already fraught with uncertainty, these small cracks could easily turn into catastrophes. Yet the cycle continued, because the alternative, sleeping outside alone, was usually worse. Women's presence in these beds revealed even sharper contrasts. For some, the bed was a gauntlet of fear, every movement beside them a potential threat. For others, it was a chance to forge bonds of solidarity, especially when traveling with other women or protective companions. There are stories of female pilgrims who, through sheer composure and resilience, gained the admiration of their bedfellows, turning what could have been nights of terror into lessons in strength. These accounts remind us that the shared bed was not only a place of danger, but also a stage where courage could shine quietly, without applause, but with profound impact. Despite all its flaws, the bed remained a place of strange intimacy. People awoke, not only tangled in each other's limbs, but also at times in each other's stories. A man who wept in his sleep might find a stranger offering him bread at breakfast. A woman who confessed her fears in the dark might discover unexpected allies the next day. These bonds rarely lasted beyond the road. But in a world as brutal as the Middle Ages, even fleeting kindness mattered. The bed, then, was not only about endurance, but about discovery, of others, and of oneself. By the time dawn broke, and the inn's door creaked open to the muddy road outside, the bed had already left its mark. Some travelers left with lighter purses, others with heavier hearts, and a few with stories that would shape the rest of their journey. The bed was never neutral. It always took something from you: comfort, dignity, trust, and sometimes it gave something back in return, though never predictably. And as the travelers stepped into the daylight, shaking the straw from their cloaks and adjusting their belts, they carried with them the same unspoken anticipation. Somewhere up the road, in another inn, another bed waited. Would it be a place of betrayal or of kindness, of sleeplessness, or of unexpected peace? Each night carried its own mystery, and that uncertainty was both the terror and the strange allure of the shared bed. It was the constant reminder that, in the medieval world, rest was never just rest. It was survival wrapped in suspicion, humor, fear, and the fragile hope that tomorrow would bring something better. By the 18th layer of this story, the shared bed of medieval inns has revealed itself as more than a nightly ordeal. It has become a mirror, reflecting how people lived, feared, and adapted in a world where survival often hinged on cooperation with strangers. Every night was a new lesson in endurance, not only of the body but of the mind. And it was in these lessons that travelers uncovered just how fragile and yet how resilient human beings could be when thrust into such close quarters. One of the most remarkable truths about the shared bed is how it blurred the line between necessity and ritual. At first, people climbed into these beds because they had no other choice. But over time, the act of surrendering to a room full of strangers developed its own kind of rhythm. It was expected, even normalized, to the point where travelers adjusted their entire mindset to endure it. Much like soldiers hardened to battle or peasants accustomed to toil, travelers hardened themselves to nights of discomfort until the snoring chorus and the itchy straw became less shocking and more inevitable. That mental shift, from horror to acceptance, was perhaps the most telling adaptation of all. Yet acceptance never meant peace. Within the shared bed, tensions often simmered quietly beneath the surface. The blanket became a contested frontier, pulled back and forth by tired arms, each tug a silent declaration of territory. A restless sleeper's elbow became a weapon, jabbing ribs without apology. And when tempers finally boiled over, the result could be explosive. Inns witnessed countless midnight quarrels, some escalating into full fights that spilled onto the floorboards, waking every guest in the room. One chronicler wrote of a dispute so fierce that it ended with both men dragged outside by the innkeeper, only to resume their brawl in the mud until dawn. These episodes highlight how the bed, meant to restore strength, could just as easily drain it. But not every clash ended in violence. Sometimes the very proximity that sparked tension also bred surprising solidarity. A traveler who had cursed his bedfellow for stealing the blanket might find himself laughing with him over bread and ale the next morning. The soldier who frightened others by sleeping with a hand on his sword might, by daylight, prove to be their most reliable protector on the road. The irony of the shared bed is that it forced people to confront one another's flaws so nakedly that, at times, those flaws became almost endearing. Disgust transformed into tolerance, and tolerance into companionship, however temporary. Women, again, carried a unique burden in these arrangements. Their presence in a bed of men was both feared and judged. A woman could be harassed, gossiped about, or accused of impropriety even when she had no choice. And yet, some women used the very vulnerability of the bed to carve out power. There are accounts of female pilgrims who, through sheer composure, commanded the respect of their companions. One woman was said to have silenced a group of rowdy men in her bed by leading them in a midnight prayer, turning chaos into uneasy reverence. Such moments remind us that even in the most degrading circumstances, strength and dignity could emerge unexpectedly, challenging the assumptions of the age. Superstition often clung to these spaces as well. Beds were thought to absorb the energy of their sleepers, and travelers sometimes feared lying in a bed where someone had recently died. Whispers of haunted inns circulated, stories of groaning floorboards and unseen hands tugging at blankets in the night. Some travelers refused to sleep in certain beds, rumored to be cursed, preferring the cold floor instead. Whether these stories were born of imagination, exhaustion, or something more mysterious, they added another layer of unease to nights already heavy with suspicion. Sleep, in such a context, was never truly restful. It was a battle between the body's exhaustion and the mind's unease, yet through all of this, humor remained a lifeline. The medieval traveler's ability to laugh at misery is what made it bearable. Poets and satirists wrote mock epics about the nightly flea feasts, describing them as banquets where insects dined like kings on the blood of weary guests. Others joked that inns offered not beds, but schools of patience, where the curriculum was taught by snores, smells, and scratching. These jokes were more than mere entertainment. They were survival tools. To laugh at the bed was to strip it of some of its power, to reclaim dignity from indignity, and to carry on despite the indignities of the night. The psychological toll, however, could not be denied. Prolonged lack of rest left travelers short-tempered, paranoid, and weakened. And yet, these very conditions also shaped resilience. A merchant who endured countless nights in such beds learned to read people more shrewdly, to detect signs of deceit or trustworthiness in an instant. A soldier hardened by restless nights learned to fight fatigue with discipline. Even pilgrims, for whom endurance was a form of devotion, found in the bed a crucible for faith. Each night survived was another test passed on their holy journey. In this way, the shared bed, however despised, became a teacher of endurance, sharpening both body and spirit. And still, the cycle never ended. No matter how many inns one passed through, no matter how many nights of itching, snoring, and suspicion had been endured, the question always loomed over the next stop. What would the next bed bring? Would it be laughter or theft, kindness or cruelty, rest or unrest? That uncertainty was both the torment and the allure of medieval travel. Each night was a gamble, each bed a new story waiting to unfold. As dawn crept once more through the cracks of the shutters, travelers rose with stiff limbs and weary eyes, shaking the straw from their cloaks and gathering their scattered belongings. Some left with fewer coins, some with heavier hearts, and some with nothing more than the stubborn determination to keep moving. Yet all of them carried the memory of the night, a memory that would linger on the road ahead, shaping how they saw the world, how they trusted others, and how they endured the relentless hardships of the medieval journey. And as they stepped back into the uncertain light of morning, one thought remained constant. The bed, however despised, would be waiting again at the next stop, ready to test them all over again, in ways both familiar and utterly unpredictable. By the 19th turn of this story, the shared bed of medieval inns begins to appear not only as a nightly ordeal, but as a thread woven tightly into the fabric of the medieval imagination. These beds, uncomfortable as they were, became part of the collective consciousness of travelers. They were remembered not just as fleeting inconveniences, but as experiences that left lasting imprints, shaping both how people thought about the road and how they told stories about it afterward. What happened in these beds rarely stayed there. It traveled along with the pilgrims, merchants, and soldiers, passed from village to village like folklore dressed in straw and sweat. Travelers often spoke of the beds long after they had left them, transforming misery into anecdotes. A merchant might complain that he lost more sleep to his neighbor's snores than to the wolves on the road. A soldier might recount, half jokingly, how his bedmate swung his arm so violently in his dreams that he feared he was back on the battlefield. Pilgrims told of fleas that seemed divinely appointed to test their patience, as if each bite carried a lesson in humility. These stories served a double purpose. They allowed people to laugh at their suffering, and more importantly, they helped bind communities of travelers together through shared experience. The bed was not only endured, it was narrated, and in being narrated, it became part of a traveler's identity. But beyond storytelling, the shared bed also influenced how people viewed one another. Reputation was a fragile thing in the Middle Ages, and what happened in a bed could follow a traveler far beyond the walls of the inn. A man accused of theft during the night might find himself shunned on the road, his word no longer trusted. A woman rumored to have lain too close to a stranger could find her honor questioned regardless of the truth. Inns were not simply neutral spaces, they were crucibles of reputation where every movement, every whisper, every rumor could ripple outward into a traveler's future. This made the bed a dangerous stage, one where the play continued long after the curtains of dawn had risen. At the same time, these beds often revealed aspects of human behavior that daylight concealed. In the dark, stripped of rank and pretense, people sometimes displayed surprising tenderness. A hardened soldier might cover a shivering pilgrim with his cloak. A merchant, wary of thieves, might end up sharing bread with the very man he distrusted at first. A woman traveling alone might find unexpected allies in strangers who quietly defended her dignity. These moments, fragile and fleeting, were rarely acknowledged in the morning, but they lingered in memory. They showed that, even in the harshest conditions, the human capacity for kindness could still surface. Of course, for every act of kindness, there were acts of cruelty. Some travelers woke to find their possessions gone. Their bedfellows vanished before dawn. Others endured harassment, bullying, or worse, with no recourse but silence. And yet, even these dark stories became a part of the lore of travel, warnings told at the next inn to weary newcomers. Beware the man who offers to watch your purse, one might hear. Trust the pilgrim who prays before he sleeps, but never the one who snores after his ale. These sayings, passed like folk wisdom, were rooted in the bitter lessons of the shared bed. The psychological toll of these constant negotiations was immense. The shared bed tested patience as much as it tested endurance. Nights of poor sleep left travelers irritable, their temper shortened, their judgment clouded. And yet, many learned to adapt. They became experts in reading others, in sensing danger from the smallest shift of tone or posture. In this way, the bed became a classroom, teaching lessons about trust, suspicion, resilience, and compromise. These lessons were not written in books, but lived night after night, etched into muscle memory in the weary minds of those who survived them. Interestingly, the bed also became a site of cultural exchange. With travelers from different regions thrown together, the conversations that unfolded before sleep or in the bleary moments after waking carried ideas across borders. A French pilgrim might describe the relics of a distant shrine to a German merchant, who later passed the tale along in his own city. Songs, jokes, proverbs, even recipes traveled in this way, spreading quietly from bed to bed. What seems like a place of filth and unease was also a place where the threads of culture were stitched together, weaving the diverse fabric of the medieval world. There was also a curious spirituality attached to these experiences. Some saw the discomfort of the shared bed as a form of penance, a nightly reminder of life's humility and hardship. Pilgrims often believed that enduring fleas, snores, and suspicion without complaint brought spiritual merit. In their minds, the bed became another step on their holy journey, just as sacred, though far less glamorous than the relics they sought. This perspective transformed suffering into meaning, and meaning into endurance. For them, each night survived was not only a necessity, but also a quiet act of devotion. And yet, despite all the humor, superstition, and adaptation, the shared bed always carried with it the specter of unpredictability. No traveler ever truly knew what the night would bring. Would it be laughter, whispered stories, and a fragile bond with a stranger? Or would it be theft, humiliation, and a bitter lesson learned too late? That uncertainty haunted every traveler as they set foot on the road. It was what made inns both a sanctuary and a source of dread, what turned every bed into a story waiting to be told. By the time dawn crept in and travelers rose, stretching their stiff limbs and checking their belongings, the shared bed had already fulfilled its role. It had tested them, shaped them, perhaps scarred them, but it had also given them something to carry forward. The memory of that night, whether bitter, tender, or absurd, would travel with them, whispered again and again in new inns, with new strangers, beneath new roofs. And with each new telling, the shared bed grew larger than life, no longer just straw and wood, but a living emblem of what it meant to survive, to endure and to remain human in the strange and perilous theater of the medieval road. And so, as travelers stepped back into the light of morning, one thought lingered on their weary faces. Tonight, another bed awaited, and with it, another chance to test the fragile balance between danger and humanity that lay at the heart of every journey. By the 20th part of this story, the shared bed of medieval inns stands not only as an image of discomfort and danger, but also as a profound symbol of the human experience in a world defined by uncertainty. These beds, sagging with straw, alive with fleas, and filled with strangers, were not accidental inconveniences. They were woven into the structure of medieval life, constant reminders that survival required compromise, endurance, and the uneasy art of living with others. To climb into one was not simply to rest. It was to step into a nightly experiment where dignity, trust, and fear collided under the same tattered blanket. One of the most intriguing truths about the shared bed was how it shaped identity. A traveler's reputation could be made or broken not only in markets or battles, but in these dimly lit rooms. The man who snored like thunder might become infamous among pilgrims, his name muttered from one inn to another. The thief who slipped away with a purse could spread terror along an entire route, his shadow haunting those who heard his story. Even the kind-hearted traveler who gave up his cloak to a shivering stranger might find his generosity remembered and retold. In this way, the bed became more than a place of sleep. It became a stage where character was revealed, judged, and carried into legend. But this stage was also treacherous. Reputation could be destroyed in a single night. Rumors spread quickly in the tight quarters of inns. A misplaced word in sleep, a gesture misinterpreted in the dark, could spark gossip that followed someone for weeks. A woman accused of impropriety, a man suspected of cowardice or dishonor, might find themselves branded unfairly by what others thought they'd seen or heard in the bed. This fragile economy of trust and suspicion shows just how much power these cramped sleeping spaces held over the social lives of travelers. To survive the bed unscathed was not only a physical challenge, but a social one as well. And yet, there was more to these beds than humiliation or fear. They were also strange laboratories of empathy. Imagine lying beside someone whose station in life was entirely different from yours, a noble beside a peasant, a soldier beside a monk. In the intimacy of the night, differences blurred. Conversations whispered into the straw sometimes revealed shared fears, shared hopes, or shared griefs. These were not friendships in the conventional sense, but fleeting moments of connection. For a few hours, stripped of armor, coin, or rank, people remembered that they were all human, bound by the same need for warmth and rest. Those moments, though fragile, had the power to reshape how a traveler saw the world come morning. Superstition lingered heavily over these beds too. Many believed that spirits haunted places where death had occurred, and since inns often witnessed violent ends, beds became fertile ground for ghost stories. Travelers whispered of blankets tugged away by invisible hands, of whispers in the night when no one was speaking, of cold spots in the straw where someone long dead was said to have lain. Even the most hardened soldiers sometimes crossed themselves before sleep, muttering prayers against the unseen. Whether these tales were inventions of fearful minds or not, they shaped the psychology of every guest, layering spiritual dread on top of physical discomfort. Sleep was never just sleep. It was a passage into mystery and danger. Disease, too, was an ever-present threat. Every bite of a flea was a reminder of the invisible risks hidden in the straw. After the Black Death, inns were whispered about as nests of contagion. Travelers sometimes carried sprigs of herbs or vials of vinegar, believing they could cleanse the air around them. Others placed charms under their pillows to ward off sickness. None of it offered real protection, but it reveals how desperately people sought control in a world where the bed itself could become an accomplice to death. To lie down at night was, in many ways, to roll the dice with fate. Yet even in this grim reality, humor managed to survive. Travelers joked that inns were not places of rest, but of lessons in patience. Satirical songs described fleas as innkeepers who charged their own taxes on the blood of guests. Pilgrims laughed at the absurdity of priests who condemned sin in daylight but shared blankets with strangers at night. This humor was not trivial, it was essential. By turning indignity into comedy, travelers reclaimed a measure of power over their suffering. Laughter made it possible to endure, and endurance was the only way forward. Women's experiences remained especially telling. Their presence in a bed of strangers was fraught with suspicion and danger, yet also with opportunities for resilience. Some women developed reputations for their sharp tongues, scolding bedfellows into proper behavior. Others gained quiet admiration for their endurance, turning vulnerability into a form of strength. These stories remind us that even in spaces designed without them in mind, women carved out their own forms of survival. Their presence in the bed underscored the contradictions of medieval society. A world that both judged and depended on them, feared their vulnerability, yet leaned on their resilience. What lingers most about the shared bed is its unpredictability. No two nights were the same. One bed might bring laughter and whispered stories, another theft and humiliation, another silence so heavy it felt like a confession. This uncertainty made every inn both a refuge and a threat, every bed a story waiting to be told. Travelers set out on the road each morning, not only wondering what dangers awaited in the forests or on the bridges, but also what dramas would unfold once the door of the next inn closed behind them. And so, as dawn broke over yet another smoky chamber, travelers rose again, stiff, weary, scratching at bites, clutching at their purses, glancing awkwardly at those whose bodies had pressed against theirs all night. Some left lighter of coin, others heavier of heart, but all left changed in some way. The shared bed had done its work. It had stripped away illusions, revealed truths, and etched another story into the fabric of the journey. And as they stepped back onto the muddy road, cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill, they carried with them the same unspoken thought. Tonight, another bed awaited, and with it, another test of what it meant to survive, to trust, and to endure in the strange theater of the medieval road. By the 21st layer of this story, the shared bed of medieval inns begins to take on an almost mythic quality. It was not only an ordeal of sleeplessness and suspicion, but a lived metaphor for the world outside those cramped wooden walls. Every night, beneath the low beams of an inn, was a miniature version of medieval society, crowded, hierarchical, unpredictable, and held together by necessity rather than choice. To lie in such a bed was to participate in a drama that replayed itself endlessly, each time with new actors and new tensions, yet always with the same underlying script of endurance and compromise. One of the most curious features of these beds was how they erased and simultaneously reinforced social boundaries. By day, a nobleman might stride through the marketplace with servants at his side, careful never to brush shoulders with a commoner. But at night, under the same wool blanket, he might find himself pressed against a muddy-booted peasant, In that moment, the fine line between privilege and poverty blurred. And yet, it also hardened again by morning, when the nobleman would rise, grumbling, more aware than ever of his rank, vowing never to endure such indignity again. This rhythm of collapsing distance at night and rebuilding it in daylight made the bed both a leveler and a reminder of inequality, a paradox that left its mark on everyone who experienced it. The psychology of suspicion was another constant presence. In daylight, it was easier to judge a man's character by his dress, his words, his bearing. But in the darkness of a shared bed, all such markers disappeared. The merchant, the thief, the pilgrim, and the deserter all became silhouettes, breathing in rhythm, indistinguishable save for their habits of sleep. The uncertainty was maddening. Every cough could signal illness. Every shift of weight could be a prelude to theft. Every whispered murmur might conceal a secret conspiracy. Travelers quickly learned that the bed was not a place of rest, but of vigilance, a nightly rehearsal for the larger suspicions that governed medieval life. And yet, in that suspicion, people also found a strange kind of honesty. Stripped of daylight pretenses, many revealed themselves in unguarded ways. A soldier who boasted loudly in taverns might weep quietly in his sleep, haunted by the faces of the men he had killed. A merchant obsessed with profits might confess his debts in a half-dream, his words spilling into the darkness. Pilgrims, too, often whispered prayers or doubts, exposing more vulnerability in those moments than in the grand displays of faith they performed by day. In this way, the shared bed became a confessional booth without walls, a place where truth slipped out not because it was asked for, but because it could not be contained. The danger of contagion never faded from these spaces, and it was often the most terrifying element of all. Even long after the great waves of plague, the memory of sudden death clung to the air of inns. The close quarters of shared beds, sweat mingling with sweat, cough spreading through the stale room, made travelers acutely aware of their mortality. Some clutched charms, convinced they could ward off sickness. Others insisted on sleeping fully clothed, believing that layers of fabric might protect them from unseen dangers. The irony, of course, was that nothing shielded them from lice and fleas, the true carriers of disease. Still, the rituals persisted, because to believe in protection was sometimes the only way to face the night. And then there was the element of comedy, which softened the edge of dread. For all the misery, laughter often arose in the absurdity of the situation. Pilgrims joked that the fleas were better fed than they were. A minstrel once compared the bed to a stage, with snores as music and twitching bodies as the dance. Nobles complained of peasants' smells, only to discover their own perfumes soured in the heat of the crowded bed. These ironies were not trivial, they were survival tools. Laughter made indignity bearable, and in being told and retold, these jokes became part of the lore of travel, passed down like secret passwords from one generation of wanderers to the next. Women, as always, occupied the most precarious place in this arrangement. For them, the bed was not only uncomfortable, but dangerous in ways men could scarcely understand. Every shift of weight, every drunken murmur in the dark, carried the possibility of violation. Some women disguised themselves as men to protect their safety. Others traveled in groups, sleeping huddled together for defense. There are even records of women turning the vulnerability of the bed into a weapon, shaming or cursing men who dared to harass them, their voices carrying enough force to silence even the boldest offender. These moments of defiance remind us that while the bed often exposed women to risk, it also revealed their resilience and capacity for survival in a society that offered them little protection. But perhaps the most profound aspect of the shared bed was how it shaped memory. The road blurred in endless repetition, muddy paths, crowded markets, cold meals, but the bed carved itself sharply into the mind. Every traveler remembered the worst night of sleep they endured. The thief who vanished with their boots, the stranger whose snores shook the rafters, the fleas that feasted without mercy. And they remembered, too, the rare nights of kindness, the stranger who offered half his blanket, the companion whose whispered story carried them into dreams. These memories lingered longer than the landscapes or even the destinations, because the bed condensed the entire fragility of medieval life into a single, unforgettable experience. By dawn, when travelers rose stiff and weary, gathering their belongings and avoiding each other's eyes, the bed had already done its work. It had tested their patience, revealed their secrets, and reminded them of their mortality. Yet it also gave them stories they would carry down the road, retell in other inns, and pass on to others who would one day endure the same ordeal. And so, with every sunrise, the cycle renewed itself. Another road, another inn, another bed, another night of suspicion, humor, and fragile humanity. What made the shared bed so unforgettable was precisely this unpredictability. It could be cruel or comic, humiliating or strangely comforting. It could strip you of dignity or gift you with an unexpected kindness. It was, in its own way, the perfect mirror of medieval life itself, uncertain, precarious, and always demanding endurance. And as travelers stepped once more into the morning light, weary but determined, one thought remained constant. The road ahead would end in yet another bed, and with it, another trial of what it meant to be human in a world where even rest was never truly safe. By the 22nd chapter of this exploration, the shared bed of medieval inns has become not only a vivid detail of travel, but almost a metaphor for the fragile condition of human existence in those centuries. Night after night, travelers placed themselves into a crucible of discomfort, suspicion, and uneasy intimacy, and from that crucible emerged stories that reflected every contradiction of the Middle Ages. The bed was more than furniture. It was a living arena where human instincts collided with necessity, where fear mixed with laughter, and where survival required both caution and compromise. One striking element that emerges is how the bed blurred the boundaries between strangers and kin. Families were accustomed to sleeping together. Parents, children, even servants crammed into one chamber at home. For them, the shock of sharing space was less about bodies and more about reputations. To climb into bed with strangers was not simply physical, but social, an act that tested dignity. A man might endure the stink of sweat and the noise of snores, but he dreaded whispers about impropriety far more. In this sense, the shared bed was not only a physical ordeal, but a reputational risk, where the line between honor and shame was as thin as a blanket tugged too far in the night. The reputation of inns themselves was also bound tightly to their beds. Some establishments became infamous, their names muttered as warnings along the roads. Avoid the Red Lion, its beds crawl with vermin. Beware the St. Mary's Rest, thieves sleep closer than friends there. Conversely, a rare inn known for relative cleanliness or fairness became a kind of beacon. Pilgrims and merchants would go out of their way, traveling extra miles just to reach a bed whose straw was rumored to be fresh, or whose innkeeper had a reputation for honesty. These reputations shaped the flow of medieval travel, proving that the quality of a bed could matter as much as the safety of the road itself. The economics of these arrangements were equally revealing. Beds were rarely priced per person. They were sold per space, and it was up to the innkeeper to decide how many bodies that space could hold. A greedy innkeeper might squeeze 4 or 5 into a frame meant for 2, maximizing profit at the expense of rest. In some towns, travelers complained that a bed was nothing more than a place on the floor, straw so thin that the wooden boards beneath bruised the body by morning. Others noted that even when you paid for space in a bed, you were not paying for comfort. You were paying for the chance to survive the night indoors rather than risk wolves, bandits, or freezing winds. That grim calculation made even the worst mattress preferable to none. Yet within these spaces, life unfolded in ways both humorous and poignant. Consider the pilgrim who snored through the night while others plotted elaborate revenge, stuffing his nose with straw or rolling him off the edge, or the merchant who dreamed aloud of his hidden wealth, only to find himself mocked in the morning and lighter in purse. These stories became part of the folklore of the road, lessons disguised as comedy. They circulated endlessly, carried by travelers who retold them at markets and shrines, transforming personal misery into collective entertainment. In this way, the shared bed served as a factory of anecdotes, generating tales that bound together the vast and wandering network of medieval Europe. Superstition clung heavily to the shared bed as well. Many believed that spirits lingered in places where people had died, and since inns often witnessed sudden deaths, murders, plague, accidents, beds themselves became objects of fear. Some travelers claimed to feel invisible hands tugging at blankets or cold breath on their necks when no one was near. Whether hallucinations born of exhaustion or real events, such tales spread quickly. Entire inns gained reputations as haunted, and even the bravest soldiers crossed themselves before lying down. To sleep was to surrender not only to the risk of theft or disease, but to the possibility of unseen forces that no blade could ward off. Women's experiences, again, cast the starkest light on the bed's dangers and meanings. For them, the bed was a site of constant negotiation, between vulnerability and defiance, danger and resilience. Some relied on disguises, others on allies, and a few turned their vulnerability into a weapon, shaming men into restraint or using sharp words to command respect. Stories survive of women who led prayers before bed, turning the space into a kind of makeshift chapel, forcing drunken men into silence. Others spoke of women who endured harassment in silence, bearing scars both physical and reputational that followed them for years. These extremes show how the bed was never neutral. For women, it was always charged, always fraught, always demanding more than it gave. But perhaps the most enduring truth about the shared bed was its unpredictability. Each night was a new experiment, each bed a gamble. A traveler might find laughter, kindness, and even fleeting friendship beneath the same blanket that the night before had delivered only humiliation and fleas. This unpredictability was both the terror and the strange allure of travel. It gave the road its texture, making every stop an adventure, every bed a story waiting to be told. No one knew what awaited them once the candle burned low and the door was bolted shut. And it was precisely this uncertainty that etched the experience so deeply into memory. By morning, when travelers rose stiff and weary, brushing straw from their cloaks and checking their pouches for missing coins, the bed had already fulfilled its role. It had tested their patience, revealed their fears, and reminded them of their humanity. And as they stepped once more into the muddy roads and cold winds of the medieval world, they carried with them not only the aches of poor sleep, but the stories, warnings, and memories born in the crucible of the night. And with each new day, the same thought lingered, whispered in silence as boots struck the earth. Somewhere up ahead, another bed awaited. Would it bring danger, laughter, or humiliation? Would it leave scars, or would it gift a story worth retelling? That question haunted every traveler, and it was this endless anticipation that made the shared bed of medieval inns not merely an inconvenience, but one of the defining experiences of the journey itself. By the 23rd turn of this journey, the shared bed has already revealed itself as a place of suspicion, humiliation, fleeting solidarity, and endless discomfort. But to look deeper is to realize that these beds were not only physical spaces, they were cultural crossroads, shaping the very way people thought about travel, community, and the fragility of life. Each night in a crowded bed was a test not only of the body, but of the soul, and each morning revealed lessons that lingered long after the straw was shaken from one's cloak. One striking reality was how these beds shaped perceptions of morality. In a world where religious values saturated every part of life, the act of lying down with strangers was loaded with suspicion. Priests thundered from pulpits that such intimacy bred temptation, warning that sin thrived where men and women slept side by side. Pilgrims, however, often countered that sharing a bed was an act of humility, a way of stripping themselves of comfort for the sake of penance. Thus the bed became a contested symbol, condemned as a breeding ground for vice, yet praised as a crucible of endurance. Each night, travelers wrestled not only with fleas and snores, but with the question of whether their suffering was punishment or spiritual growth. Beyond morality, the bed also shaped ideas of trust and betrayal. Travelers who endured theft at night rarely forgot it. A missing dagger or an empty purse was not just a financial loss, but a wound to one's dignity. Rumors of thieves spread like wildfire, attaching themselves to entire regions or towns. An inn in one city might be forever branded as untrustworthy because of a single incident, its reputation carried on the lips of countless merchants and pilgrims. In this way, the bed was not only a personal ordeal, but also a force that shaped the economic lifelines of inns, towns, and even trade routes. Trust broken in the night could ripple outward for months, staining entire communities. But alongside betrayal came strange forms of solidarity. A traveler might wake to find his belongings untouched because his bedfellows had silently protected him. Groups sometimes formed within beds, tiny alliances built on shared exhaustion or mutual fear. A soldier might promise to guard a pilgrim's staff, while the pilgrim in turn whispered prayers for his protector's soul. These fragile bonds rarely lasted beyond the next dawn, but in the moment they carried profound weight. In a world where danger lurked at every turn, even temporary trust could feel like salvation. The shared bed also acted as a stage for cultural exchange. Travelers from distant lands found themselves lying inches apart, forced into conversations they might never have had otherwise. A French pilgrim might share stories of relics in Chartres, while a German merchant spoke of markets in Cologne. Recipes, proverbs, songs, and even superstitions passed back and forth across the straw. These exchanges, however small, stitched together the fabric of Europe, creating subtle threads of connection between people who otherwise lived in isolation. What we now call cultural diffusion was, in part, carried out not in universities or courts, but in the whispered conversations of weary travelers lying shoulder to shoulder in smoky inns. The comedy of these beds cannot be overlooked either. Travelers joked endlessly about the symphony of snores, the banquets for fleas, and the indignity of waking to find a stranger's foot pressed against their face. Some tales exaggerated these absurdities to the point of legend. Merchants mocked for bargaining in their sleep, monks ridiculed for reciting prayers in a dream, nobles teased for scratching themselves like peasants in the dark. These stories became the humor of the road, retold around fires and at marketplaces, turning misery into laughter. For many, humor was the only shield against despair, a way of transforming indignity into memory. Women's stories again stand out with sharp clarity. For them, the bed was a place of vulnerability, but also of remarkable resilience. There are accounts of women who used their sharp tongues to command respect, shaming bedfellows into silence when they crossed boundaries. Others wielded prayer like a weapon, reciting verses until even the rowdiest drunkards fell into uneasy quiet. And yet, there were also countless tales of women who endured harassment in silence, their dignity scarred by nights that left no visible wounds. These contrasts remind us that the shared bed was never a neutral ground. It was a place where gender roles were tested, contested, and painfully reinforced. Superstition remained a constant companion to all of this. Beds were thought to carry the essence of their sleepers, and lying in a bed once used by the sick or the dead was a source of dread. Some travelers refused to sleep in certain corners of an inn, believing them cursed. Others placed protective charms under their pillows, or muttered incantations against nightmares. The fear of unseen forces mingled with the very real threats of fleas, theft, and violence, creating nights heavy with both physical and spiritual unease. Sleep in such conditions was never just rest, it was a leap of faith into the unknown. The irony of it all is that despite the misery, travelers rarely forgot these nights. The road blurred into monotony, mud, dust, and endless miles, but the beds lingered in memory, sharper than the landscapes themselves. People remembered the snorer who kept them awake, the thief who vanished before dawn, the kind stranger who offered a corner of the blanket. These moments crystallized the essence of the journey, transforming discomfort into the very stories that travelers carried with them. In this sense, the bed was not just a necessity, it was a storyteller, shaping how the medieval world understood itself. By morning, when the rooster crowed and light spilled through the cracks of the shutters, the bed released its hold. Travelers rose, stiff and scratching, adjusting their belts and checking their pouches. Some left humiliated, others relieved, a few strangely nostalgic for the bonds formed in the night, but all carried something with them, an imprint of the bed, a scar of experience, a story to be retold. And as they stepped once more onto the road, muddy and uncertain, the thought returned like an echo. Tonight, another bed awaited, with its own trials, betrayals, laughter, and fleeting moments of kindness. And it was this endless cycle, this nightly gamble between misery and memory, that made the shared bed not just an ordeal, but one of the defining features of medieval travel itself. By the 24th stretch of this journey, the shared bed of medieval inns has grown into a symbol of endurance and an unexpected theater of human behavior. What at first seemed like nothing more than a cramped mattress stuffed with straw reveals itself, over time, to be one of the most revealing stages of medieval life. Within those narrow frames and beneath those patched blankets, the truth of society unfolded, its humor, its cruelty, its tenderness, and its fragility. To study these beds is to peer directly into the human condition, stripped of privacy, comfort, and pretense. One of the most revealing aspects of these shared beds was how they transformed strangers into temporary communities. In daylight, the road was filled with divisions, by class, by region, by faith. Yet at night, a merchant from Flanders, a pilgrim from Spain, and a soldier from the Rhineland might find themselves breathing the same stale air, tangled in the same bedding. For a few hours, their lives collided in ways that daylight never would have allowed. In these moments, laughter, grudges, and suspicions mingled like the smells of sweat and ale. What began as unease often grew into reluctant familiarity, and sometimes even fleeting camaraderie. That strange intimacy, forced but undeniable, was one of the bed's enduring paradoxes. Still, suspicion never truly disappeared. The bed was as much a place of risk as of rest. Theft was a constant threat, and the knowledge that one's neighbor might be eyeing a purse or dagger kept many half awake through the night. Some slept with their belongings tucked under their bodies, while others clutched knives, ready to wake at the faintest sound. The very act of lying down among strangers was a test of nerve. Yet what fascinates most is how often people accepted this risk, night after night, because the alternative, exposure to wolves, weather, or bandits outside, was even more terrifying. In this way, the bed mirrored the broader condition of medieval life. Danger was unavoidable, so people learned to live with it. Disease, too, haunted every inch of the shared bed. The memory of the Black Death lingered in the imagination for generations, and inns were frequently seen as nests of contagion. Fleas and lice were everywhere, and the act of lying down beside a coughing or fevered stranger felt like gambling with one's life. Herbal charms, relics, and whispered prayers were common defenses, more symbolic than effective. And yet, despite the fear, people continued to share beds because there was no other choice. This daily compromise between fear of death and need for shelter etched itself into the psyche of travelers, reminding them constantly of how fragile life could be. Superstition clung tightly to these spaces. Beds were thought to absorb the energy of their sleepers, and travelers often feared beds where the sick had died. Rumors of haunted inns were common, with tales of restless spirits tugging at blankets or whispering in the dark. Even the creak of wood could be mistaken for something otherworldly. For the medieval traveler, the shared bed was not just a place of physical unease, but also of spiritual dread, where unseen forces were thought to lurk. And whether real or imagined, this weight of superstition made the act of sleep feel like surrendering to both earthly and unearthly risks at once. Yet, amid fear and suspicion, there were moments of remarkable humanity. A soldier, hardened by years of war, might gently cover a shivering pilgrim with part of his cloak. A poor laborer might share bread with the wealthy merchant beside him, reminding both that hunger united them more than wealth divided them. Even the simple act of enduring snores together could build a strange kind of solidarity. These fleeting kindnesses were fragile, but they mattered. They showed that even in the filth and fear of medieval travel, compassion could still bloom, however briefly. And for many, these rare moments of grace became the memories that endured long after the bites and bruises had faded. The bed also played a curious role in storytelling. In the half-dark, with exhaustion loosening tongues, travelers often shared stories, songs, or confessions. A minstrel might hum a ballad that carried weary companions into uneasy dreams. A pilgrim might recount visions or miracles, while a merchant whispered secrets of trade routes or prices. These tales spread far beyond the bed, carried from inn to inn, shaping the lore of entire regions. The shared bed was, in its own way, a transmitter of culture, a place where knowledge, gossip, and legends traveled as surely as the travelers themselves. For women, the bed remained a crucible of vulnerability and resilience. Their presence in such spaces was fraught with suspicion and risk, yet countless women traveled regardless. Some disguised themselves as men, others relied on wit, sharp words, or alliances to secure their dignity. The bed exposed them to harassment, but also provided a stage where their strength could shine, whether through commanding silence, invoking prayers, or simply enduring with dignity. Their experiences remind us that the bed was not only a place of survival, but also one of subtle defiance against the limitations imposed on them by society. By morning, the true legacy of the bed revealed itself. Some travelers rose poorer, lighter of coin or dignity. Others rose heavier, carrying stories, regrets, or memories of kindness. The bed was never neutral. It always left an imprint, whether bitter or sweet. And as travelers shook straw from their cloaks, adjusted belts, and stepped back into the uncertain daylight, they carried those imprints with them. The bed lingered long after they had left, etched into memory like a scar or a song. What makes the shared bed so unforgettable is not just the misery it caused, but the way it condensed the whole of medieval life into a single night. Danger, laughter, intimacy, betrayal, faith, superstition, and endurance, all pressed together under the weight of a tattered blanket. And as the road stretched on, travelers knew with weary certainty that at the next inn, and the one after that, the cycle would repeat itself. Each bed would bring its own ordeal, its own story, its own test of how much humanity could endure when stripped of comfort and cast into the unpredictable company of strangers. By the 25th passage of this story, the shared bed of medieval inns has become a character in its own right, alive with memory, shaped by countless travelers and heavy with both misery and revelation. It was more than a resting place. It was an instrument of endurance, a nightly gauntlet through which every pilgrim, soldier, merchant, and vagabond had to pass. To lie down in that bed was to accept a contract with chaos, one written not in ink, but in sweat, fleas, whispers, and the strange intimacy of bodies pressed together in the dark. What set these beds apart was their ability to strip travelers of illusions. In the inn's smoky chamber, all distinctions faded. A nobleman who boasted of his estates found himself itching just as furiously as the beggar beside him. A monk who preached about purity muttered in his sleep like any other man. The soldier, the merchant, the pilgrim, all reduced to weary flesh, sharing one straw mattress. This collapse of hierarchy did not abolish class differences, but it did remind everyone of a truth too easily forgotten. No title, no purse, no armor could shield a person from the indignities of a crowded bed. That reminder carried a sting, but also a strange equality that daylight quickly destroyed. Suspicion, however, was never equal. Some travelers were marked as potential threats before they even lay down. Foreign accents, ragged clothing, or shifty glances branded certain bedfellows as likely thieves. Merchants wrapped their purses in cloaks, tucking them under their heads. Pilgrims clutched staffs even in sleep, while soldiers kept daggers close. Yet it was not always the poorest who stole. Sometimes the smooth-tongued traveler, seemingly respectable, was the one who slipped away with boots or coin at dawn. This unpredictability kept everyone on edge, transforming the bed into a nightly lesson in mistrust. And yet, night after night, they climbed in again because the dangers of the road outside were worse. The physical misery was relentless. Straw mattresses flattened quickly, leaving bodies pressed against rough boards. Blankets were damp, heavy with years of sweat and smoke. Fleas bit without mercy, while lice crawled through hair and seams. And then there were the smells: ale, stale breath, damp wool, unwashed feet, all mingling into a stench so thick it lingered in the nostrils for days. Travelers joked that inns did not offer sleep, but battles of endurance, where one either fought off vermin in snores or surrendered entirely. And yet, even this misery became a kind of dark comedy. Stories of the snorer who shook the beams, or the flea that bit through two cloaks, became entertainment on the road, transforming torment into laughter. Women's presence in these beds exposed the sharpest contrasts of all. For them, the danger was doubled, both physical and reputational. To share a bed with men risked harassment, but even if no harm came, rumors alone could stain a woman's name. Some disguised themselves as men, others used prayer, sharp words, or sheer force of will to secure their safety. Yet records also tell of women who commanded respect in these spaces, silencing rowdy bedfellows with authority or winning allies through courage. Their stories remind us that the bed was not only a trap for women, but also a place where resilience, wit, and strength could shine under pressure. Superstition thrived in these conditions. Inns were often rumored to be haunted, their beds cursed by deaths that had occurred within them. Travelers spoke of strange chills at night, of invisible hands tugging at blankets, of dreams so vivid they seemed like visions. Some carried charms or relics, convinced they would ward off spirits. Others whispered prayers before lying down, invoking saints to guard them through the night. These rituals, though powerless against fleas or thieves, gave comfort to weary souls, making sleep feel less like surrender and more like survival. For many, faith was the only shield they had against the unseen. Yet, amid the fear and discomfort, there were also moments of grace. Strangers sometimes looked out for one another, covering a companion with part of a blanket or sharing a crust of bread in the morning. Bedfellows who began the night as enemies, quarreling over space or blankets, might wake with a kind of unspoken bond, having endured the ordeal together. These fragile alliances rarely lasted beyond the inn's door, but they mattered in the moment. They reminded travelers that even in the worst conditions, kindness could still emerge, flickering like a candle in the dark. The bed was also a transmitter of stories. In the half-dark, when exhaustion loosened tongues, travelers spoke freely. A soldier confessed nightmares of war. A merchant whispered secrets of trade. A pilgrim recited prayers, while a minstrel hummed songs that lulled his bedfellows into uneasy dreams. These words traveled from bed to bed, spreading gossip, legends, and knowledge across the medieval world. In this way, the bed was not only a place of sleep, but a vehicle of culture, carrying ideas across distances as surely as the roads themselves. By morning, when the first light crept through the shutters, the bed released its hold, but not without leaving its mark. Some rose with lighter purses, others with heavier hearts, all with memories they could never forget. The bed was never just endured, it was remembered, retold, reshaped into stories that echoed long after the journey had ended. Each dawn brought both relief and dread, for everyone knew the cycle would repeat itself at the next inn, the next town, the next night. And it is this cycle, the endless gamble of discomfort, fear, humor, and fleeting humanity, that gave the shared bed its power. It was not simply a piece of furniture, but a crucible, stripping travelers down to their most vulnerable selves and reminding them, night after night, what it meant to survive. And, as they stepped once more onto the muddy roads, weary but unbroken, they carried the imprint of the bed with them, a reminder that even in the most degrading of circumstances, the human spirit found ways to endure, to laugh, and to carry forward into whatever trials the next night might bring. By the 26th turn of this journey, the shared bed has long since ceased to be a curiosity of medieval travel. It has become a stage where the rawest realities of human existence were played out night after night. To speak of it now is not simply to describe a piece of furniture, but to describe an institution that revealed more about people's fears, desires, and survival instincts than almost any other element of the medieval road. Each bed was a crucible, and each morning a reckoning, where the lessons of the night clung like fleas to the memory of every traveler. One of the most striking truths about the shared bed was its power to distort time. For a weary traveler, hours seemed to stretch endlessly in the darkness. The bed was not a place of rest, but of restless waiting. The snore of one man might echo like a drumbeat, each second stretching longer than the last. A flea bite could transform into an eternity of scratching. The creak of a bedpost in the dark could feel like an omen, each sound magnified by exhaustion and fear. Travelers often wrote that the longest nights of their lives were not spent in dungeons or storms, but in the suffocating intimacy of a bed they could not escape. That elongation of time turned each night into a test of patience more grueling than the miles walked by day. And yet, in that suspended time, strange things often happened. Strangers who had ignored each other at supper sometimes whispered into the dark, sharing secrets or stories that daylight would never allow. The anonymity of night created a space for honesty, and confessions spilled out like breath. A soldier might reveal the terror behind his bravado. A merchant might admit debts or betrayals. A pilgrim might whisper doubts about the very relics he sought. By morning, these truths vanished into silence, never acknowledged again, but they left an imprint. The bed became a place where the hidden self emerged, fleetingly, and then dissolved with the dawn. The unpredictability of these revelations was mirrored by the unpredictability of violence. Though most nights ended in weary silence, there were always exceptions. A quarrel over stolen space, a drunken insult, or a suspicious movement could erupt into chaos. Blades sometimes flashed in the dark, the straw itself stained with blood by morning. Inns gained reputations from such nights. Some whispered of as many bodies buried behind an inn as beds within it. These stories traveled fast, reinforcing the bed's dual identity as both sanctuary and snare. To lie down was to gamble, and gamblers knew that not every throw of the dice ended well. Women's experiences continued to reveal the sharpest edges of this ordeal. For them, the bed was never merely about comfort or even theft. It was about survival in the most intimate sense. Their presence was judged, scrutinized, and too often endangered. And yet, their resilience shines through the records that remain. Some wielded prayer as both shield and weapon, invoking saints so fervently that bedfellows dared not transgress. Others disguised themselves with astonishing cleverness, passing entire journeys as men. There are even accounts of women who turned the bed into a stage of resistance, publicly shaming men in the morning for their conduct at night, their words echoing far enough to damage reputations beyond repair. These acts of courage show that even in the most constrained and humiliating spaces, women could carve out power from the very circumstances designed to strip it away. Superstition lent the bed an aura that went beyond flesh and blood. Tales of haunted inns, cursed beds, and restless spirits were as much a part of travel as the mud on the roads. People believed that the straw held the essence of past sleepers, especially those who had died there. Some claimed to awake to ghostly figures leaning over them, or to feel unseen hands tugging at their blankets. Whether illusions of exhaustion or genuine beliefs, these stories spread like wildfire. They colored the psychology of every traveler, making the act of lying down not only a risk of theft or disease, but a confrontation with the unseen. To sleep in such a bed was, for many, to step into a liminal space where the living and the dead brushed against one another. Disease, of course, was the specter that lingered longest. Long after plague had swept through Europe, its shadow haunted every crowded inn. The shared bed was a perfect breeding ground for contagion, with bodies pressed together, breath mingling in stale air, and fleas carrying unseen threats. Some travelers refused beds altogether, preferring to sleep on floors or even outside, exposed to wolves and weather rather than risk the pestilence of close quarters. Others carried herbs, vinegar, or charms, convinced they could ward off sickness. Yet no one was truly safe. Each night was a gamble not only with thieves and spirits, but with death itself, hidden in every cough, every bite, every fevered breath. And yet, despite all of this, the bed was also a place where culture itself traveled. Songs, prayers, jokes, and proverbs passed from one bed to another, from one inn to the next, carried across regions like invisible cargo. A traveler might learn a French song in one bed and hum it in a German inn the next night. A proverb whispered in Spain could surface in Italy within weeks. In this way, the shared bed was as much a vehicle of connection as the road itself. The very discomfort that bound travelers together also wove their cultures into one fabric, stitch by stitch, night by night. By dawn, when travelers rose scratching at bites, clutching their belongings, and avoiding each other's eyes, the bed had already performed its function. It had tested patience, revealed truths, spread stories, and reminded everyone of their fragility. The marks it left were more than physical. They were psychological, cultural, even spiritual. And as weary bodies stepped once more onto muddy roads, cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill, they carried those marks with them, etched into memory, ready to be retold in the next inn and the one after that. What made the shared bed unforgettable was not just the misery it caused, but the way it condensed the entire medieval world into a single night. Danger and kindness, cruelty and humor, superstition and reality, all pressed together under the same blanket. And as the cycle repeated endlessly, travelers learned the same lesson again and again. Survival in the medieval world was not only about braving forests, mountains, or storms, it was about enduring the long, restless nights when even sleep itself was never safe. By the 27th passage of this unfolding journey, the shared bed of medieval inns no longer appears as a simple detail of travel, but as a prism through which the entire structure of society can be seen. It was a place of testing, where the rules of daylight bent and sometimes broke, where every traveler was forced to confront discomfort, suspicion, and intimacy in equal measure. The road itself was perilous, but the bed was its own battlefield. Quieter, stranger, and often more revealing. To understand these beds is to understand how survival, culture, and even memory itself were shaped by the unrelenting demands of life in the Middle Ages. One of the most remarkable truths about the shared bed was how it created a forced democracy of fatigue. No matter how different one's background, all who entered the inn eventually surrendered to exhaustion. The nobleman, accustomed to velvet chambers, and the peasant, used to straw floors, both tossed and turned through the same symphony of snores and scratching. For a few hours, power and status meant little. A duke could find himself fighting for blanket space against a barefoot pilgrim, while a merchant, who prided himself on his fine silks, awoke covered in the same flea bites as the beggar beside him. Daylight rebuilt hierarchies, but the bed dismantled them with ruthless equality, and travelers carried that sting of humiliation or revelation with them down the road. And yet, the dismantling of rank did not always lead to harmony. Suspicion thrived in the dark. Every creak of the boards, every cough in the night, every sudden shift of weight carried with it the potential for danger. Was that man shifting because he was restless? Or because his hand crept toward a purse? Was that cough simply a cold? Or the first whisper of plague? Sleep became a gamble, a fragile bargain struck between the need for rest and the fear of betrayal. Some placed daggers beneath their pillows, others tied belts tightly around their waists to protect purses. But no precaution was perfect, and many travelers rose poorer at dawn, their suspicions confirmed only too late. At the same time, these beds were fertile ground for stories and rumors. The silence of night often gave way to whispered confessions or half-dreamed mutterings. A soldier might mumble about battles fought, revealing traumas he would never admit while awake. A merchant could speak in dreams of debts or hidden wealth, accidentally betraying secrets to listening ears. Pilgrims sometimes recited prayers aloud in their sleep, their words mingling with the restless shifting of others. By morning, these fragments of truth became gossip, spreading from one inn to another like wildfire. In this way, the bed itself became a vessel of communication, carrying rumors and knowledge across distances as effectively as letters or sermons. Women's experiences remained at the sharp edge of this ordeal. For them, the bed was not just an annoyance, but a crucible of danger. Every night was a negotiation, not only of space, but of dignity and survival. Some disguised themselves to avoid notice, their identities hidden beneath cloaks. Others relied on sharp tongues, scolding potential harassers into submission. A few turned to prayer, invoking saints in a way that transformed the bed into a temporary chapel, silencing even the most unruly companions. These strategies reveal the extraordinary resilience required of women who traveled, carving protection from an environment that gave them none. Yet for every story of resilience, there were darker tales of silence, shame, and wounds that left scars deeper than the bites of fleas. Superstition deepened the weight of the experience. Medieval people often believed that spirits clung to places where suffering or death had occurred. And since inns frequently witnessed violence or sudden deaths, beds themselves became objects of dread. Some claimed to see ghostly figures hovering at the edges of the mattress, or to feel unseen hands tugging at blankets in the night. A sudden chill was not simply a draft, it was an omen. Even if one did not believe these tales, they added a charge to the air, making each night feel heavy with invisible presence. To sleep was never to relax, but to risk opening oneself to forces beyond understanding. And then there was the comedy, because even in the worst conditions, humor found a foothold. Travelers laughed at the absurdity of trying to sleep while pressed against strangers. They joked about fleas organizing feasts, or about the chorus of snores rising like a choir. Some tales were retold so often they became legend, like the pilgrim who dreamt he was fighting demons and thrashed so wildly that he threw 3 bedfellows onto the floor. Laughter became a kind of armor, transforming indignity into entertainment, turning suffering into a story worth repeating. It was this ability to laugh at misery that kept spirits alive, even when bodies were weary and bitten raw. Yet beneath the laughter, the dangers of the bed could not be ignored. Violence sometimes erupted, sparked by jealousy, suspicion, or drunkenness. Some inns became infamous for the blood spilled in their rooms, their names whispered along roads as warnings. And the greatest danger of all was not from knives, but from disease. Fleas, lice, and stale air created the perfect environment for contagion. The memory of the Black Death never faded, and every cough in the dark carried with it a shiver of fear. To lie in such a bed was to roll dice not only with thieves and spirits, but with death itself. Still, travelers returned to these beds night after night, because the alternative, loneliness, exposure, and wolves beyond the indoor, was worse. And in returning, they learned something vital, that survival required compromise, endurance, and the ability to find light in darkness. The bed became a nightly reminder of this truth. It stripped away illusions, tested patience, revealed both cruelty and kindness, and forced people to see themselves and each other with brutal clarity. By dawn, when weary bodies rose, scratching at bites and checking their purses, the bed had already done its work. It had tested them, reshaped them, left them carrying memories that would last far longer than the roads themselves. And as they stepped into the cold light of morning, cloaks pulled tight, one thought followed them like a shadow. Tonight, another bed awaited, with its own mysteries, its own dangers, its own chance to reveal what it truly meant to be human in a world where even rest could never be trusted. By the 28th descent into this story, the shared bed of medieval inns no longer feels like a side note of travel. It feels like the very heart of it. To lie in those beds was not just to rest, but to enter into a nightly theater of survival, where dignity, patience, and resilience were constantly on trial. The bed condensed the whole of medieval life into a single, suffocating space. The mingling of rich and poor, the clash of trust and suspicion, the tug between laughter and fear. It was, in every sense, a mirror of the age itself, and its lessons went far deeper than the sleepless hours endured upon its straw. One of the most fascinating realities of the shared bed was how it altered perception of the body. In daylight, people guarded their gestures carefully, using posture, clothing, and ritual to announce their place in the social order. But at night, all masks slipped away. The body became unavoidable, snoring, sweating, twitching in dreams, scratching at flea bites. These unguarded moments exposed vulnerabilities no one intended to share. A nobleman, who carried himself with stern dignity at supper, might mutter nonsense like a child in his sleep. A monk, praised for ascetic discipline, might snatch greedily at blankets in the dark. The body told truths the mouth would never admit, and travelers learned as much from each other's unconscious selves as from their words. This stripping away of pretense made the bed both humiliating and strangely honest. Suspicion, however, was the unshakable shadow that hung over every bed. Theft was not an occasional misfortune, but an expectation. A traveler who fell too deeply asleep might rise to find boots missing, purses cut, or cloaks replaced with rags. It was said that the best thieves were those who could rob you while sharing the same blanket. Many tried to guard themselves, sleeping on top of their belongings, sewing coins into hidden seams, or even clutching daggers under the straw. Yet none of these methods guaranteed safety. What made it worse was the uncertainty. One never knew if the friendly man beside them was an honest pilgrim or a practiced cutpurse. That uncertainty gnawed at nerves until rest became nearly impossible, turning the bed into a battleground of trust versus survival. And yet, the same bed that inspired suspicion also inspired fleeting bonds. Travelers sometimes woke to discover their possessions intact, not because of luck, but because their bedfellows had silently protected them. Shared discomfort created small alliances, as strangers defended one another against others in the room. A soldier might whisper a promise to watch over a pilgrim's staff, while the pilgrim, in turn, recited prayers aloud that soothed everyone's fear of the dark. These fragile communities dissolved at dawn, but in the night they were powerful, giving weary travelers a sense of safety they could not find alone. The paradox of the bed lay in this duality. It could betray as quickly as it could protect. The cultural exchanges born from these beds added yet another layer of significance. With bodies crammed together in smoky rooms, conversations often became inevitable. Stories of saints' relics, rumors of markets, songs from distant towns, and proverbs from foreign tongues passed from one bed to another, spreading across Europe faster than most merchants' caravans. A tale whispered in an inn in Burgundy could resurface in a tavern in Florence weeks later. The shared bed was thus not only a place of rest, but also an engine of transmission, carrying ideas and stories across borders without parchment or ink. The medieval imagination was shaped not only by sermons and courts, but also by the half-dreamed words exchanged on straw mattresses. Superstition added yet another dimension to the ordeal. Medieval travelers often believed that beds carried the imprint of their former sleepers, especially if those sleepers had died violently. Whispers of cursed beds were common, spots where the restless dead tugged at blankets, whispered in ears, or caused nightmares so vivid they seemed real. Some inns gained reputations for being haunted, and travelers would rather brave the night air than sleep in certain corners. Even skeptics were not immune. In a silent, crowded room, a sudden chill could send shivers of dread through the bravest soldier. Whether real or imagined, these fears layered spiritual unease upon physical misery, making sleep feel like an act of faith as much as fatigue. Women, as always, faced the sharpest trials. The shared bed was a crucible of danger for them, every gesture misinterpreted, every glance scrutinized. Rumors could stain a woman's name as surely as violence could scar her body. And yet, women often navigated this peril with remarkable ingenuity. Some disguised themselves as men, others traveled in groups, and many wielded prayer or sharp wit to establish boundaries in the darkness. Records tell of women who silenced unruly bedfellows with commanding words, invoking saints so fiercely that no one dared cross them. Others endured in silence, their resilience a quiet defiance against the conditions that offered them so little protection. Their presence in these beds illuminated not only the dangers of travel, but also the extraordinary endurance required simply to exist within it. Despite its dangers, the bed was also a place of humor because laughter was often the only weapon travelers had against despair. Pilgrims joked that the fleas paid higher rent than they did. Minstrels mocked the chorus of snores, turning it into verses sung at the next tavern. Merchants laughed at their own indignities, recalling nights when they woke with a stranger's foot on their face or a hand tangled in their cloak. These jokes, retold again and again, transformed humiliation into folklore. What could not be conquered was, at least, made ridiculous, and in laughter lay a kind of resilience, the ability to transform suffering into memory without letting it crush the spirit. By dawn, when roosters crowed and pale light seeped through the shutters, the bed had already imprinted itself upon the travelers who lay there. Some rose humiliated, others oddly strengthened. A few carried away secrets they should never have heard, while others carried the sting of betrayal. Yet all carried something, for no one passed through the shared bed unchanged. The night condensed the chaos of the medieval world into a single experience, a reminder that survival demanded not only strength but adaptability, wit, and patience. And so, as travelers stepped back into the muddy roads, cloaks drawn tight, one truth clung to them. The bed would await again, in another town, in another smoky chamber, with another cast of strangers. And each time it would pose the same relentless question. Would this night bring kindness, betrayal, or something neither expected nor prepared for? That question haunted every step of the road, ensuring that the shared bed remained not just a detail of travel, but the very soul of the medieval journey. By the 29th turn of this exploration, the shared bed of medieval inns emerges less as an inconvenience and more as an emblem of how human beings adapt when pressed together by necessity. It was a place where fear and fatigue intertwined, where dignity could be stolen as easily as a purse, and where the boundaries of self and other blurred in ways that were both humiliating and revealing. Each night spent in that space was not only about surviving until dawn, but about enduring a concentrated lesson in what it meant to be human in a world where control was rare and vulnerability constant. The most profound aspect of the shared bed was its ability to erase the illusion of privacy. Today, we treat the bed as the most intimate of spaces, a sanctuary reserved for those closest to us. In the Middle Ages, the bed was the opposite, a site of enforced exposure. To lie down among strangers was to surrender not only your body, but also the fragments of your unconscious life. Your snores, your mutterings, the twitch of your limbs in dreams. These details, insignificant in themselves, became fodder for gossip, suspicion, or ridicule. A man who bargained with imaginary merchants in his sleep might find himself mocked by fellow travelers for weeks to come. In this way, the bed revealed parts of the self one might wish never to share, stripping away the protective armor worn by day. Suspicion, of course, was constant, and with good reason. Thieves often worked not in the shadows of forests, but under the covers of inns. The proximity made theft both easier and more dangerous. A single misjudged movement could wake a roomful of exhausted, armed men, turning a petty crime into a bloody brawl. Yet thieves were often astonishingly skilled, slipping purses from belts and knives from boots without stirring their bedfellows. Chroniclers tell of travelers who woke with only their shirts remaining, every other possession spirited away in the night. This sharpened a paradox. One had to trust enough to share a bed at all, yet never so much that vigilance disappeared entirely. The delicate balance between suspicion and resignation shaped the psychology of every night. But while suspicion fractured trust, exhaustion built it back in strange ways. There are accounts of strangers defending one another during fights, or warning bedfellows of suspicious characters before sleep. Sometimes bonds formed over the sheer misery of the night itself. A merchant and a soldier, kept awake by a snorer louder than thunder, might share laughter in their frustration, forging a bond that lasted for days on the road. These fragile alliances show how, even in the most degrading spaces, humans sought connection. The shared bed could just as easily break trust as create it, leaving travelers unsure which outcome awaited them until morning. The bed also functioned as a conduit for cultural transmission. Forced into proximity, people exchanged stories, songs, prayers, and rumors. A Flemish pilgrim might hum a hymn learned in his homeland, while an Italian merchant whispered news of prices in distant markets. These exchanges, fleeting as they were, spread knowledge across Europe with surprising speed. Entire legends are believed to have traveled in this way, past bed to bed, inn to inn, until they became part of a broader cultural tapestry. Thus, the bed was not only a site of discomfort, but also of diffusion, where the mingling of bodies created the mingling of ideas. Women's experiences again illuminated the stark inequalities of the age. Their very presence in a shared bed was laden with risk, both physical and reputational. A single rumor could ruin a woman's standing, no matter how unwilling she was in the arrangement. Some disguised themselves as men, binding their hair and lowering their voices. Others relied on sharp wit, invoking piety or commanding silence through sheer will. There are even accounts of women turning the tables, exposing men's misconduct by mourning and ruining their reputations instead. These stories reveal the resilience of women who navigated a world that offered them no safe spaces, forcing them to carve out safety from scraps of authority and courage. Superstition gave another layer of unease to the bed. Beds were thought to absorb the spirits of those who had died in them, and inns often witnessed sudden deaths from violence or illness. A traveler might wake chilled, convinced a ghost had brushed against him. Others claimed to hear whispering voices in the dark, even when no one was speaking. Whether hallucinations born of exhaustion or genuine beliefs, these stories spread quickly, giving certain inns reputations that clung to them for generations. Even skeptics found themselves crossing themselves before sleep, unwilling to gamble entirely with the unseen. Thus, the bed was haunted not only by fleas and thieves, but also by fears that belonged more to the spirit than to the flesh. And yet, humor never fully abandoned the shared bed. Satirical poems described inns as universities of patience, where fleas and snores were the professors. Pilgrims laughed that the true relics of travel were the bites carried home, proof of devotion as much as of endurance. These jokes mattered because they transformed indignity into memory, turning suffering into something that could be retold without shame. And laughter was not denial, but survival, a way of reclaiming control over an experience that left so much beyond one's grasp. By dawn, when the cock crowed and weak sunlight slipped through wooden shutters, the bed's lesson was already complete. Some travelers rose with lighter purses, others with heavier hearts, a few with the odd relief of unexpected kindness. No one left unchained. The bed had done its work, condensing the chaos of medieval society into one long, restless night. And as they stepped once more into the muddy road, the same question haunted every traveler. What would the next bed bring? Kindness, betrayal, laughter, or dread? It was this endless uncertainty, repeated night after night, that made the shared bed unforgettable. More than the roads, more than the markets, more even than the shrines, it was the beds that lingered in memory, because it was there, in the fragile hours before dawn, that the true texture of medieval life revealed itself most vividly. By the 30th turn of this journey, the shared bed has grown into something far greater than a detail of medieval travel. It has become a lens through which we can glimpse the entire rhythm of the age, its hardships, its humor, its suspicions, its fleeting solidarities. Each night in that straw-filled frame was a microcosm of society itself, compressing all the contradictions of medieval life into a single suffocating space. To understand the shared bed is to understand the Middle Ages, not as a series of distant battles or royal decrees, but as a lived experience of endurance, one that pressed itself into the very skin of every traveler. What makes this stage particularly revealing is how the shared bed forced travelers into a fragile kind of intimacy. In daylight, human interactions were governed by ritual, bows, titles, gestures of rank and class. But at night, under the same blanket, those rituals dissolved. There were no thrones or pews, no market stalls or pulpits. There were only bodies pressed together, sharing breath and warmth, twitching and snoring in a kind of unconscious honesty. For many, this was humiliating. For others, oddly liberating. The shared bed reminded everyone that beneath their roles and reputations, they were still creatures of flesh, subject to the same hungers, weaknesses, and restless dreams. Suspicion, however, never let that intimacy become comfortable. Every rustle in the dark carried with it a question. Was it simply a man turning in his sleep, or the subtle reach of a thief's hand? Was that groan a harmless dream, or the first symptom of sickness? Suspicion turned every sound into a possible threat, and this constant alertness made true rest rare. Some travelers went to elaborate lengths to protect themselves, tying belts around their waists so tightly that purses could not be cut loose, or hiding coins and bread and using it as a pillow. Others relied on instinct, choosing bedfellows carefully, scanning faces at supper to guess which might be honest and which might not. Yet instinct often failed, and many travelers woke lighter of belongings, left with only a bitter lesson carved into memory. Still, the bed had a way of forging bonds out of shared misery. When 2 or 3 endured the same sleepless night, they often rose with a kind of grudging solidarity. Complaining about snores, scratching at bites, or mocking the absurdity of the night became a kind of glue. These temporary alliances rarely lasted long on the road, but in the moment they carried weight. The merchant who shared bread with a soldier at dawn might later find protection on a dangerous road. The pilgrim who whispered prayers that calmed anxious companions might receive food or coin in return. These exchanges show how the shared bed, uncomfortable as it was, could generate fleeting communities, fragile but real. The cultural exchanges that took place in these spaces were just as significant. Strangers lying side by side often passed the time with whispered stories before sleep. A Frenchman might tell of miracles at a shrine in Chartres, while a Spaniard described markets in Toledo. Songs, jokes, and proverbs moved from bed to bed, crossing borders long before printing presses or formal schools carried knowledge. Entire legends may have traveled this way, born on the lips of weary travelers who carried them onward to the next inn. In this sense, the bed was not only a place of rest, but also a vehicle of cultural diffusion, stitching together Europe's fragmented regions one story at a time. Women's place in this nightly ordeal illuminated the deepest contradictions of the age. For them, the bed was never simply uncomfortable, it was dangerous. Their very presence could invite suspicion, harassment, or scandal. Some disguised themselves in men's clothing, traveling unnoticed, while others depended on groups of companions to shield them. Yet many accounts tell of women who carved out strength even in this vulnerability, commanding silence with sharp words, invoking saints with prayers so fierce that no man dared cross them. Others turned the very act of endurance into a form of defiance, their survival itself a quiet rebellion against a society that left them exposed. Their stories remind us that even in the most degrading spaces, resilience found a way to shine. Superstition added yet another layer of tension to the bed. Travelers often believed that spirits lingered in places where people had died. And since inns were notorious for sudden deaths, murders, fevers, accidents, beds themselves carried a reputation for being haunted. Whispers of cursed mattresses and ghostly presences filled the imagination of weary travelers. Even the hardened scoffer might cross himself before lying down, unwilling to risk offending forces he did not believe in by day but feared in the stillness of night. These tales of haunted beds circulated widely, giving some inns reputations so notorious that travelers avoided them entirely. Whether real or imagined, the fear of the unseen clung to every night like an extra presence in the room. And yet, despite the suspicion, superstition, and humiliation, humor always resurfaced. Pilgrims joked that fleas were better innkeepers than the men who charged them coin. Merchants laughed that they paid for a bed, but received only a battlefield of limbs and snores. Satirists wrote mock epics of the nightly ordeal, casting fleas as armies and snores as trumpeters leading the charge. These jokes were not merely frivolous, they were weapons against despair. By laughing at the indignities of the bed, travelers reclaimed some power over their suffering, turning it into a story worth retelling rather than a humiliation to be hidden. By dawn, when pale light crept through shutters and weary travelers shook straw from their cloaks, the bed had already done its work. Some rose poorer, others wiser, a few oddly nostalgic for the strange intimacy of the night, but all carried something, an imprint of the bed etched into their memory. The roads blurred into monotony, but the beds lingered. The snorer who rattled the rafters, the thief who vanished before dawn, the stranger who shared warmth without asking for anything in return. Each night condensed the medieval world into one fragile experiment in survival. And so, as travelers stepped once more onto muddy roads, cloaks drawn tight against the morning chill, one thought lingered with them above all else. Tonight would bring another bed, another test, another story waiting to unfold. And it was in that endless cycle, fear, laughter, betrayal, kindness, that the shared bed became not just a detail of travel, but the most unforgettable emblem of what it meant to live, to endure, and to remain human in the restless world of the Middle Ages. By the 31st turn of this exploration, the shared bed has come to embody not merely the fatigue of medieval travel, but the entire paradox of a society where survival depended on closeness, while fear made closeness unbearable. Each night was a study in human contradiction. The desire for safety bound strangers together, yet that same proximity amplified suspicion, disgust, and dread. The bed was not only a resting place, but a proving ground, where people's patience, ingenuity, and hidden selves were laid bare against the backdrop of restless sleep and flickering candlelight. One of the most fascinating aspects of the shared bed was how it turned every traveler into an observer. With eyes half closed, but senses sharpened by unease, people noticed everything. The way a neighbor muttered prayers, the rhythm of another's breathing, the restless twitch of limbs. Some learned to read these patterns like signs, judging character by the noises and movements of sleep. A man who clutched his purse tightly was assumed to be wealthy or paranoid. One who muttered apologies in his dreams was taken as weak or guilty. These judgments were rarely accurate, but they reflected how desperately people sought to make sense of their companions when words had fallen silent. In the bed, identity was reconstructed from scraps of sound and gesture, each traveler piecing together a narrative of those pressed against them. Yet this scrutiny was double-edged. While travelers studied others, they also feared being studied themselves. To speak in dreams was to risk revealing secrets. A merchant might mutter about hidden debts. A soldier might cry out the names of those he had killed. Some tried to train themselves into silence, clutching rosaries or murmuring prayers before sleep as if to anchor the mind. But few could control what escaped in the night, and by morning, a reputation could be dented by nothing more than a whispered word overheard by strangers. The bed, then, was not simply a place of vulnerability. It was a stage where reputations could be reshaped or ruined by the unconscious. The constant closeness also had strange effects on the sense of self. Modern people assume firm boundaries between their own bodies and those of others, but in the medieval bed, those boundaries blurred. Elbows pressed into ribs, legs tangled, blankets shifted like contested borders. Some wrote of waking unsure where their own body ended and another's began. This blurring of identity could feel humiliating, as though individuality itself were smothered in the tangle of limbs. But in other cases, it produced fleeting moments of solidarity, even tenderness. A stranger's hand shifting the blanket to cover you, or a shared laugh over the absurdity of the arrangement, reminded travelers that survival often depended on the willingness to merge one's self into the uncomfortable company of others. Women's experiences again reveal the sharpest edges of this ordeal. For them, the fear was not only of theft or illness, but of violation and scandal. To be seen entering or leaving a shared bed could damage a reputation even without wrongdoing. Yet many women navigated this danger with remarkable resilience. Some organized sleeping arrangements with other women for safety, while others relied on sheer authority of voice or demeanor to command respect. There are even accounts of women leading whispered prayers before sleep, transforming the bed from a space of fear into one of uneasy reverence. These small acts of control, carved out of a situation designed to strip control away, demonstrate the creativity and endurance required to survive on the road. Superstition weighed heavily on these nights, adding a spectral layer to the physical discomfort. Beds were thought to absorb the presence of those who had died in them, and given how often violence and illness struck inns, many believed they lay among invisible company. Some swore they felt cold hands brushing against them or heard whispers when the room was still. Even skeptics often muttered charms or crossed themselves before closing their eyes, unwilling to test whether the fears were true. In such an atmosphere, every creak of the boards, every flicker of candlelight became an omen, transforming the bed into a threshold between the living and the dead. Disease was the more practical specter, and its presence was inescapable. With bodies pressed together, the spread of sickness was all but guaranteed. Travelers carried herbs, amulets, or small cloths soaked in vinegar, believing they could purify the air. These measures provided comfort, but little real protection. A single feverish sleeper could infect an entire room, and rumors of plague or contagion clung to inns as tightly as fleas to straw. To sleep in a shared bed was to accept not only the risk of theft, but the possibility that rest itself could be fatal. And yet, night after night, travelers returned because the wolves outside and the cold winds were no less deadly. Despite all these fears, humor persisted. Pilgrims mocked the ordeal by calling inns schools of patience, with fleas as the instructors and snores as the lessons. Minstrels composed comic verses about knights spent tangled in limbs, and merchants recounted stories of humiliation with exaggerated flair. Humor transformed indignity into entertainment, creating stories that traveled farther than the roads themselves. These tales did more than amuse. They allowed people to reclaim agency, turning suffering into narrative and narrative into a form of control over what could not otherwise be endured. By dawn, when weary travelers rose, scratching at bites, clutching their purses, and exchanging wary glances, the bed had already left its mark. Some carried away scars of suspicion, others fleeting memories of kindness, still others strange stories that blurred the line between truth and dream. No one left unchanged, because the shared bed condensed all of medieval life into one night's ordeal. Fear, laughter, suspicion, intimacy, danger, and grace all tangled together in the restless hours before morning. And as the road stretched ahead, muddy and uncertain, travelers carried that memory with them, knowing that tonight another bed awaited, another trial, another story, another reminder that in the Middle Ages even rest was never safe, and survival meant enduring not only the dangers of the road but the unrelenting theater of the night. By the 32nd passage of this journey, the shared bed has evolved into more than a relic of discomfort. It is a lens that magnifies the contradictions, vulnerabilities, and fragile strengths of medieval life. What began as a practical solution to the scarcity of space and warmth became, in truth, a nightly crucible where human dignity was tested, stretched, and often fractured. The bed was never just a pile of straw or a wooden frame. It was an arena, and every traveler who entered it left with a story etched into memory, whether of humiliation, humor, or unexpected grace. One of the deepest truths of the shared bed was how it blurred the very concept of home. For medieval people, the home was supposed to be a sacred space, a private enclosure where the family shared warmth and protection. To leave that sanctuary and enter an inn was to step into a parody of home, where intimacy was forced with strangers and privacy evaporated entirely. Travelers described this shift as unsettling, a reminder that, on the road, one's body belonged less to oneself than to circumstance. To lie down beside unknown companions was not simply a physical act, it was a surrender of identity, a reluctant agreement that for one night, survival outweighed the boundaries of self. This surrender often came with a cost. Many travelers wrote of the anxiety that pressed down on them more heavily than the blankets themselves. Every sound in the night became amplified by suspicion. A cough could trigger dread of illness, a rustle might signal theft, a murmur could be interpreted as plotting. Suspicion became the language of the bed, and sleep was often fractured by constant vigilance. People developed coping strategies, tying their purses to their belts, hiding coins in secret seams, or clutching daggers in their palms. Yet even the most careful travelers sometimes woke poorer, proving that the bed was always a gamble, where trust and caution wrestled in the dark. Yet in this same space of unease, fleeting bonds emerged. Misery, after all, is a great equalizer. Two strangers kept awake by the same snorer might exchange weary laughter, forging a momentary alliance. A soldier might shift his cloak to cover a shivering pilgrim, his silent gesture remembered long after the road carried them apart. These small kindnesses, born in the dark, carried profound weight. They did not erase the suspicion, but they revealed the paradox of the shared bed, that proximity could create as much solidarity as it did distrust. Women's experiences, again, highlight the sharpest contours of this paradox. For them, the bed was always fraught with danger, not only of theft or illness, but of reputation and bodily harm. Their very presence was often judged harshly, and a single rumor could shadow them long after the journey. Yet within these conditions, women displayed remarkable resilience. Some relied on wit and sharp tongues, commanding respect with words as cutting as daggers. Others disguised themselves as men, navigating the ordeal with secrecy and courage. There are even accounts of women who used prayer as a shield, reciting psalms aloud until silence settled over the bed, the force of their devotion transforming the space into something closer to a chapel than a battlefield. These acts of survival reveal how, even in the most degrading circumstances, agency could still be carved from vulnerability. Superstition deepened the atmosphere of unease. Medieval minds believed that beds absorbed the essence of those who had lain in them before, especially if death had occurred there. Some inns gained reputations for haunted chambers where travelers woke screaming of ghostly presences, tugging at blankets or whispering in their ears. Even skeptics were unnerved in the silence of night, when imagination magnified every creak of wood into something uncanny. To sleep in such beds was to risk not only theft and disease, but the possibility of sharing space with forces beyond human understanding. That sense of haunting, whether real or imagined, clung to travelers, shaping the stories they carried with them down the road. The spread of disease was the most tangible of these fears. With bodies pressed so closely, contagion was unavoidable. Fleas, lice, and stale air transformed the bed into a breeding ground for illness. Travelers carried herbs, pressed sprigs of rosemary or lavender under their pillows, or soaked cloths in vinegar, believing these might cleanse the air. But remedies did little. A single fevered cough could ripple through the room, infecting dozens. The bed, meant to restore strength, often weakened it, reminding travelers of their constant vulnerability. And yet, even this risk did not stop them, because the dangers of sleeping outdoors were, in their minds, worse. Amid these threats, humor remained a lifeline. Pilgrims joked that inns offered not rest, but lessons in patience, with fleas as the teachers and snores as the hymns. Minstrels composed comic verses mocking the absurdity of strangers, pressed so tightly together that their dreams overlapped. Merchants, humiliated by the indignities of the night, turned them into exaggerated tales that drew laughter in marketplaces and taverns. Humor did more than distract. It transformed humiliation into narrative, giving travelers a sense of control over experiences that otherwise stripped them of dignity. To laugh at the bed was to survive it. What lingers most, however, is how these beds shaped memory. Travelers rarely remembered the miles of road or the monotony of landscapes, but they remembered the beds, the thief who vanished before dawn, the snorer who shook the rafters, the stranger who offered warmth without asking anything in return. These stories traveled as widely as the people themselves, carried across borders and into new inns, retold with laughter or bitterness, weaving the shared bed into the very fabric of medieval culture. By dawn, when weary bodies rose and cloaks were gathered, the bed's work was done. Some left poorer, others wiser, but none left unchanged. The bed had tested patience, stripped away pretense, revealed hidden truths, and left behind stories that clung longer than bruises or bites. And as travelers stepped into the uncertain road once more, the same question lingered. What would the next bed bring? Kindness, betrayal, terror, or laughter? That uncertainty haunted every step forward, ensuring that the shared bed remained not just a necessity, but the most unforgettable emblem of what it meant to endure the Middle Ages. By the 33rd stage of this unfolding journey, the shared bed has grown into something resembling a silent institution, so common, so unavoidable, that medieval travelers rarely questioned its existence, even as they dreaded its ordeal. It was the paradox of necessity, despised by nearly all, yet indispensable for anyone on the road. To explore it further is to understand how human beings confronted discomfort with resilience, how they converted humiliation into humor, and how the rhythms of nightly suffering wove themselves into the culture of the age. One of the most striking truths about these beds is how they blurred the line between endurance and ritual. At first, travelers experienced them as a punishment, an indignity piled on top of weary feet and empty bellies. But over time, the ordeal itself became normalized, even expected. People prepared for it with strategies the way one might prepare for battle, keeping herbs to ward off stench, coins hidden in clever places, and prayers rehearsed for protection. What began as dread hardened into routine, and in that hardening lay a lesson. The medieval traveler survived less by escaping hardship than by learning to endure it, again and again, until endurance itself became second nature. The ritual of endurance often bred unexpected insight. Lying awake in a bed of strangers, listening to the uneven chorus of snores, coughs, and murmurs, some travelers reflected on the fragility of human dignity. A nobleman stripped of privacy, pressed against a farmer's elbow, discovered that wealth mattered little in the dark. A pilgrim who thought his faith unshakable wrestled with doubt when haunted by the whispers of others' dreams. A merchant, proud of his cleverness by day, might feel like a fool when tricked into sleep and robbed of everything. These moments of forced humility were not merely humiliations. They were revelations about the limits of control, reminders that no one could walk the road without being tested by the night. Suspicion, however, remained the constant companion of every traveler. Theft was not an accident, but an expectation. People slept with daggers under their straw or belts tied so tightly that purses could not be cut free. And yet, no preparation was foolproof. There are accounts of thieves so skilled that they plucked coins from hidden seams or slipped rings from fingers without waking their victims. The fear of such theft turned even honest bedfellows into potential enemies, making every night a silent standoff between exhaustion and vigilance. And still, people returned to the bed night after night, because the wolves outside, the cold winds, and the lurking bandits were worse. And yet, in this atmosphere of suspicion, small sparks of kindness still appeared. Strangers sometimes protected each other, warning against suspicious companions or quietly shielding one another from the chill. A soldier might keep watch for a pilgrim, while the pilgrim prayed aloud for both of them. These fragile bonds were fleeting, dissolving at dawn, but they mattered in the moment. They reminded travelers that even in the most degrading spaces, solidarity was possible, however temporary. It was this paradox, the bed as both crucible of suspicion and cradle of fleeting trust, that gave the experience its haunting power. Women's place in this ordeal revealed its most brutal contradictions. For them, the bed was not only uncomfortable, but dangerous, both physically and socially. Their very presence was a scandal to some and an opportunity to others. Some women disguised themselves as men to avoid harassment. Others relied on sharp tongues or prayers to command respect. Records tell of women who shamed men into silence with words as cutting as steel, their voices carving out space where their bodies could not. Yet there are also countless tales of women left scarred by nights that offered no refuge. Their experiences highlight the way the bed magnified the inequalities of the age, laying bare how vulnerable women were in a society that gave them little protection. Superstition also weighed heavily on these nights. Beds were believed to carry the spirits of those who had died in them, and since inns often witnessed sudden deaths, many travelers believed they lay among restless souls. Stories spread of ghostly hands tugging at blankets, of whispers heard when the room was otherwise silent. Even skeptics found themselves muttering charms or crossing themselves before sleep, unwilling to risk tempting fate. To lie in such a bed was not only to gamble with theft or disease, but also to step into a space charged with invisible dread, where the boundary between the living and the dead felt dangerously thin. Disease, too, haunted the bed with equal force. With bodies crammed together, breath mingling in stale air, and fleas crawling through straw, contagion was inevitable. Some inns became infamous for sickness, their names whispered along the road like curses. Travelers carried sprigs of lavender or rosemary, believing they could cleanse the air, but these comforts did little to ward off fever. Each night became a gamble, not only with thieves and spirits, but with death itself, hidden in every cough, every bite, every restless movement in the dark. And yet, amid all of this misery, humor survived. Pilgrims joked that fleas were better innkeepers than the men who charged coin for beds. Merchants laughed at their own indignities, turning humiliations into stories exaggerated for tavern audiences. Minstrels wrote satirical verses, describing fleas as armies and snores as horns of battle. This humor was not trivial, it was survival. By transforming suffering into laughter, travelers reclaimed some measure of power over what otherwise stripped them of dignity. By dawn, when weary bodies rose, adjusting belts and shaking straw from their cloaks, the bed had already fulfilled its function. It had tested patience, stripped away pretense, revealed hidden truths, and left behind stories that clung more stubbornly than the fleas themselves. Some left poorer, others wiser, all changed in ways they might not admit but could never forget. And as they stepped back onto the muddy road, the same thought followed them like a shadow. Another bed awaited tonight, another ordeal, another lesson in what it meant to endure. And it was in this endless cycle, suspicion, fear, laughter, fleeting kindness, that the shared bed became not just a detail of travel, but a living emblem of the fragile, stubborn resilience of the human spirit in the Middle Ages. By the 34th stretch of this journey, the shared bed has grown so deeply embedded in the medieval imagination that it can no longer be dismissed as a mere inconvenience of travel. It was a phenomenon that shaped bodies, tested minds, and defined how people remembered the road. To lie down in such a bed was to enter into a nightly gamble where one might win warmth or camaraderie but risk theft, humiliation, or disease. Every dawn was a verdict on the gamble, and every verdict left its mark. One of the sharpest lessons of these beds was the inevitability of contagion. In an age before germ theory, people still understood instinctively that closeness bred sickness. They saw fevers spread like fire in inns, beginning with one cough in the dark and leaving half a room ill by morning. Fleas carried invisible threats, and lice crept from one scalp to another without resistance. Some travelers smeared themselves with pungent ointments of garlic, vinegar, or animal fat, hoping to repel both insects and evil vapors. Others carried herbs, rosemary, lavender, sage, tucking them beneath pillows or burning them in clay pots beside the bed. These rituals rarely worked, but they offered comfort, and in a world of uncertainty, comfort was itself a form of survival. Even more dangerous than fleas or lice was the invisible stigma of fear. Travelers learned to glance nervously at any bedfellow who coughed, who sweated too much, or whose skin showed odd marks. Such suspicion could quickly turn to cruelty. Entire inns were abandoned if one guest fell ill. In some towns, innkeepers were accused of spreading sickness deliberately, their beds said to be cursed. Fear, in this sense, was as contagious as plague, moving faster than any flea could jump. And yet, people returned to these beds again and again because the alternative, wolves in the forest, rain-soaking cloaks, or knives in the dark fields, was worse. The bed may have been dangerous, but it was still safer than the road. Superstition wrapped around this danger like ivy around a crumbling wall. Beds were thought to absorb the souls of the dead, and since inns frequently witnessed violent deaths or sudden illnesses, many were believed to be haunted. Some travelers claimed to wake with invisible hands pulling at their blankets or with whispers brushing against their ears. Others told of oppressive weight pressing down on their chests, which modern minds might call sleep paralysis, but which medieval ones called the work of demons. These tales spread quickly, giving certain inns reputations so notorious that travelers avoided them entirely, even if it meant walking miles farther into the night. Thus, the bed was not only a place of physical unease, but also of spiritual peril, where the unseen was as feared as the seen. Yet, amid the fear, a strange culture of resilience flourished. People joked about their nightly ordeals, turning indignities into folklore. Pilgrims mocked themselves as feast tables for fleas, laughing at the bites that covered their arms and legs. Merchants told exaggerated stories of losing not only their purses, but their dignity, waking with strangers' feet pressed against their faces. These tales, retold in markets and at shrines, became shared experiences that bound travelers together. By laughing at their misery, they transformed the bed from a place of shame into a source of memory, a reminder that even suffering could be carried with humor, if not with pride. But humor was not the only response. Some turned the bed into a space of reluctant solidarity. A soldier might share his cloak with a shivering boy, or a nun might lead prayers that calmed the uneasy silence. These small gestures mattered, even if they dissolved at dawn. They revealed the paradox of the bed. While it exposed people to the worst, disease, theft, suspicion, it also gave space for fleeting glimpses of the best. Strangers who might never have spoken in daylight could find themselves whispering confessions or sharing fears in the dark, the bed transforming from a battlefield of suspicion into an unlikely confessional. Women's stories, however, showed just how treacherous this paradox could be. For them, the bed was always layered with additional threats. To share it was to risk not only physical harm, but also social ruin. Even the appearance of impropriety could stain a reputation beyond repair. Some disguised themselves as men, binding their hair and lowering their voices. Others relied on authority of character, silencing bedfellows with sharp words or fierce prayers. There are accounts of women who publicly shamed men the morning after, exposing their behavior to the entire inn and sometimes even the village beyond. Such defiance turned the bed into a stage of resistance, a place where vulnerability was transformed, however briefly, into strength. But not all stories ended with defiance. Some spoke of scars carried for years, of women whose voices were never heard, of memories too painful to recount. These darker truths remind us that the bed was not only a site of humor or solidarity, but also of profound suffering. Its power lay in this duality. It could strip away dignity or reveal courage, humiliate or bond, terrify or amuse. Every night was a coin toss, and every traveler learned quickly that the bed gave no guarantees. By dawn, when light seeped through wooden shutters and the smell of stale ale and damp straw clung to cloaks, travelers carried away more than fatigue. They carried lessons about suspicion, laughter, solidarity, fear, and resilience. They carried scars, sometimes physical, sometimes invisible, that shaped how they moved forward on the road. And they carried stories because the shared bed demanded to be retold. It was too strange, too miserable, too human an experience to remain unspoken. And as the road stretched on, muddy and uncertain, the thought echoed again and again. Tonight would bring another bed, another gamble, another test of body and spirit. That endless cycle of dread and endurance ensured that the shared bed was not merely endured but remembered, retold and woven into the very fabric of medieval travel itself. By the 35th step of this unfolding journey, the shared bed of medieval inns begins to reveal an even sharper paradox. Those who had the means to escape it often tried, yet even wealth or nobility could not fully guarantee freedom from its humiliations. The bed, in its simplest form, became a test of privilege as much as of patience, showing how fragile social hierarchies could be when stripped down to the necessities of travel. For nobles, knights, or wealthy merchants, the shared bed was both a dreaded reality and a stubborn reminder that coin alone could not always shield one from the common struggles of the road. Those with wealth did everything possible to avoid the ordeal. A noble might bribe an innkeeper for a private chamber, insisting on a bed for himself or at most one companion. Wealthy merchants sometimes hired servants to guard their sleeping space, posting them like sentries by the door to keep strangers away. In larger towns, some inns even began to market themselves as exclusive, offering single beds at far higher rates. Yet, even in these cases, privacy was fragile. Walls were thin, locks were unreliable, and servants themselves could prove untrustworthy. A noble might wake to find that despite paying triple the usual rate, he had been robbed all the same. In this sense, money could reduce discomfort but not eliminate danger, making even the powerful vulnerable to the same risks as common folk. For many elites, the humiliation lay not simply in sharing a bed, but in the collapse of ritual distinction. A knight who lived by codes of honor might find himself pressed against a drunken traitor whose snores smelled of ale. A lady accustomed to silken sheets might be forced to lie among strangers, whose lice crawled across the shared blanket. These moments shattered the illusion of superiority, if only for a night. Even the proudest learned that fleas and suspicion showed no respect for titles. Chroniclers sometimes remarked on these humiliations with a touch of irony, as if to remind readers that the road was the great equalizer, stripping away the pretenses of station under the dim light of an inn. Yet avoidance of the shared bed carried its own dangers. To demand privacy could draw suspicion or resentment from others. A wealthy merchant refusing to share might be whispered about as arrogant, and whispers could turn to threats. Some inns had unwritten codes, where travelers accepted the shared bed as a rule of necessity. To challenge that rule was to mark oneself as an outsider, someone who rejected the unspoken bonds of suffering that tied travelers together. Nobles sometimes discovered that by insulating themselves too much, they invited hostility rather than respect. Thus even privilege had limits. To survive the road, one had to walk a careful balance between distinction and inclusion, privacy and participation. Women of higher status faced an especially complex dilemma. A lady might demand a private chamber for propriety's sake, but such chambers were rare and expensive, and rumors swirled quickly when she insisted on exclusivity. At the same time, to share a bed was to risk scandal even if nothing improper occurred. Some traveled with chaperones or ladies-in-waiting, creating their own miniature communities within the inn. Others resorted to disguises or quiet negotiations with innkeepers. Yet, despite every precaution, stories abound of noblewomen waking to find themselves judged not by their choices but by the mere appearance of impropriety. The bed, in this sense, was a trap. Too much privacy bred gossip, too little destroyed dignity. Survival required constant negotiation with reputation itself. This delicate balance extended even to clergy. Monks and priests often traveled on pilgrimages or church business, and though they might be given some respect, they too were rarely spared the ordeal of the shared bed. Some inns set aside chambers for clerics, but others saw little distinction. Pilgrims recorded with wry humor how priests snored just as loudly as peasants, and scratched at fleas with equal desperation. For those who believed the clergy held themselves above the laity, the sight of a holy man wrestling with lice in the dark was both comic and strangely reassuring. In this way, the bed leveled even spiritual hierarchies, proving that no one, however sacred their office, could escape the realities of flesh. Superstition followed privilege just as relentlessly. Even nobles in private chambers feared the haunted reputations of certain inns. Tales of cursed beds circulated widely, warning of nobles who had died suddenly in their sleep, or of apparitions that appeared in chambers supposedly reserved for the wealthy. Travelers spoke of aristocrats, who demanded separate quarters only to find themselves more terrified in isolation than they would have been in a crowded bed. Wealth might purchase privacy, but it could not banish ghosts, real or imagined, that clung to the reputation of the inn. Yet for all their efforts, even the wealthy sometimes found themselves drawn back into the common experience. A full inn, a storm on the road, or a delay in travel could strand noble and peasant alike in the same chamber, forced together by necessity. In those moments, stories suggest that nobles often endured with less grace than the poor, who were accustomed to crowded conditions. Complaints of smell, filth, and noise filled their accounts, while peasants laughed at their discomfort. This reversal revealed a final irony, that those least accustomed to the shared bed found it the hardest to endure, while those most familiar with suffering survived it with humor and patience. By morning, when the wealthy rose from beds they had tried so hard to avoid, the same truth faced them as it did everyone else. The road was stronger than privilege, and the inn was stronger than pride. Fleas did not bow to coin, nor did suspicion respect titles. The bed taught its own lesson, one that humbled nobles and peasants alike, that endurance, not wealth, was the true currency of survival. And as travelers stepped out into the muddy roads, cloaks pulled close and reputations guarded fiercely, they carried with them the uneasy knowledge that the next bed might not care who they were at all. And so the cycle continued, privilege pushing against necessity, dignity against humiliation, fear against endurance. The bed waited, indifferent to rank, ready to test again the boundaries between power and weakness, revealing with every dawn just how fragile even the strongest armor of status could be. By the 36th passage of this exploration, the shared bed has revealed itself not only as a place of endurance, but as a stage where entire communities were temporarily forged out of necessity. Each night, in the smoky chambers of inns, strangers who might never have exchanged a word by daylight were pressed together into something resembling a fragile society. This society had its own rules, its own tensions, and its own rhythms, and it offers us one of the most fascinating insights into how medieval people lived, feared, laughed, and survived. The first thing one notices in these makeshift communities is how quickly hierarchy dissolved. By day, social standing was carved into every gesture, how one walked, spoke, or traded. But by night, under the covers of the shared bed, all were reduced to flesh and fatigue. A knight might grumble at being wedged between a farmer and a pilgrim, but the fleas made no such distinctions. A merchant might brag about his wealth by the fire, only to wake with his purse stolen by the poor man he had scorned. These collapses of hierarchy, though temporary, left their mark. They reminded travelers that no matter their rank, the road had its own leveling power, and the bed was its sharpest tool. Yet if hierarchy dissolved, it was often replaced by another structure, the politics of survival. Each bed was a miniature negotiation, a contract of silence, space, and tolerance. Elbows and knees fought for position. Blankets became contested borders, and snores were debated like legal disputes. Some travelers learned to stake their claim early, spreading cloaks wide across the straw to assert dominance. Others adapted through compromise, yielding space in exchange for protection or whispered stories. These negotiations reveal how even in the most uncomfortable circumstances, people built systems of coexistence, however fragile, to endure the night. This fragile coexistence was tested constantly by suspicion. Every movement in the dark carried the possibility of betrayal. A shifting body might be seeking comfort or reaching for a dagger. A whisper might be a prayer or a plot. Suspicion spread like smoke, invisible but suffocating, seeping into every breath. And yet, what fascinates most is how people adapted to this constant mistrust. Some turned to rituals, sleeping with daggers under their cloaks, tying their purses with knots only they could undo. Others relied on faith, muttering prayers or invoking saints before closing their eyes. Still, others embraced resignation, reasoning that nothing they did could prevent fate from playing its hand. These varied responses turned every night into a study of human psychology under pressure. Humor, once again, became an essential weapon against despair. Pilgrims laughed at the absurdity of being pressed so tightly that their dreams seemed to overlap. Merchants mocked themselves for waking with strangers' feet in their faces, retelling the humiliation as a comic anecdote rather than a source of shame. Minstrels composed songs about the nightly chorus of snores, transforming discomfort into performance. These jokes traveled as widely as the travelers themselves, binding people through shared laughter as much as through shared suffering. Humor turned misery into memory, transforming the indignities of the bed into stories that could be carried forward with a smile rather than a shudder. Women's experiences reveal how fragile this balance truly was. For them, the shared bed was not just a site of discomfort, but of danger. Their dignity was scrutinized, their safety constantly threatened. Some disguised themselves, hiding their gender behind rough cloaks and lowered voices. Others relied on authority, commanding respect through fierce words or prayerful presence. And yet, for all their strategies, countless women faced nights of fear that left scars far deeper than the fleas or bruises. Still, their resilience shines through. They found ways to survive in a system built against them, carving small victories from circumstances designed to strip them of control. Their stories, whether of defiance or endurance, reveal how the bed magnified the inequalities of the age, while also exposing the courage it demanded. Superstition hung over these fragile communities like an invisible veil. Many believed that the bed was not simply a physical space, but a spiritual one, haunted by the souls of those who had died within it. Whispered tales of ghostly hands, spectral voices, and oppressive weight pressing on sleepers' chests were passed from one inn to the next. Even skeptics found themselves unnerved, crossing themselves before sleep or muttering charms against the unseen. These fears remind us that the medieval imagination saw no firm boundary between the material and the spiritual. To lie down in a bed was to risk exposure not only to thieves and fleas, but also to forces beyond human comprehension. Disease, of course, was the most relentless specter. In such close quarters, illness spread with terrifying ease. A single fevered cough could ripple through an entire room by morning. Inns gained reputations not only for theft or hauntings, but for contagion, and some were avoided entirely out of fear. Still, travelers returned to them again and again, because the dangers of the wilderness were worse. In this way, the shared bed became a grim teacher. It showed that life in the Middle Ages was not about escaping danger, but about choosing which danger one was most willing to face. By dawn, when weary bodies rose scratching at bites, adjusting belts and gathering belongings, the bed's lessons lingered. Some left poorer, others wiser, still others scarred by memories they would never fully shake. But none left unchanged. Each night compressed the entire spectrum of medieval existence, hierarchy, suspicion, humor, solidarity, fear, into a single, restless ordeal. And as travelers stepped back onto the muddy roads, cloaks drawn tight against the morning chill, they carried the memory of the bed with them. They carried the laughter, the humiliation, the suspicion, and the fleeting kindness. And above all, they carried the certainty that tonight, in another smoky inn, the ordeal would repeat itself again. The cycle of endurance, fear, and fragile humanity would continue, because the shared bed was not just a detail of travel, it was the very heart of the journey. By the 37th step of this long journey, the shared bed of medieval inns begins to look less like a piece of furniture and more like a laboratory of human behavior. Night after night, it forced people into situations that tested not only their patience, but their ingenuity, their fears, and their ability to adapt. To sleep in such a bed was not simply to rest, but to participate in an experiment, one that revealed how fragile dignity could be, how deeply suspicion could shape the mind, and how humor and resilience were often the only shields against despair. One of the most striking features of these beds was the way they forced people into negotiations of space. The boundaries of the body, normally so clear, dissolved under the pressure of elbows, knees, and tangled blankets. Every inch became contested territory. A weary merchant might spread his cloak wide to secure more room, while a pilgrim squeezed himself into the smallest corner to avoid conflict. Sometimes these nightly struggles for space escalated into whispered arguments, pushing and shoving, or even outright fights. In such close quarters, the body itself became a weapon, and every shift of weight was both a defensive maneuver and an offensive act. Yet, for every quarrel, there were also compromises, silent agreements made in the dark, where one yielded a little space for the promise of peace. But while the body's position was negotiable, the body's flaws were unavoidable. Smells, snores, and coughs became the nightly chorus of the inn. Travelers who prided themselves on composure by day could not mask the stench of unwashed feet, the rumble of snores that shook the rafters, or the sudden hacking coughs that spread unease through the room. These indignities transformed the bed into a theater of the grotesque, where human weakness was on full display. Some travelers laughed at the absurdity, others suffered in silence, and a few stormed out in fury, only to find themselves huddled in the cold outside, realizing too late that fleas were preferable to frostbite. Suspicion remained the silent companion of every night. Every sound, every movement carried with it the possibility of theft. Travelers learned to sleep with one hand on their purses, knives tucked under their cloaks, more valuables hidden in unlikely places, inside boots, sewn into seams, or even buried beneath straw. Yet the cleverest thieves often anticipated these precautions. Stories abound of purses cut free without waking the owner, of rings slipped from fingers as easily as from shelves, of cloaks swapped in the dark so subtly that the victim did not notice until morning. These tales were told and retold, both as warnings and as grim entertainment, proof that the bed was as much a battleground of wits as of patience. Superstition gave the bed yet another layer of menace. Travelers believed that restless spirits lingered where deaths had occurred, and since inns often saw sudden deaths, murders, fevers, or drunken accidents, beds carried heavy reputations. Some swore they felt ghostly pressure on their chests at night, or invisible hands tugging at blankets. Others claimed to hear whispers that were not quite human. Even the skeptical found themselves muttering charms or clutching relics, unwilling to tempt fate. In this way, the bed became not only a place of physical discomfort, but of spiritual dread, where one risked contact with forces both visible and unseen. Women's experiences reveal the cruelest edge of this ordeal. Their very presence was fraught with danger. To lie in a bed of strangers was to risk harassment, violence, or scandal. Some disguised themselves as men, others huddled together in groups for protection, while a few relied on fierce words or piety to command respect. There are accounts of women who invoked saints with such authority that their bedfellows dared not move a hand against them. And yet, for every story of defiance, there were darker stories of silence and scars. The bed magnified the inequalities of the age, forcing women to navigate dangers far greater than those faced by their male companions. Amid all this tension, humor remained the one relief. Travelers laughed at the absurdities of their situation, turning indignities into stories retold in taverns and markets. Pilgrims joked that they carried home more flea bites than blessings. Merchants exaggerated tales of nights so crowded that they woke with a stranger's beard brushing their cheek. Minstrels even composed comic songs, mocking the bed as a battlefield where fleas, snores, and thieves fought harder than any army. This laughter was not shallow, it was survival. By transforming misery into comedy, travelers reclaimed some control over what otherwise stripped them of dignity. Disease, however, was no laughing matter. The close quarters of shared beds made them perfect breeding grounds for contagion. A single fever could spread through an entire chamber overnight. Travelers carried herbs or amulets, convinced they could ward off illness, but none of these truly worked. The memory of plague loomed large, and every cough in the dark carried with it a ripple of fear. Some inns gained reputations as death traps, avoided even if it meant walking miles farther, yet necessity always brought people back. The bed was both feared and unavoidable, a reminder that survival meant choosing the lesser of many evils. By dawn, when weary bodies rose stiff and scratching, the bed's lessons lingered. Some left humiliated, others oddly strengthened, and all carried stories that would travel farther than they themselves. The road blurred into monotony, but the beds remained sharp in memory. The thief who vanished before dawn, the snorer who rattled the rafters, the kindness of a stranger who offered half a blanket. These memories became the true currency of travel, traded as gossip, warnings, or entertainment at the next stop. And so, as travelers stepped back onto muddy roads, cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill, they carried with them not only fatigue, but the knowledge that another bed awaited. And with it would come another test, another story, another night where fear, laughter, suspicion, and survival pressed as tightly together as the travelers themselves. The cycle was endless, and it was this very repetition that made the shared bed the unforgettable emblem of the medieval journey. By the 38th turn of this journey, the shared bed has ceased to appear as an oddity of medieval life and instead reveals itself as one of its most defining experiences. It condensed all the contradictions of the Middle Ages into a single nightly ordeal: faith and fear, solidarity and suspicion, humor and humiliation. To study it now is to see how people endured not just the hardships of travel, but the very fragility of human existence, where every night offered both a chance for rest and the possibility of ruin. One of the most striking aspects of the shared bed was how it blurred the line between public and private life. Today, the bed is perhaps the most personal of spaces, yet in the Middle Ages, it became a public arena, where strangers were pressed together into forced intimacy. A merchant might fall asleep whispering his accounts in his dreams, while a pilgrim murmured prayers into the same stale air. A soldier, hardened by campaigns, might twitch violently in his sleep, reliving battles, startling everyone around him. In these moments, private lives spilled into public view without consent. The bed was thus a space where one's most hidden self, dreams, fears, vulnerabilities, was laid bare for others to witness and sometimes exploit. This exposure was dangerous because it invited both ridicule and betrayal. A man who snored like thunder might become the subject of jokes that followed him across towns. Another, who muttered about debts or secret dealings, could wake to find his words twisted into gossip that traveled faster than he did. Suspicion thrived in such circumstances. Every word spoken half-consciously might become evidence of dishonesty, greed, or weakness. It was said that one did not truly know a man until one had shared a bed with him, and sometimes knowing him was precisely the problem. But while suspicion poisoned some nights, solidarity transformed others. Misery has a way of binding people together, and the shared bed could become a crucible for fleeting alliances. Strangers endured fleas and snores together, laughed at the same indignities, and sometimes defended one another when fights broke out in the dark. A merchant might wake to discover his purse untouched, not because of luck, but because his bedfellows had quietly watched over him. These fragile alliances rarely lasted beyond the next inn, but in the moment they mattered deeply. They reminded travelers that even in the most degrading of spaces, humanity could flicker into view, however briefly. Women's experiences highlight how precarious that humanity could be. For them, the bed was a place fraught with danger and judgment. To share it was to risk not only harassment, but also scandal, for even the appearance of impropriety could destroy a woman's reputation. Some disguised themselves as men, others relied on groups of female companions for protection, and many invoked piety, reciting prayers aloud until silence fell. There are accounts of women who shamed their bedfellows into restraint by sheer force of character, turning the atmosphere of suspicion into one of reverence. And yet, for every such story of resilience, there are darker tales of silence and scars, reminders that the shared bed could be both a stage of defiance and a trap of vulnerability. Superstition layered yet another form of tension onto the nightly ordeal. Beds were believed to absorb the essence of those who had lain in them before, especially if those sleepers had died violently or of illness. Ghost stories clung to inns like mildew. Tales of spectral figures tugging at blankets, invisible presences whispering in ears, or oppressive weights pressing on chests at night. Today, we might call such experiences nightmares or sleep paralysis, but to medieval travelers, they were proof that the line between life and death was thin, and the bed itself was a threshold. Even hardened skeptics found themselves muttering charms or clutching relics before sleep, unwilling to gamble entirely with the unseen. Illness, however, was no superstition. It was the harshest reality of all. The close quarters of the bed, the mingling of breath, the crawling of lice and fleas, turned each night into a potential outbreak. A single cough could ripple through the room, infecting dozens by dawn. Travelers carried sprigs of herbs, pressed vinegar-soaked cloths to their faces, or burned incense in the hope of cleansing the air. Yet none of these remedies offered true protection. The bed was not a place of healing but of risk, and many journeys ended not with the dangers of the road, but with the unseen contagions of the inn. Yet even here, humor survived, because it had to. Pilgrims joked that fleas were the true landlords of inns, collecting rent with every bite. Merchants exaggerated tales of indignity until they became comic epics, complete with snoring giants and phantom thieves. Minstrels turned the nightly ordeal into verse, mocking the absurdity of human beings, pressed so tightly together that their dreams seemed to blend. Humor did not erase the misery, but it transformed it into something bearable, even memorable. The ability to laugh at suffering was itself a form of resistance, a refusal to let indignity have the final word. By dawn, when weary travelers rose stiff and scratching, the bed had already written itself into their memories. Some left humiliated, others oddly strengthened, but none left unchanged. The road ahead might blur into monotony, but the beds lingered in sharp detail. The thief who vanished before dawn, the priest who muttered prayers in his sleep, the stranger who shared warmth without asking anything in return. These details became the currency of storytelling passed from inn to inn, weaving the shared bed into the broader fabric of medieval culture. And as travelers stepped back into the muddy roads, cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill, the same thought pressed into their minds. Tonight would bring another bed, another gamble, another test of body, spirit, and dignity. And it was in that endless repetition, that nightly uncertainty, that the shared bed became not just an inconvenience, but one of the most unforgettable emblems of what it meant to endure the Middle Ages. By the 39th step of this long path, the shared bed emerges not only as a necessity of travel, but as one of the most concentrated expressions of medieval society. In its crowded straw and creaking frames, it contained the full range of human behavior, from the laughable to the cruel, from the humiliating to the transcendent. It was not a neutral space. It was a crucible, pressing strangers together until all their pretenses cracked. To lie in such a bed was to confront the entire spectrum of what it meant to live in a world where survival meant compromise and dignity was always under negotiation. Perhaps the most revealing feature of these beds was how they turned the body itself into a public spectacle. In daylight, people controlled how they were seen. Clothes, posture, and gestures all served to project identity, whether that of a pious pilgrim, a wealthy merchant, or a noble knight. But by night, in the communal bed, the body betrayed them, snoring, scratching, twitching in dreams, or mumbling half-coherent confessions, stripped away every mask. A dignified priest might mutter obscenities in his sleep, while a burly soldier might whimper like a child through nightmares. These unguarded moments became the true equalizer of the bed. They reminded all who lay there that beneath the costumes of society, human frailty was universal. Suspicion, however, never allowed this intimacy to soften into comfort. Every whisper in the dark might be a prayer or a plot. Every subtle movement could be the stretching of limbs or the stealth of a thief. Some travelers became so paranoid that they refused to sleep deeply at all, training themselves to doze lightly, waking at the faintest sound. Others clutched daggers, not only to ward off robbers, but to reassure themselves against their own helplessness. Yet the cleverest thieves thrived in precisely this setting, slipping purses from belts and rings from fingers without waking their companions. Tales of such robberies were retold with both fear and admiration, as if the skill itself deserved respect, even when it left victims destitute. This paradox of suspicion and admiration reveals how the shared bed doubled as a stage for storytelling. By morning, travelers emerged with not just bites and bruises, but anecdotes that traveled farther than they themselves. A pilgrim might arrive in the next town with a tale of a ghost tugging his blanket. A merchant might boast of how he caught a thief mid-act. A soldier might exaggerate the violence of a midnight brawl until it resembled a battlefield. These stories transformed misery into legend, giving shape to the chaos of the night. In this sense, the bed was not just endured, it was narrated, woven into the oral culture that defined medieval life. Women's experiences added layers of peril and complexity to this nightly narrative. For them, the bed was not only humiliating, but potentially catastrophic. To lie among strangers was to risk harassment or assault, and even if nothing happened, rumor alone could ruin a reputation. Some women traveled in pairs or groups for protection, others disguised themselves as men, while a few relied on sharp tongues or commanding piety to secure respect. There are records of women who prayed so loudly and fervently before sleep that the entire chamber grew uneasy, as though afraid to cross a saint in waiting. But for every account of triumph, there are countless silences, unrecorded traumas endured without witness. The shared bed became both a mirror of women's vulnerability and a testament to their extraordinary resilience. Superstition wrapped around these experiences like another blanket, heavy and suffocating. Many believed that inns were haunted by the souls of travelers who had died within them, of which there were plenty. Ghost stories proliferated, pale figures tugging at hair, invisible hands pressing down on chests, voices whispering names in the dark. Today we might call it sleep paralysis or nightmares, but to a medieval mind it was evidence of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Even the most skeptical often crossed themselves before lying down, unwilling to risk drawing the attention of restless spirits. Thus, the bed was charged with an atmosphere not only of physical risk, but of metaphysical dread, where every sound carried the possibility of something unearthly. Disease, however, was the most terrifying ghost of all because it was real and relentless. The shared bed was a perfect incubator for contagion. Breath mingled, fleas carried sickness from one body to another, and damp straw nurtured infection. Travelers carried herbs, hung sprigs of rosemary from rafters, or pressed vinegar-soaked cloths to their faces in a desperate attempt at protection. But these rituals provided little defense. The memory of plague haunted every cough, and rumors of sickness could empty an inn overnight. To lie in such a bed was to gamble not only with theft or spirits, but with one's very life. Yet for all its misery, the bed retained a strange capacity to produce humor. Pilgrims mocked themselves as banquets for fleas. Minstrels sang comic verses about the nightly chorus of snores. Fleas cast as armies, and drunken bedfellows as beasts of legend. Merchants, humiliated by indignities, retold their nights as comic epics to amuse others at taverns. Humor became the one weapon left to the powerless traveler, transforming humiliation into something bearable, even memorable. Laughter turned shame into story, and story into survival. By dawn, when pale light seeped through shutters and weary travelers gathered their belongings, the bed had already done its work. It had stripped away illusions, tested patience, revealed human weakness, and sometimes exposed fleeting kindness. The road ahead might be long and monotonous, but the memories of the bed lingered sharply. The snorer who rattled the rafters, the thief who vanished like smoke, the stranger who offered warmth without asking in return. These moments, humiliating or comforting, became the true currency of travel, traded as warnings, jokes, or legends across Europe. And so, as travelers stepped back onto the muddy roads, cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill, the thought returned like a haunting refrain. Tonight, another bed awaited, another gamble, another test of patience, dignity, and faith. And in that endless cycle lay the truth of the medieval journey, that to travel was not only to brave the dangers of the road, but to survive the long, restless nights where even sleep was a battlefield. By the 40th step of this exploration, the shared bed no longer appears as an accident of travel, but as a deliberate stage upon which the medieval world rehearsed its most pressing dramas: power, fear, superstition, and survival. To lie down among strangers was to submit to a nightly experiment where one's endurance, wit, and patience were tested as surely as they were on the roads by wolves or in markets by thieves. The bed, though made of straw and rough wood, was an institution in its own right, and its lessons could outlast the bruises, the bites, and the fatigue it delivered. One of the strangest truths of these beds is how they turned sleep, the most natural of human needs, into a form of performance. Travelers knew they were being observed even in their unconsciousness. The man who snored too loudly, the one who muttered secrets in his dreams, the woman who prayed in whispers until dawn, each became part of a collective story that would be retold the next morning. Reputation could be dented or elevated not by speeches or deeds, but by the uncontrolled noises and gestures of the body. A soldier might be mocked for crying out in terror in his sleep, while a pilgrim who remained serene through the night might be admired for holiness. In this sense, the bed functioned as a mirror, reflecting hidden selves that daylight often concealed. Suspicion, of course, magnified every twitch and murmur. A cough was not just a cough. It could be the first sign of plague. A rustle of blankets could be a thief's hand inching toward a purse. Even stillness was suspect. Was that sleeper truly resting or lying awake, waiting for the moment to strike? The atmosphere was so thick with mistrust that many travelers adopted elaborate routines. Some tied bells to their belongings so that even the lightest touch would rattle them awake. Others created decoys, empty purses left in plain reach while the true coins were hidden beneath the straw. A few kept weapons unsheathed at their sides, though this risked accidents in the night. These strategies reveal not only the depth of suspicion, but also the creativity that survival demanded. Yet even within this atmosphere of suspicion, surprising flashes of solidarity could emerge. Strangers sometimes defended each other, keeping watch when one fell into deep sleep or sharing blankets when the night turned bitterly cold. These acts of kindness rarely blossomed into lasting friendships, but in the moment they mattered. They were reminders that the bed, while a site of danger, could also be a crucible of fleeting humanity. It was in the darkest hours that generosity shone most brightly, and though dawn often dissolved such bonds, the memory of kindness endured on the road. Women's experiences remained both the most precarious and the most illuminating. For them, the bed was a gauntlet of risks, reputational, physical, and spiritual. A woman's virtue could be questioned simply because she had shared a bed with men, regardless of whether any impropriety had occurred. Some defended themselves with words sharper than daggers, warning companions that any attempt at dishonor would be met with divine wrath. Others disguised themselves entirely, taking on male garb to avoid scrutiny. But perhaps most revealing are the accounts of women who turned vulnerability into authority, leading prayers aloud, invoking saints, and filling the bed with a kind of sacred aura that silenced even the most unruly companions. These moments show how the bed, though hostile, could also become a stage for courage. Superstition wove itself into the fabric of every night. Medieval minds believed that beds absorbed not only sweat and fleas, but the spirits of those who had died upon them. Travelers told stories of waking to invisible hands tugging at their hair, or feeling crushing weight upon their chests as they struggled to breathe. Today we might call it sleep paralysis, but to them it was evidence of demons or restless souls. These tales circulated widely, giving certain inns reputations so dark that travelers would walk miles farther to avoid them. Even skeptics found themselves muttering charms, clutching relics, or making the sign of the cross before sleep. The bed was therefore never just a place of rest. It was also a threshold between the natural and the supernatural. Disease was the most relentless danger of all. The crowded conditions turned every bed into a breeding ground for contagion. Fleas carried invisible threats, and the mingling of breath in closed rooms spread illness with terrifying speed. To sleep beside a coughing bedfellow was to gamble with one's life. Some travelers carried herbs, lavender, rosemary, sage, believing their scents could purify the air. Others burned incense or sprinkled vinegar on the straw. These rituals offered comfort, but little protection, and the fear of waking feverish was one that haunted every dawn. The irony was cruel. The very beds meant to restore strength often drained it, leaving travelers weaker than before. Yet even as the bed brought fear and fatigue, it also fueled storytelling. The road itself could be monotonous, but the beds, crowded, haunted, dangerous, were rich with material for tales. A pilgrim might recount the night he dreamed of saints while fleas devoured him, and his listeners would laugh despite themselves. A merchant might tell of the thief who stole his purse and then left behind a mocking note. Minstrels turned these stories into verses, passing them from inn to inn until the ordeal of the bed became part of Europe's oral tradition. In this way, the very misery of the shared bed became fuel for culture, ensuring it lived not only in memory but in song and story. By dawn, when weary travelers rose, scratching at bites and clutching their belongings, the bed had already left its mark. It had humiliated some, comforted others, and tested all. The road ahead stretched uncertain, but the memories of the bed lingered more sharply than the landscapes of fields or forests. To survive a night was to earn a story, and stories were the true currency of the road. And so, as they stepped once more into the muddy paths, the thought pressed heavily upon them. Another night awaited, another bed, another gamble with dignity, fear, and faith. It was this endless repetition that made the shared bed unforgettable, not as an inconvenience, but as the very emblem of what it meant to live and endure in the restless world of the Middle Ages. By the 41st step of this journey, the shared bed of medieval inns has revealed itself as more than a place of rest. It was a furnace of experience, burning away illusions of safety, privilege, or privacy. To lie down in such a bed was to accept a contract with discomfort, suspicion, and vulnerability. And yet, these very ordeals became the essence of medieval travel, shaping not just the night, but the way people remembered the road itself. Perhaps the most vivid element of the shared bed was the strange theater of sounds it created. Snores, coughs, murmurs, and sudden cries wove together into a nightly chorus that no one could escape. Pilgrims compared it to sleeping inside a church bell tower where every sound echoed louder than it should. Some men groaned as though fighting battles in their dreams, while others whispered prayers until sleep carried them away. Even silence was unsettling, for it was often broken by sudden jerks or gasps that startled everyone awake. These sounds became stories in themselves, told with laughter or irritation at breakfast, reminding travelers that even unconsciousness had its own drama. But beyond sound was the question of touch. In a crowded bed, the human body could not be confined to its own boundaries. Elbows pressed against ribs, knees brushed against strangers' legs, and blankets became contested borders. Some learned to claim space aggressively, spreading cloaks and refusing to yield an inch. Others shrank into corners, surrendering comfort for peace. Yet accidental intimacy was inevitable. A hand searching for warmth might be mistaken for theft. A sudden shift might startle someone into a defensive outburst. These physical negotiations revealed much about people's instincts, whether they leaned toward aggression, submission, or compromise when pressed into close quarters. The suspicion sharpened these negotiations into psychological warfare. Every movement was interpreted, every whisper judged. Was the man shifting closer because he was cold, or because he meant to slip a hand into a purse? Was that woman murmuring prayers, or signaling someone in the shadows? Paranoia spread as easily as fleas, and some travelers trained themselves to sleep lightly, waking at the faintest sound. Others relied on tricks, decoy purses, hidden coins, or knives within reach. The cleverest thieves knew these strategies well, and stories circulated of bandits who could steal without disturbing a single straw. These tales made every bed a place of doubt, where even rest itself felt dangerous. And yet, within this landscape of suspicion, fleeting moments of solidarity were born. Strangers sometimes shielded one another, sharing cloaks, food, or warnings about suspicious companions. Pilgrims prayed aloud, offering comfort not just to themselves, but to everyone within earshot. A soldier might guard a merchant's purse as carefully as his own, if only for the sake of honor. These fragile bonds often dissolved with the morning light, but they mattered in the dark. They proved that even in a world of suspicion, kindness could flicker like a candle, however briefly, against the shadows. For women, these nights carried sharper risks. Their dignity could be shredded by rumor alone, even if nothing improper occurred. A single night in a mixed bed could stain a reputation more deeply than a lifetime of virtue could repair. Some disguised themselves in men's clothing, others clung to female companions for protection, and a few weaponized their piety, praying so fervently that no man dared cross them. There are accounts of women who silenced entire rooms with words of steel, asserting boundaries that even thieves respected. But alongside these stories of courage were countless silences, unrecorded nights of fear, humiliation, or harm. The bed was, for women, both a stage for resilience and a trap of vulnerability. Superstition deepened this atmosphere of tension. Inns were often said to be haunted by those who had died in them, and since death was no stranger to such places, fear was never far away. Some claimed to feel ghostly hands tugging at their blankets, or to wake with the weight of unseen bodies pressing on their chests. Others heard whispers in the night that no human voice could explain. Even the skeptics crossed themselves before lying down, unwilling to risk angering unseen forces. These beliefs transformed the bed into more than a place of danger. It became a liminal space where the boundary between the living and the dead seemed perilously thin. And always there was the threat of disease. The mingling of breath, the crawling of lice, the dampness of straw, all turned beds into breeding grounds for illness. Travelers tried to protect themselves with herbs, vinegar, or charms, but these defenses were weak against invisible contagions. Rumors of sickness could empty an inn overnight, sending travelers into the cold rather than risk infection. Yet necessity always drove them back. The bed, however despised, was safer than the forest, where wolves and bandits prowled. Survival, in the end, meant choosing the lesser of many evils. Despite the dread, humor found its way into every night. Pilgrims joked that fleas were the true innkeepers, collecting rent from every body. Merchants told exaggerated tales of waking with strangers' feet in their faces, retelling humiliation as comedy. Minstrels sang verses about the absurdity of beds so crowded that one could hardly tell where one person ended and another began. This humor was more than entertainment. It was resistance, a way to transform misery into story, to reclaim dignity from humiliation. By laughing at the bed, travelers made it bearable, even memorable. By dawn, when pale light seeped through the shutters and weary bodies rose from the straw, the bed had already imprinted itself upon them. They carried away not just bites and bruises, but memories, some bitter, some comic, some haunting. These stories traveled as far as the travelers themselves, retold in markets, churches, and taverns, weaving the shared bed into the cultural fabric of the age. And as they stepped back onto muddy roads, cloaks drawn tight against the morning chill, one thought returned with relentless certainty. Tonight, another bed awaited. Another chorus of snores, another battlefield of suspicion, another chance for laughter, dread, or unexpected kindness. And it was in this endless cycle that the shared bed became the truest emblem of what it meant to endure the restless, uncertain world of the Middle Ages. By the 42nd passage of this long exploration, the shared bed has become something more than an object of nightly discomfort. It is a stage where the very identity of the medieval traveler was challenged and remade night after night. To lie in that crowded, straw-filled frame was to risk not only the loss of coin or sleep, but the unraveling of one's sense of self. Each dawn carried away not just weary bodies, but also stories, memories, and scars that reshaped how people understood themselves and others. The bed was never neutral. It was an arena where human nature was tested as fiercely as on any battlefield or pilgrimage road. Perhaps the most revealing truth is how the bed forced people to confront vulnerability. By day, travelers could guard their reputations with words, clothes, and gestures. But by night, stripped of defenses, they were exposed in their most unguarded forms. Dreams betrayed secret fears. Restless murmurs confessed desires or guilt. Even the simple act of snoring could draw ridicule that clung for days. Imagine a knight, proud of his valor, whimpering in his sleep like a frightened child, or a priest muttering curses while half dreaming of temptation. These betrayals of the unconscious became public knowledge by morning, retold with either humor or malice. The bed thus transformed vulnerability into spectacle, and spectacle into memory. Suspicion sharpened every detail of the night. A cough was never just a cough, it was a possible contagion. A whisper could be a prayer or a plot to steal. The faint shift of weight might signal nothing more than discomfort, but in the tense silence of an inn, it could be interpreted as theft in progress. To survive, travelers developed elaborate rituals. Coins were sewn into hidden seams, daggers tucked beneath pillows, boots kept on through the night. Some even staged false gestures, loud snores, sudden shifts, meant to convince potential thieves they were still awake. And yet, for all these strategies, many still awoke robbed. The lesson was clear. Vigilance could not guarantee safety, and the bed was always a gamble. This gamble extended beyond possessions to health itself. The bed was the perfect incubator of disease, with breath mingling in close quarters, straw crawling with vermin, and exhaustion weakening immune defenses. A single fevered sleeper could doom an entire room by morning. Herbal remedies were everywhere. Sprigs of rosemary tucked under pillows, vinegar cloths pressed to the nose, charms muttered against unseen vapors. Yet these protections often failed, and travelers emerged weaker rather than stronger. The cruel irony of the bed was that it promised rest, but so often delivered sickness instead. Superstition added yet another layer of dread. Many believed that beds retained the essence of those who had died within them, and inns were notorious for sudden deaths, whether by violence, drink, or plague. Stories circulated of travelers who woke to ghostly figures at their sides or felt invisible hands tugging at their blankets. The sensation of being pinned to the bed, unable to move, was interpreted as the work of demons or restless spirits. Today we might call it sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds, it was evidence of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Even skeptics found themselves whispering prayers before lying down, unwilling to take chances with the unseen. Women bore the sharpest edge of this ordeal. For them, the bed was not only humiliating, but perilous. To share space with men was to invite rumor, even if no impropriety occurred. Reputation could be ruined by appearances alone. Many disguised themselves as men to avoid scrutiny, while others leaned on the strength of female companions. Some wielded piety as a weapon, reciting prayers aloud until silence fell upon the bed. There are accounts of women who, by sheer force of authority, cowed their companions into restraint. Yet for every such victory, countless others endured nights of fear, scars left unrecorded in the silence of history. The bed was both a site of resilience and of profound vulnerability, and women's endurance within it illuminates the cruelty of the age as much as their courage. And still, humor persisted. Pilgrims joked that fleas were the true owners of the inns, charging rent with every bite. Merchants exaggerated their humiliations until they became tavern comedy, telling of nights so crowded that they woke with strangers' beards brushing their faces. Minstrels turned the nightly ordeal into verse, mocking the chorus of snores as if it were a holy chant gone terribly wrong. Humor was not trivial. It was a defense, a way of reclaiming dignity by turning pain into performance. To laugh at the bed was to survive it, to carry its indignities as stories rather than wounds. The cultural exchange of these nights is often overlooked, but perhaps their most lasting legacy. Songs, prayers, rumors, and legends traveled from one bed to another, passed in whispers before sleep or mutters during restless hours. A proverb spoken in Flanders might resurface in Lombardy. A hymn hummed in Spain could be sung in France weeks later. The shared bed became a vehicle of culture, spreading knowledge and imagination across Europe without parchment or ink. In this way, the bed shaped not just individual memories, but collective traditions, weaving a network of stories across the continent. By dawn, when travelers rose, scratching at bites and clutching their belongings, they carried away more than fatigue. They carried scars of suspicion, fragments of songs, ghost stories, and jokes that would travel farther than they did. They carried memories of kindnesses, fleeting but cherished, and humiliations that could never quite be forgotten. The bed imprinted itself not only on the body, but on the imagination, becoming part of the fabric of what it meant to live, suffer, and endure the Middle Ages. And as the road stretched out once again, muddy and uncertain, one thought lingered heavily in the minds of travelers. Another bed awaited tonight, another gamble with theft, disease, or dignity, another chance for fear, for laughter, or for fleeting solidarity. And it was in that endless cycle that the shared bed revealed its truest meaning, not as a piece of furniture, but as the nightly crucible of medieval life itself. By the 43rd turn of this exploration, the shared bed has revealed itself as something more profound than an inconvenience. It was a nightly crucible where the medieval world tested not only the endurance of travelers, but the very meaning of community, suspicion, and survival. Each dawn, the bed left its imprint not merely in sore muscles and flea bites, but in stories, memories, and lessons that clung to the mind long after the road itself had blurred into monotony. To step into such a bed was to step into a space that was never neutral. It was alive with danger, humor, and the haunting weight of the unknown. One of the clearest truths by this stage is how the shared bed stripped away illusions of control. Medieval life was already unpredictable. Storms destroyed crops, wars erupted without warning, plague swept through villages. But even in the small sphere of nightly rest, control was an illusion. A careful traveler might choose his bedfellows with care, tie his purse with elaborate knots, and whisper prayers until exhaustion overtook him. Yet none of these precautions could ensure safety. In the morning, he might rise, robbed, sick, or humiliated, his efforts mocked by the stubborn chaos of the night. This constant loss of control forced people into a kind of fatalism, an acceptance that life was not about mastery, but about endurance. Endurance, however, was not uniform. Some travelers approached the ordeal with resignation, others with aggression, and still others with creativity. There are tales of men who sang themselves loudly to sleep, drowning out the snores of others, or of women who recited psalms until their companions dared not interrupt. Some bribed innkeepers for slightly better corners of the room, while others devised ingenious hiding places for coins, tucking them into wax-sealed packets hidden beneath floorboards or even in the seams of cloaks. The bed thus became a nightly stage for improvisation, where each traveler's ingenuity was tested against the ingenuity of others. Yet, for all these tricks, suspicion poisoned the atmosphere. Even acts of kindness were sometimes doubted. If a stranger shifted his cloak to cover you, was it generosity, or a distraction before he stole your boots? If someone prayed aloud, was it faith, or performance meant to disguise darker intentions? This corrosive doubt was perhaps the bed's cruelest lesson. It forced people to live in a state of perpetual mistrust, where every action might mask its opposite. And yet, paradoxically, it also forced them into the most intimate proximity with those they mistrusted most. Women's experiences highlight this paradox in its sharpest form. And for them, the bed was often a trap without good choices. To share it risked harassment, rumor, or violence. To refuse it meant exposure to the dangers of the night outside. Some chose disguise, others relied on groups, and many wielded sharp words or piety as shields. Yet even these defenses were fragile. A woman could silence her companions with fiery prayers, but whispers might still spread the next day, staining her reputation beyond repair. The bed became a space where survival required not only courage, but also constant negotiation with appearances, a reminder that women's lives were always measured not only by what they endured, but by what others claimed they had endured. Superstition added another layer of unease. Inns were often said to be haunted, and since death was common in such places, travelers believed that spirits clung to the very straw of the beds. Tales circulated of spectral figures tugging at blankets, or of invisible weights pressing down on sleepers' chests until they could not breathe. Today we might call this sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds it was the work of demons or restless souls. Even skeptics found themselves whispering charms or clutching relics, unwilling to risk angering unseen forces. Thus, each night was not only a gamble with thieves and fleas, but a test of one's relationship with the invisible world. Illness was the most practical and the most feared of these unseen dangers. In a time when plague and fever haunted every town, the close quarters of the bed were breeding grounds for contagion. A single cough could infect a dozen by dawn. Herbal remedies were common: sprigs of sage, lavender, or rosemary tucked into clothes, vinegar dabbed onto cloths, but their power was more psychological than medical. Still, these rituals offered comfort, and comfort itself was a kind of survival. Yet no amount of rosemary could erase the dread that sleep itself might carry the seeds of death, and yet humor never entirely disappeared. Pilgrims joked that they carried more flea bites than holy relics home from their journeys. Minstrels sang songs about the nightly chorus of snores, fleas cast as armies, and drunken companions as beasts of the night. Merchants retold humiliations with exaggerated detail, transforming misery into comedy. Humor, in this sense, was not frivolous, it was a weapon. It turned indignity into entertainment, stripping the bed of some of its power to humiliate. To laugh at the ordeal was to reclaim agency, to make suffering into story rather than defeat. The cultural exchanges born from these beds should not be underestimated. Travelers whispered songs, proverbs, and rumors to pass the restless hours. Stories of miracles, market prices, and battles spread across Europe, not only in letters, but in murmurs before sleep. A proverb whispered in Burgundy might resurface in Lombardy. A hymn hummed in Spain might be sung in France weeks later. In this way, the shared bed became an invisible network of communication, stitching together regions and cultures through the simplest and most uncomfortable of human experiences. By dawn, when travelers rose, scratching at bites and checking their belongings, the bed had already done its work. It had humbled the proud, tested the cautious, betrayed the vigilant, and sometimes rewarded the kind. What it left behind were not only scars and fatigue, but stories, haunting, humiliating, comic, or comforting, that became part of the shared fabric of medieval memory. And so, as the road stretched ahead once again, cloaks pulled tight against the chill, one certainty clung to every traveler. Tonight would bring another bed, another gamble with dignity, health, and faith, another chance for suspicion, laughter, or solidarity. And in that endless repetition lay the essence of the journey itself, because to endure the shared bed was, in many ways, to endure the Middle Ages. By the 44th step of this journey, the shared bed has transformed from a simple object of travel into a symbol of endurance that embodies the tension between human frailty and resilience. It was never just about rest. It was about what people became when forced into proximity with strangers, about how dignity could be stripped or salvaged in the silence of the night. Each straw-filled mattress carried not only fleas and damp, but also a kind of moral weight, pressing travelers into moments of exposure that revealed more about them than any public act by day. The most striking feature of this nightly ordeal was how it turned strangers into reluctant participants in an improvised community. A bed might contain peasants, merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, and occasionally a wandering noble. Each entered it with private fears and intentions, but once pressed together, they became entangled in each other's realities. The farmer's cough became the merchant's terror. The soldier's twitching dream jolted the pilgrim awake. The noble's complaints echoed against the indignities all shared. In this sense, the bed served as a great equalizer, not by erasing differences, but by forcing them into confrontation, reminding every sleeper that survival was not a solitary act, but a negotiation with the discomforts and vulnerabilities of others. Yet this uneasy intimacy also magnified suspicion. Every gesture was loaded with possible meanings. A hand shifting beneath the blanket might be searching for warmth, or for another's purse. A whispered prayer might signal devotion, or serve as a distraction. In such an atmosphere, trust was nearly impossible. Many travelers slept lightly, training themselves to wake at the faintest rustle. Others devised clever defenses, belts tied into complicated knots, coins hidden in wax-sealed packets, even fake purses placed as decoys. Still, none of these tricks were foolproof. Tales spread of thieves so skilled they could cut coins free without stirring the air, and these stories haunted every night, turning rest into a battlefield fought without words. Women bore the sharpest brunt of this danger. Their mere presence could ignite gossip, whether or not anything improper occurred. A woman who shared a bed risked her reputation as much as her safety, and both could be destroyed by rumor alone. To guard themselves, some disguised their sex beneath heavy cloaks, while others relied on companions for protection. A few leaned on piety as their shield, praying aloud until silence fell upon the room. There are accounts of women who silenced entire beds with their words, invoking saints with such fervor that even the boldest men shrank from crossing them. But for every tale of triumph, there are shadows, stories untold, voices muted by fear or shame. The shared bed was both a crucible of resilience and a trap of vulnerability. Superstition wove itself tightly into these nights. Many believed that beds carried the essence of those who had died upon them, and given how often death stalked inns through fever, violence, or drink, it was no rare thought. Travelers spoke of feeling invisible hands pressing them down, or of blankets being tugged by unseen figures. Some swore they heard voices calling their names, half human and half something else. Today we might call it sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds it was proof of demons, witches, or restless souls. Even skeptics found themselves muttering charms before lying down, unwilling to gamble with forces they could not see. This layer of fear meant that the bed was haunted not only by its living occupants, but by the weight of all who had lain there before. Disease, however, was the most undeniable of these invisible companions. With bodies pressed close, breaths mingling in stale air, and vermin crawling unchecked, beds became hotbeds of contagion. A cough in the dark could ripple through the room by morning, felling the strongest and the weakest alike. Herbal defenses, sprigs of lavender, rosemary, or sage, were common, tucked into pillows or burned in clay pots to cleanse the air. Some even dabbed vinegar onto cloths and pressed them to their noses, convinced it could block unseen miasmas. These rituals provided comfort, but comfort was no cure. The cruel irony of the shared bed was that what was meant to restore health so often destroyed it. And yet, humor was never far behind. Laughter became its own shield, protecting travelers against despair. Pilgrims joked that fleas were the true innkeepers, charging rent with every bite. Merchants retold their indignities with exaggeration, turning misery into farce. Minstrels crafted songs mocking the nightly chorus of snores, fleas cast as soldiers, and drunken bedfellows as beasts of legend. Humor was more than distraction. It was a reclamation of dignity. To laugh at the ordeal was to deny it the power to humiliate. It turned suffering into narrative, ensuring that what had been endured became a story worth retelling rather than a wound left festering. The shared bed also acted as a vessel for cultural exchange. In the long hours before sleep, or in restless moments during the night, travelers whispered to each other. Stories of distant shrines, news of markets, rumors of wars, all passed from mouth to mouth, spreading faster than letters could travel. A proverb muttered in France might appear weeks later in Italy. A hymn hummed in Spain could be sung in Germany by the next pilgrimage season. This invisible web of stories and sayings, carried from bed to bed, turned the most humiliating of spaces into an engine of connection. The irony was sharp. What travelers despised most often became what bound them most tightly together. By dawn, when weary bodies rose, scratching at bites, adjusting belts, and searching nervously for missing coins, the bed had already done its work. It had humbled, it had tested, it had revealed. What it left behind was not only exhaustion, but memory. Memories that could be bitter, comic, or even strangely tender. These memories lingered longer than the miles of muddy road, etched into the mind more deeply than the fields or forests crossed by day. And as the road stretched ahead once more, the certainty remained like a stone in every traveler's chest. Another bed awaited tonight. Another test of dignity, suspicion, fear, and faith. Another chance for humiliation or for solidarity. Another reminder that, in the Middle Ages, even rest was never simply rest. It was survival in its rawest form. And that relentless cycle is what made the shared bed unforgettable, not only to those who endured it, but to the culture that retold its stories across centuries. By the 45th step of this journey, the shared bed of medieval inns reveals itself less as a detail of travel, and more as a crucible in which the truths of human nature were exposed night after night. It was not a comfort, but a test, not a retreat, but a theater where fear, humor, faith, and suspicion played their endless parts. Every traveler who lay down in its crowded straw was pressed into an unspoken drama, and by morning each carried away a new story, whether comic, humiliating, or haunting. One of the most unsettling features of these nights was the erosion of personal boundaries. The body, normally a private possession, became public property. Every breath was shared, every twitch felt, every cough magnified. A traveler could not simply turn away from others, for there was no away. The body was enmeshed in a tangle of limbs, pressed against strangers whose names might never be known. This intimacy was rarely comforting. It was exposure without consent, the blurring of self and other until both seemed to vanish into the collective discomfort of the bed. Such closeness made many travelers uneasy, but it also forced them to reckon with the inescapable truth of human vulnerability. Vulnerability bred suspicion, and suspicion reshaped perception. A hand brushing too close could be mistaken for theft, a murmur mistaken for a plot. Even generosity became suspect. If someone shifted their blanket to cover you, was it kindness or distraction? If a stranger kept still all night, was it courtesy or preparation for a quick escape at dawn with your belongings? This corrosive doubt turned every gesture into a riddle, every movement into a possible threat. Yet paradoxically, the very act of enduring suspicion together sometimes forged bonds. People laughed the next morning about how mistrustful they had been, only to discover that none of their fears had come true. These moments of relief offered glimpses of solidarity, proving that even in an atmosphere poisoned by doubt, trust could still flicker into existence. For women, the ordeal was doubly sharp. Their presence in a bed of strangers exposed them not only to physical risk, but also to the harsh judgment of reputation. A woman's virtue could be stained simply by sharing space with men, regardless of what actually happened. Many disguised themselves as men, while others relied on prayer or sheer authority of character to command respect. Some stories tell of women who silenced entire rooms by invoking saints, filling the bed with an aura of sacred dread that discouraged even the boldest intruder. But alongside these accounts of courage are countless unrecorded silences. Nights of fear endured without defense, scars carried privately for the rest of their lives. The shared bed was not only a test of endurance, it was also a reflection of the brutal inequalities of the age. Superstition gave yet another weight to the night. Many believed that beds retained the spirits of those who had died in them, and inns were notorious for sudden deaths from fever, violence, or despair. Travelers spoke of ghostly presences tugging at hair, of icy hands pressing against their skin, of whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. Some described waking unable to move, convinced they were pinned by demons. Today we call such experiences sleep paralysis. But to medieval minds, it was proof that the bed was haunted, that the line between life and death was thin enough to be crossed in the hours before dawn. Even skeptics often muttered charms or made the sign of the cross before lying down, unwilling to take chances with the unseen. Disease, however, was no illusion. The shared bed was a breeding ground for contagion. Breath mingled in stale air, fleas and lice moved freely across straw, and exhaustion weakened the body's resistance. A single cough in the night could ripple into a fever that swept through every traveler in the room. Herbal defenses, sprigs of rosemary, lavender, or sage, were tucked under pillows. Vinegar was sprinkled on cloths, and amulets were clutched as charms. But none of these offered true protection. The cruel irony was that the place meant to restore strength often drained it instead. Travelers knew this, and yet they returned to the bed again and again, because the dangers of the road outside were no less deadly. Still, humor managed to thrive, precisely because it had to. Pilgrims joked that fleas were the true innkeepers, charging rent with every bite. Minstrels sang of the nightly chorus of snores, fleas cast as soldiers in battle and drunken bedfellows as beasts roaring in their sleep. Merchants retold humiliating encounters with exaggeration, turning shame into spectacle. Humor became the weapon of the powerless, stripping the bed of its power to degrade. To laugh was to reclaim dignity, to transform misery into story, to ensure that suffering could be carried as memory rather than as a wound. The cultural transmission that occurred in these beds is perhaps their most surprising legacy. Stories, proverbs, songs, and rumors all traveled by way of whispered conversations before sleep. Legends moved across Europe in this way, passed from bed to bed until they became part of a shared imagination. A Flemish hymn might resurface in Italy. A Spanish proverb might be heard in Germany weeks later. In this sense, the bed became not just a site of endurance, but a vehicle of culture, its indignities balanced by its role in weaving together the threads of a continent. By dawn, when travelers rose, scratching at bites and searching nervously for missing coins, the bed had already completed its work. It had stripped away illusions of privacy, tested patience and suspicion, and offered moments of unexpected kindness. What it left behind were stories of theft, of laughter, of humiliation, of ghosts, that carried farther than the travelers themselves. And as the road stretched on, muddy and uncertain, one certainty clung to every weary traveler. Tonight would bring another bed. Another gamble with fear, disease, and dignity. Another chance for laughter, rumor, or fleeting solidarity. And, in that endless cycle of endurance, suspicion, and survival, the shared bed became not simply an inconvenience of travel, but the truest emblem of what it meant to live in the restless, fragile world of the Middle Ages. By the 46th step of this long unfolding, the shared bed no longer feels like an accidental feature of medieval inns. It becomes a symbol of how the Middle Ages compressed human existence into the smallest of spaces, both literally and figuratively. In that crowded frame of straw and sweat, strangers collided with one another not only in body but in spirit. What was endured there at night did not remain hidden under the rafters. It traveled along roads and across borders, echoing in stories, songs, and whispered warnings. The bed, despised yet indispensable, was not merely a place to collapse in exhaustion, but a crucible where human dignity was tested, stripped, and sometimes unexpectedly affirmed. What strikes most at this stage is how the shared bed exposed the fragility of personal identity. By day, a merchant might stride into a marketplace projecting wealth and confidence, a knight might boast of his valor, and a pilgrim might glow with piety. Yet by night, pressed against strangers, stripped of privacy, they were reduced to their most animal selves. Snores, smells, scratches, and involuntary words betrayed truths that armor, coin, and scripture could not conceal. A man who boasted of courage by the fire might whimper in his sleep, while a quiet farmer might mutter commands as though leading armies. These betrayals of the unconscious became public property by morning, remembered with laughter or suspicion, showing that the bed was not only a test of endurance, but of the self itself. Suspicion magnified this exposure into something almost unbearable. Every movement carried a double meaning. Was the shifting weight of a bedfellow merely discomfort, or a hand inching toward a purse? Was the muttered prayer an act of faith, or a cover for stealth? Such paranoia often led to ingenious defenses, coins sewn into hems, daggers held beneath cloaks, boots left on during the night so valuables could not be stolen from them. Some even feigned deep snores to suggest they were asleep while keeping one eye half open. And yet, the cleverest thieves thrived precisely in such conditions, turning fear into their greatest advantage. Tales of their skill, of rings slipped off fingers or purses cut loose without a sound, spread from inn to inn, feeding both terror and admiration. Disease added its own cruelty to the bed. With bodies pressed together and breath thick in the air, illness spread like wildfire. One cough could ripple through a room, carrying unseen contagion to every sleeper. Travelers brought with them rituals of protection. Rosemary sprigs tucked into belts, lavender placed under pillows, vinegar-dampened cloths pressed against noses. These remedies gave comfort but rarely defense, and the irony was bitter, that the place meant for rest and recovery often delivered sickness instead. Inns developed reputations not only for theft or hauntings, but for contagion, and yet necessity always drove travelers back. The shared bed was despised, but the road outside, cold, stormy, filled with wolves and bandits, was far worse. Superstition deepened the shadows of every night. The belief that beds carried the essence of those who had died in them haunted travelers across Europe. Stories of ghostly hands tugging at blankets, of oppressive weight pinning sleepers down, and of voices whispering in ears gave the bed an aura of spiritual danger. Today, such accounts sound like nightmares or sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds they were proof of the thin line between the living and the dead. Even skeptics often muttered charms before closing their eyes, unwilling to tempt the unseen. And so the bed became more than a resting place. It was a threshold, a liminal space where one might encounter forces beyond human control. For women, these dangers were magnified into a daily battle. To share a bed with men was to risk not only their safety but their reputation. Even if no harm befell them, rumor alone could ruin them. Some disguised themselves as men, lowering their voices and hiding their hair, while others relied on traveling companions for protection. A few turned piety into a shield, invoking saints so fervently that even hardened soldiers dared not cross them. There are tales of women silencing entire beds with fiery words, their authority born not of strength but of sheer determination. Yet there are also untold silences, nights of fear endured quietly, scars never recorded in chronicles. The shared bed revealed both the resilience and the precarity of women in a society that left them little room to claim safety on their own terms. Amid such hardship, humor became both weapon and refuge. Pilgrims mocked themselves as banquets for fleas. Merchants told comic tales of indignities so exaggerated they became tavern favorites, and minstrels composed verses casting fleas as armies and snores as war trumpets. This humor was not frivolous. It was a survival strategy. By turning humiliation into story, travelers reclaimed dignity. Laughter transformed misery into something bearable, even memorable, ensuring that what might have broken them instead became a tale to be retold at the next fire. Cultural exchange flowed through these nights in ways few recognized at the time. In the dark, as strangers whispered before sleep, stories, songs, and rumors crossed borders more easily than parchment or ink. A hymn sung in Spain might surface in Germany weeks later. A proverb muttered in Flanders could reappear in Italy. The bed was thus not only a crucible of endurance, but a vessel of transmission, weaving together the fabric of Europe's oral culture. Its discomfort created conversation. Its misery produced stories, and those stories traveled farther than the fleas themselves. By dawn, when weary travelers rose, scratching at bites, clutching purses, and shaking straw from their cloaks, the bed had already fulfilled its role. It had tested suspicion, humiliated pride, exposed vulnerability, and sometimes revealed unexpected kindness. Its legacy was carried not only in bruises or fatigue, but in the tales travelers brought with them, comic, bitter, terrifying, or strangely tender. And so, as the road stretched out once more, muddy and uncertain beneath tired feet, every traveler carried the same thought. Tonight, another bed awaited. Another gamble with dignity, suspicion, and fear. Another chance for laughter, rumor, or fleeting solidarity. And in that endless cycle, the shared bed revealed itself as not just an inconvenience of travel, but the very emblem of what it meant to live and endure in the restless world of the Middle Ages. By the 47th step of this long journey, the shared bed emerges less as a practical detail of medieval travel, and more as a kind of nightly ordeal in which the values, fears, and contradictions of an entire society were put on trial. It was not merely a mattress of straw, it was a crucible, compressing poverty and wealth, piety and sin, suspicion and fleeting trust into the tightest of spaces. Every evening, when exhausted bodies collapsed together, the bed became a theater where all masks slipped away, and where survival meant learning to navigate not just physical discomfort, but the fragile balance of human behavior. What made the bed unforgettable was how it dissolved illusions of control. During the day, a knight might strut in armor, a merchant might jingle coins in his purse, and a pilgrim might carry his staff like a symbol of divine favor. But in the darkness of the bed, all were reduced to breath, sweat, and restless movements. Armor could not shield against lice, coins could not bribe away snores, and prayers could not silence a stranger's twitching nightmares. Each traveler, regardless of rank, was stripped down to the same condition of raw humanity, and that exposure created both humiliation and an odd kind of solidarity. Suspicion, however, was always the dominant note. To trust a bedfellow was dangerous, yet to sleep without trust was impossible. Travelers devised rituals of self-protection, purses sewn into seams, daggers hidden under cloaks, belts tied in knots so intricate they could not be loosened quickly by thieves. Some even pretended to sleep, snoring loudly while keeping one eye open. Yet thieves were often more inventive still. Tales abounded of rogues who cut rings from fingers or purses from belts without waking their victims, feats that were both terrifying and admired for their skill. The very atmosphere of the bed was charged with this duality, fear of loss and reluctant respect for cunning. Disease deepened the ordeal. In close quarters, breath mingled in stale air, fleas and lice crawled unchecked, and every cough carried with it the dread memory of plague. Herbal remedies were common, sprigs of rosemary or lavender tucked into cloaks, vinegar-dampened cloths held over mouths, amulets pressed to chests as shields against unseen vapors. But these protections were little more than rituals of hope. The cruel irony of the bed was that it promised rest, but often delivered weakness, leaving travelers sicker than when they arrived. Still, they returned to it night after night, because the alternative, wolves in the forest, bandits on the road, was far worse. Superstition wove its invisible threads through these nights. Beds were thought to absorb the essence of those who had died upon them, and since inns were places of sudden deaths, fights, fevers, drunken falls, this belief was no small matter. Travelers whispered of ghostly hands tugging at blankets, of weight pressing them into the mattress, of voices calling their names in the dark. What we call sleep paralysis, they called demonic attack. Even skeptics crossed themselves before lying down, unwilling to gamble with the unseen. This sense that the bed was haunted did more than frighten. It shaped the way people imagined the night, making each creak of wood and flicker of candlelight into an omen. Women's experiences show the sharpest edges of this ordeal. Their very presence was loaded with danger and judgment. To lie in a bed with men was to risk gossip that could stain a reputation forever, even if nothing improper occurred. Some disguised themselves in male clothing, lowering their voices and hiding their hair, while others relied on piety as their protection, praying aloud until the atmosphere itself grew heavy with reverence. There are accounts of women who silenced entire rooms with their words, commanding respect through sheer will. Yet, for every tale of defiance, there were countless silences. Nights endured in fear, humiliations swallowed whole, scars carried privately through a lifetime. The shared bed revealed both the resilience and the precarity of women in a society that gave them few defenses. Amid these fears, humor was the only remedy left. Pilgrims mocked themselves as walking feasts for fleas. Merchants told tavern stories of waking with strangers' feet pressed against their faces. And minstrels composed comic songs about the absurdities of the night. Humor was not a luxury, it was survival. By transforming indignity into story, travelers reclaimed their dignity. Laughter turned the memory of misery into a weapon against despair, ensuring that what might have broken them instead became a tale worth retelling at the next inn. The shared bed also acted as a conduit of culture. Restless whispers carried songs, proverbs, and rumors across borders faster than scribes could copy manuscripts. A hymn heard in Spain might echo in France weeks later. A proverb muttered in Flanders could be repeated in Italy. In this way, the bed served as a vessel of exchange, its discomfort softened by the richness of stories that passed from stranger to stranger. It was a paradox. The very space most despised by travelers was also the space that stitched their world together in unexpected ways. By dawn, when travelers rose, scratching at bites, clutching their belongings, and shaking straw from their cloaks, the bed had already written itself into their memory. Some left with anger, others with laughter, but none left unchanged. The road ahead stretched uncertain, but the imprint of the night lingered longer than the landscapes they crossed. And as each weary figure stepped once more into the muddy road, one certainty weighed on their minds. Tonight, another bed awaited, another gamble with dignity, suspicion, and fear, another test of humor, resilience, or sheer endurance. And, in that endless repetition, the shared bed revealed itself as more than an inconvenience. It was the nightly crucible of medieval life, shaping how people survived, how they remembered, and how they told the story of their world. By the 48th step of this long journey, the shared bed no longer seems like a quirk of medieval travel. It becomes the very lens through which the daily struggles, fears, and small triumphs of the Middle Ages can be understood. Each night in that crowded space was not just an episode of discomfort, but a ritual of endurance, a confrontation with vulnerability, and a rehearsal of the fragility of life itself. To study the bed at this stage is to recognize that it shaped the road as much as the road shaped it. What defined the bed most vividly was its power to erase illusions of individuality. In daylight, travelers guarded their reputations carefully. A knight shone in his armor, a merchant counted his coins, a pilgrim displayed his relics proudly. But by night, all were reduced to the same level, pressed shoulder to shoulder, their bodies betraying secrets they could not control. Snores roared. Nightmares escaped as murmurs and twitches revealed anxieties that no words had confessed. The noble who boasted of courage by firelight could whimper in his sleep, while the poorest beggar might rest with the serenity of a saint. These betrayals of the unconscious became the currency of gossip, retold at breakfast with laughter, pity, or scorn. Suspicion thrived in this closeness. Every gesture was doubled in meaning. A cough might be the symptom of plague, a whispered prayer a cover for plotting, a subtle shift of blankets an attempt at theft. Some travelers trained themselves to sleep in half-wakefulness, jerking upright at the faintest rustle. Others placed coins in decoy purses or tied their belongings with knots so complex they could not be undone quietly. Yet the cleverest thieves anticipated these tricks, slipping valuables away without disturbing a single breath. These stories spread widely, turning the bed into both a classroom of caution and a theater of admiration for skillful rogues. Even those who despised them could not help but marvel at the artistry of a theft performed invisibly in the dark. Disease cast its own relentless shadow. The bed was the perfect vessel for contagion, with breath mingling in stagnant air, lice crawling unchecked, and bodies weakened by exhaustion. A single fevered sleeper could doom everyone around him by morning. Herbal defenses, rosemary tucked in cloaks, lavender under pillows, vinegar-dampened cloths pressed to faces, were acts of desperation rather than true protection. Still, travelers clung to them because hope, however fragile, was preferable to despair. The bitter irony remained. The bed promised recovery but often delivered illness, and yet travelers returned to it, because the wilderness outside was even more merciless. Superstition layered dread on top of sickness and suspicion. Many believed that beds carried the essence of those who had died in them, and inns saw death often, from drunken quarrels, sudden fevers, or violence in the night. Stories circulated of spectral hands tugging at blankets, of icy breath felt on the neck, of whispers calling names. Today such tales might be explained as dreams or sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds, they were evidence that the bed was haunted, that it was not merely a piece of furniture, but a threshold between the living and the dead. Even skeptics performed small rituals before lying down, crossing themselves, muttering charms, or clutching relics, because no one wanted to gamble with forces they could not see. Women's experiences exposed the sharpest contradictions of this nightly ordeal. Their presence in a shared bed risked not only their bodies, but their reputations. Even if untouched, rumor alone could destroy them. Many disguised themselves in men's clothing. Some clung to female companions, and others relied on prayer to cloak them in an aura of holiness. There are accounts of women who silenced entire rooms by invoking saints with such passion that even hardened soldiers dared not breathe too loudly. Yet, for every story of defiance, there were countless nights of silence and scars, unrecorded by history. The bed was a place where women's resilience was tested brutally, and where survival itself was often a quiet victory. And yet, amid the fear, the humor of the bed became one of its most enduring legacies. Pilgrims mocked themselves as banquets for fleas. Merchants told tavern tales of indignities so ridiculous they became comedy, and minstrels composed verses casting snores as battle horns and drunken companions as beasts of myth. Humor was more than entertainment, it was resistance. To laugh at the bed was to deny it the power to humiliate, to transform misery into a story rather than a scar. In a world where dignity was fragile, laughter was often the only way to keep it intact. Cultural exchange was another hidden gift of these restless nights. Strangers whispered stories, sang hymns, and traded rumors in the darkness, carrying fragments of culture across borders. A proverb muttered in Burgundy might reappear in Lombardy weeks later. A hymn hummed in Spain might be sung in France by the next pilgrimage season. The bed, despised though it was, became a vehicle for the circulation of stories, songs, and wisdom, weaving together the oral fabric of medieval Europe. It is no exaggeration to say that the very culture of the continent was carried bite by bite and whisper by whisper on the backs of those miserable straw mattresses. By dawn, when light seeped through shutters and weary travelers gathered their belongings, the bed had already performed its work. It had stripped away pride, tested patience, revealed fear, and sometimes fostered fleeting kindness. Its legacy was carried not only in bruises and bites, but in the stories people took with them, comic, bitter, terrifying, or strangely tender. And so, as cloaked figures stepped once more into the muddy roads, one certainty pressed on their minds. Another bed awaited tonight, another gamble with dignity, health, and faith, another chance for suspicion, laughter, or unexpected solidarity. And, in that endless cycle, the shared bed revealed itself as far more than an inconvenience. It was the nightly crucible of medieval life, shaping not just the body, but the soul of those who endured it. By the 49th step of this journey, the shared bed has fully revealed itself as a paradox of the medieval world, a place of degradation and of memory, of humiliation and of story. It was, at once, the site of nightly misery and the spark of tales that would outlive the travelers themselves. To lie down in a shared bed was to surrender to forces beyond one's control: suspicion, disease, superstition, and the unpredictable behavior of strangers. Yet it was also to become part of a greater current of human experience, a nightly ordeal that linked people across towns, kingdoms, and even generations. What makes the shared bed so striking at this stage is how it shaped the very rhythm of travel. Every road, every village, every marketplace was defined by the knowledge that, at the end of the day, the bed awaited. It was both destination and dread. Travelers might survive storms, avoid bandits, and bargain shrewdly at markets, but the final test of every day came not in daylight but in darkness, when they were forced to lie among strangers. This rhythm created a strange psychology. People often judged a journey not by its landscapes or profits, but by the beds they endured along the way. The memory of fields and forests faded, but the bed remained vivid. Its fleas, its snores, its betrayals. The erosion of privacy was its most relentless cruelty. By day, travelers maintained a fragile sense of individuality, whether through clothing, speech, or ritual. But by night, individuality dissolved into a collective struggle for space and breath. Every rustle was shared, every cough contagious, every twitch unavoidable. Even the most intimate acts, dreaming, muttering in sleep, tossing in restlessness, were no longer private, but exposed to strangers. This blurring of boundaries unsettled people profoundly, yet it also created an unintended consequence. It forced them to confront their own humanity in the rawest form. Suspicion sharpened this confrontation into paranoia. A movement in the dark could mean nothing or everything. A shifting blanket might be a search for warmth or the prelude to theft. A whispered prayer could be sincere or a performance to distract. Many travelers developed strategies of survival: purses tied into knots impossible to untangle quietly, daggers hidden within reach, or fake snores to give the impression of deep sleep while remaining alert. Yet no precaution was foolproof. Tales abounded of thieves who could slip rings off fingers or cut purses without stirring a single straw. These stories traveled as widely as the travelers themselves, turning the bed into a stage for fear as well as for admiration of cunning. Disease, meanwhile, was the invisible hand that haunted every night. Breath mixed in stale air, straw absorbed filth, and fleas carried unseen contagion. A single fevered sleeper could condemn the rest by morning. Herbal remedies, lavender tucked into clothing, vinegar-dampened cloths pressed to the mouth, amulets clutched in sweaty hands, were rituals of comfort rather than cures. Still, people clung to them because to lie defenseless was unthinkable. The irony was cruel. The very place meant to restore strength so often drained it instead. Yet travelers returned to it night after night, because the wilderness outside, wolves, rain, bandits, was even more merciless. Superstition deepened the dread, making the bed not only physically dangerous but spiritually perilous. Stories of ghosts clinging to inns spread across Europe. Travelers whispered of icy hands pulling at their clothes, of voices murmuring their names, of oppressive weight pressing on their chests. Today we might call such things nightmares or sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds they were proof that the bed was haunted, that it was not just a piece of furniture but a threshold between life and death. Even skeptics often muttered charms or crossed themselves before lying down, unwilling to risk angering forces they could neither see nor control. For women, this ordeal was harsher still. Their presence in a bed of strangers was fraught with risks not only of harm but of reputation. Even if untouched, gossip could stain their names forever. Some disguised themselves as men, others relied on groups of female companions. Many turned to prayer as their shield. There are stories of women invoking saints so fiercely that the entire room fell silent, cowed by the aura of holiness. Yet there are also countless untold stories of silence and scars, endured in the dark and never spoken aloud. The shared bed was, for women, not only a crucible of endurance, but a reminder of how little society allowed them to control their own safety. And yet, amid all this fear, humor persisted stubbornly. Pilgrims joked that fleas were the only landlords who never forgot to collect rent. Merchants turned their humiliations into comic tales told over ale in the next town. Minstrels composed verses mocking snores as war horns, fleas as armies, and drunken companions as beasts of myth. Laughter was not a dismissal of suffering. It was a way of reclaiming dignity, of refusing to let the bed define them by misery alone. To laugh at the bed was to survive it twice, once in body, once in spirit. Perhaps most unexpectedly, the bed also became a conduit of culture. Whispers in the dark carried songs, proverbs, and rumors across borders faster than letters could travel. A proverb muttered in Burgundy might resurface in Lombardy. A hymn hummed in Spain might be sung in France by the next pilgrimage season. In this way, the bed became not only a place of endurance, but a vessel of transmission, weaving together the cultural fabric of Europe through discomfort and necessity. By dawn, when weary travelers rose, scratching at bites, clutching purses, and shaking straw from their cloaks, the bed had already left its mark. It had humiliated some, comforted others, and tested all. Its legacy was carried not only in fatigue, but in the stories that traveled farther than the travelers themselves, comic, bitter, terrifying, or strangely tender. And as each figure stepped once more into the muddy road, the same thought pressed heavily upon them. Tonight would bring another bed, another gamble, with dignity, suspicion, and survival. Another story waiting to be written in whispers, groans, and laughter. And it was in this endless cycle, this nightly ordeal, that the shared bed revealed itself not merely as a detail of medieval travel, but as the very emblem of the Middle Ages itself, restless, perilous, and profoundly human. By the 50th step of this exploration, the shared bed no longer stands as a curiosity or even as a symbol of hardship alone. It emerges as the very heart of medieval travel, the nightly ordeal that distilled the essence of the age. To enter such a bed was to walk willingly into a crucible of fear, suspicion, humor, faith, and frailty. It was not merely the end of a day's journey, it was the point where the road reached its most intense confrontation with the human condition. The straw mattress creaked not only under the weight of tired bodies, but also under the invisible burdens of dignity, vulnerability, and survival. What becomes most striking at this final reflection is how the bed shaped memory itself. People did not always recall the hills or markets or forests of their journeys, but they remembered the beds. A storm on the road could be retold in passing, but a night of fleas, thieves, and rumors haunted the imagination for years. To complain about the bed was almost a ritual of travel. It was how people proved they had truly endured the road. Inns became famous not for their food or ale, but for the reputation of their beds. Beds whispered about as cursed, filthy, dangerous, or even in rare cases, surprisingly tolerable. The bed, in this way, became both the villain and the narrator of countless journeys. Privacy, or the lack of it, was its sharpest weapon. The body, normally shielded by layers of clothing, ritual, and distance, was stripped bare of protection in the crowded straw. Every cough was shared, every twitch observed, every muttered dream overheard. This erosion of boundaries created unease that lingered into daylight as travelers looked at one another with knowledge they had never been meant to share. It was intimacy without consent, a collapse of self into the collective. And yet, in this collapse, something strange was born. A recognition of shared humanity that no armor, no coin, no prayer could erase. Suspicion thickened the air like smoke. To close one's eyes was to surrender control, and few did so without fear. Belongings were tied with knots, daggers kept close, purses hidden under straw. Some even created decoys, leaving empty bags in easy reach to distract thieves. Yet the most skilled rogues were never fooled. They cut straps without sound, slipped coins from seams, and vanished before dawn. These tales were retold endlessly, admired as much as feared. The bed thus became not only a battlefield of mistrust, but also a stage where cunning and skill were perversely celebrated, where even theft became legend. Illness loomed over everything. The mingling of breath, the crawling of lice, the damp straw soaked with sweat, all made the bed a breeding ground for contagion. A single fevered cough could ripple through the room, leaving its victims weakened or dead by the next village. Remedies abounded. Rosemary sprigs tucked into collars, vinegar rubbed onto hands, amulets kissed before sleep. These rituals were as much for the soul as for the body, small attempts to impose order on forces that refused to be controlled. The cruel irony was that what was meant to restore life so often threatened it instead. Yet people returned night after night, because the alternative, cold roads, wolves, and bandits, was even worse. Superstition deepened this dread into something metaphysical. Inns were said to be haunted by the spirits of those who had died in their beds, and death was no stranger to such places. Tales of ghostly figures tugging at blankets, of voices whispering names in the dark, of unseen weight pressing down on chests, filled the imagination. Today, we might name these things nightmares or sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds they were proof of the thin boundary between life and death. Even skeptics muttered prayers or clutched relics before lying down. The bed was not only a space of danger, it was a threshold, a place where the living feared they might brush against the dead. For women, the ordeal was harsher still. Their safety and their reputations were bound together, both at constant risk. To share a bed with men was to risk scandal even if nothing occurred. Disguise, companionship, and piety were their weapons. Some invoked saints aloud until silence fell across the chamber. Others relied on disguises so effective that no one suspected. Yet even these strategies could not erase the deeper truth. The bed exposed women to dangers that men rarely faced, and survival itself was often their greatest act of defiance. Their endurance remains one of the unspoken stories of the road, a testament to resilience in a world that offered little protection. And yet, against all odds, humor endured. Travelers laughed at the indignities of the bed, turning shame into story. Pilgrims joked that they carried home more flea bites than relics. Merchants told of nights so crowded they awoke with strangers' beards brushing their cheeks. Minstrels turned the ordeal into song. Fleas cast as armies, snores as trumpets, drunken companions as beasts of legend. This laughter was not shallow. It was survival itself, a way of reclaiming control. To laugh was to defeat humiliation, to transform suffering into a tale that could be carried with pride rather than shame. The cultural exchanges born from these nights may have been the bed's most unexpected legacy. In whispered conversations before sleep, travelers traded proverbs, hymns, and rumors. Stories of saints, of markets, of wars spread from inn to inn, faster than any scribe could copy them. A song hummed in Spain might echo in France weeks later. A proverb from Flanders might resurface in Italy. In this way, the bed, despised though it was, became a vessel of culture, carrying knowledge, humor, and faith across borders. By dawn, when pale light crept through shutters and weary bodies rose scratching and yawning, the bed had already fulfilled its role. It had stripped away pride, tested patience, exposed frailty, and sometimes revealed fleeting kindness. What it left behind were stories, comic, bitter, terrifying, or tender, that traveled farther than the travelers themselves. These stories became the true memory of the road, shaping how the Middle Ages remembered itself. And so, as each figure stepped once more into the muddy road, cloak pulled tight against the chill, the same thought pressed upon them. Tonight would bring another bed, another gamble with suspicion, illness, or scandal, another chance for humiliation, laughter, or fleeting solidarity. In that endless cycle, the shared bed revealed itself as more than an inconvenience of travel. It was the nightly crucible of medieval life, the place where survival was learned, dignity was tested, and the fragile fabric of human connection was stitched together in the dark.